So I thought it would be funny.
Like, you drew it with your fingers or you built one? It was packing snow?
Oh, it's great packing snow.
I haven't touched it.
No.
I just observed from my car window.
Did you walk through it?
No, because it wasn't on the driveway. It was just on the grass.
Oh, really? Oh, we had it on the driveway, too.
Oh,
We
you
had
know
a couple
what?
inches.
I don't even remember. I didn't walk on the driveway. I just went into the
You
garage.
floated?
Yeah, me too.
So I didn't step foot on the driveway. So it might have been on the driveway.
Yeah.
I don't even recall.
Yeah. It's a very wet, sloshy, great for snowballs. And great for making a snowman. This could be your last snowman of the year. So
could.
just enjoy
I
and
hope.
take what it
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
and
exactly.
enjoy. We all do, but it's there, and I guess appropriate for the first day of the Masters, right?
I know.
Why not have snow?
I know. Absolutely. I mean, can you imagine if for some reason they had weather like this down there out of nowhere?
Well,
People
we've had
would
some.
be freaking.
Oh, yeah, sure they would be. But we've had some crappy first days at the Masters, rain and
I know.
and
well,
whatnot.
the year I went on a Saturday.
Yeah.
And the weather was bad. I mean, they didn't cancel it, but
Yeah.
I was a little unprepared. I was cold.
Oh yeah, were you
was
wearing your shorts?
drizzly. No,
you
I
got
wasn't
your
wearing-
shorty shorts on.
I wasn't wearing. I don't remember actually. I could have, but I don't think so.
Wasn't
but
that
still,
long ago?
I know, but I remember what I wore.
Shorts or pants? I don't know.
That's normally how I remember events. I
Yeah.
remember what I wore,
Yes.
and then I can tell you where I was.
Yeah, for girls it's outfits.
Yes.
For dudes it's wardrobe.
Yeah. I
The like.
don't
Can't say
remember if
outfit.
I wore
Outfit
shorts
just
or not.
sounds-
Or they're the same thing, but you know.
Yeah, I can't say an outfit.
I remember being cold. I remember watching Tiger 3-putt in front of me and throw his club down.
Okay.
I do remember that.
I actually do remember you going now, and that it was abnormally cold.
yeah,
when
and
you
it was,
went.
and it was just that day, that Saturday.
And you
that
just couldn't wait for that sandwich.
Yeah,
The $1.50. What is it?
Pimento and cheese.
Yeah. You don't like? Did we go? I'm sure we talked
Yeah,
about this at the time, but you don't like pimento?
No, but I tried it because
Oh,
that's
I
the Masters.
love pimento cheese.
No, I didn't. I didn't
Pimento
like it
cheese
at all.
dip is terrific.
Their chicken sandwich was good.
How much was
Okay.
that?
Probably like $3 or something.
Yeah.
That
No,
menu's
I-
priced how you like it.
Oh, exactly. That's right. They didn't have onion rings though. There we go. All right, we're gonna get them all out. We'll pull out all the hits now. Of
course. I mean, you guys are talking about it snowing down there. They're used to all white down there, so
Except for the guys who work in the bathroom. That was the greatest thing in the
Hand towel,
bathroom.
sir.
Well, no towel, because there's so many people.
Lotion.
No.
Put
They
the
were-
lotion in the basket.
they had a bathroom guy at the Masters.
They had bathroom guy, but the lines, they make sure everybody goes through, and they sit there, and the guy was really funny. He goes, "No shakes, let's go."
Oh my gosh.
I gotta ask
Yeah,
you:
you're shaking more than once. You're playing with it.
Yeah.
Are there? There's no way there's outhouses on the premises of Augusta National, is there?
I didn't see any outhouses. No.
Like they don't have. So you gotta probably
News.
Yep.
you gotta probably walk a long way to go to the bathroom then, unless they have them like every hole.
They don't have them every hole. No. They have like most. Well, I'm trying to think. Like most courses have like at least one place on each 9 to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. These two.
He's still
shaking
laughing about it.
The shake guy. Oh, if you've been to the Masters, they're not.
Move along, sir. Move
yeah.
along. You're taking too long.
Yes, pretty much.
Why, thank you. This is why I had the warm, fuzzy feeling Stoney said. I get to laugh all day.
Yeah, I didn't even say anything stupid yet.
Not yet. I'm waiting for it.
I know. What's the over under?
What I'm waiting for is the moment where Stoney says, "No, I can't say that," and 30 seconds later, I get him to admit whatever it was he was going to say.
Yeah, peer pressure. So speaking of the Masters,
Yes.
everyone knows that a lot of people, for good reason, play hooky or leave work early for the Thursday or the Friday or both of the first round of the NCAA tournament.
Right.
You've never heard, Gov,
Or
never
opening
heard,
day.
Yeah, or opening day. I've heard of some people that do the same for the Masters. Now, I can't imagine,
I've
though,
never heard of that.
people going to. I would
You even said it was a day for people to get for dudes to get their vasectomies.
Yes.
That's the start of March Madness. But I've never heard of that for the Masters.
Yes, absolutely. Especially, the older guys, which most people who get vasectomies are.
Yeah.
You sit at home, you put the frozen peas over your
peas?
Yes, exactly. You sit and watch the golf.
I have never heard the start of the Masters. And the Masters is one of the very few golf tournaments, that I will pay more attention to. Just because of the pomp, the circumstance, the traditions, all of those different things. I may not be a golf guy, but I do love great traditions. And the Masters is as heavily steeped in tradition as you're going to find.
Like segregation?
Yeah, that too. Not one of the finer traditions.
No.
But I've never heard of anybody sitting there going, you know what, I can't go to work today. I got to watch the Masters. I'm sure there are some golf dorks that would do that. But
especially now where people bet on everything, and you bet on you can make bets on who's going to lead after the first round. And
yes, I've done all the FanDuel reads. Yes. Yeah. The 3-ball, the 20s, the 30s,
Exactly.
All of that stuff. Yeah.
A friend of Evan has this pool going, and I entered this year. So.
Oh, did you? Mm-hmm. Who'd you pick?
You had to take. I entered 3 of them. It was like $10 for each one or $20 for each one. You had to take.
Did you pick? This is like multiple bracket guy. This is Stoney is multiple bracket guy.
No, a lot of people do it because you have.
Because everyone's doing it. It's okay.
No.
I love getting under your skin.
Yeah, I know. Whatever. he sends the guy sends a spreadsheet, and it's really fed with drop downs with every golfer.
Yeah.
So you just click when Anyway, so you have to take 3 guys who are ranked 1 through 10, or you could take, and then you take 3 guys who are ranked 10 through, and then down the list.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Okay. I
don't go
remember.
Back
to my initial.
Who do I have?
So,
I think this is Rory's year, but of course I always
so?
But then people say that every year because he's playing well.
How many people are in your pool?
I have no idea.
Oh, so you don't know how many pizzas you should buy if you are the winner?
That's God, yeah.
You know about that one, John?
No. We're going down old bit lane. Let's go.
Yeah, one year we had a Masters pool here.
Yeah.
And I won, and there was about 6 of us, I think.
8, 9.
Whatever. And the winner would take their share and bring lunch for everybody. So, and just like the Masters, you get to pick the food, and I picked pizza.
Uh-huh.
I didn't bring enough. I think I did a salad and a large and a small pizza, I think. But it wasn't
nine
enough.
people.
Yeah.
And we had 2 pizzas and a salad.
Yeah.
I didn't bring people. How many dudes were in that 9 people?
Like all.
Yeah, I didn't bring
And
enough.
you brought.
Yeah.
That's just.
Well, the large has a lot of, but still, it was.
Large has a lot of slices.
Yeah.
Could you please add a couple of slices?
No, I know.
So you get the little triangle.
Yeah. No, it was anyway. I screwed up. I admit it. I'm not running away from it. Yeah, it was stupid.
He did get tomatoes pizza, which is outstanding pizza.
Yeah.
Just not enough of it.
Hey, one bite, everyone knows the rules. It's really good pizza. But I should have got another large. Or 2.
Okay, so since you didn't know what you were wearing at the Masters, what'd you have on the pizza?
Probably cheese or bacon. That's my favorite topping on bacon.
Okay.
I usually
this is why we get along so well.
Yes, I go with the bacon and the onion usually.
Okay, I could get behind that. I like the bacon, and I'll have them sprinkle on blue cheese. Oh. Bacon and blue cheese.
Oh, I'm not a blue cheese person.
It's hey, if I guess if I'm only bringing one pizza, I'll put bacon and blue cheese on it, and it'd be all for me. Yeah, you sure you don't want a slice?
No blue. By the way, speaking of food,
yeah,
I had a horrible food court experience there the other day.
Did you?
Yeah, I had to go to 12 Oaks, and so I said, you know
you're
what?
in our neck of the woods. You should have called.
Oh, okay. Maybe not. So I go, all right, I'm gonna go have lunch. It was like 12:30, 1 o'clock, and there's I was thinking of Sbarro, so I said, Charlie's cheesesteaks.
Yeah.
It was not only was it bad, they got the order wrong. It was just a pain in the butt.
It's frustrating to me when you order a very basic sandwich, however you want, and a drink, and it comes wrong.
Yes, it's so stupid. All right. Coming up on the program today, we will have the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Colt Keith, not a good game yesterday. Not a good start for him. But the Tigers won, or lost yesterday, but they won the series.
Yep.
We'll get into that coming up. Coming up next, Pistons. Who do you want? Knicks or Pacers? 97 won the ticket.
Hey, your grass is underneath the snow. You might not be able to see it, and it is going to turn green, and the sun's going to come out. We will have some beautiful weather. If you want a great green lawn this year, a nice lush one, the best one on your street, give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. The number, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Right now, you can purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97 won the ticket. And I love talking about the Natural Way difference. And I think it's a big deal because I've got kids and they want to be running around their yard. I want to be rolling around with them and having fun with them. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. So whether it's your kids or your pets, whoever it is, it's nice that they use fewer chemicals. They're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. And they're so sure that they're going to do a great job. They're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee. If you see crabgrass, it's too late. Time to fix it is now. So give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Then the Tigers made it 4-2, and almost, they had the winning run at the plate. 3-1 homer would have won the game, but they didn't. They're off today. They're in Minnesota tomorrow. Wings in Florida tonight against the Panthers. Struggling Panthers. Struggling Wings, obviously worse. But, Wings have to win to stay alive. Forget it. I'm not even going to go there.
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Yes.
Mathematically.
Yes. The priests have been called, though.
Yes. Last rites will happen soon.
Yes. We have some ticket text, by the way. I want to get on the air here.
Get on those.
I have worked on the sales floor and finance offices at car dealerships for years. No one skips work. But I will say Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of Masters Week, productivity is always down because guys stream the Masters in their offices.
Is this one of those again where we're going to have to on Monday? We'll have the economy lost $24 billion because nobody was paying attention to their work.
No, I've actually scheduled my paternity leave around the Masters. Chris Villar is using maternity leave. I'm sure they meant paternity leave during the Masters.
You never know.
You never know. Exactly. Especially if you're a golf fan. All right, tonight at LCA, the Detroit Pistons will be hosting the New York Knicks in what should be a playoff preview of round number 1. I don't, unless you consider the play-in, but yes, the first round of the playoffs. The playing games aren't even considered playoff games.
Well, they're postseason games.
Yes, but they're not considered
They're not playoff
games.
Yes,
it's weird.
Yes.
Anyway, Pistons have a little hard times. They've lost 4 out of 5, 5-5 in their last 10. Meanwhile, the New York Knickerbockers, they lost to the Celtics the other night, but they're 7-3 in their last 10.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's obviously going to be the Pistons will be playing either the Bucks or the Knicks. The Pistons currently are 2 games behind Milwaukee.
I thought it was going to be the Knicks or the Pacers.
Now the Pacers are 5 games. Oh yes, exactly.
Yeah,
You're
Knicks or Pacers.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, but the Pacers.
But they play the Bucks to finish the season.
Right. I was looking at the Pistons behind how many games they are behind the Bucks, which is 2 games.
Yes.
So in order for the Pistons to pass Milwaukee, they have to go on a little heater in their next 3 games, basically. Including
the Bucks,
2 of them are in Milwaukee. 2 of them are against Milwaukee.
Right. Yeah. 1 home, 1 away.
Yeah.
And the Bucks play the Pelicans tonight.
Pelicans are horrible.
Yeah. So the chances are they'll win. I don't know what the tiebreaker is. So if the Pistons lose and the Bucks win, it's set.
Yeah.
If they both win, I don't know what the tiebreaker is. If the Pistons do go on a heater and win all 3 of these final games, Knicks and twice against the Bucks, they'll be tied with the Bucks. I don't know what that is. I don't really care.
I assume the tiebreaker would be
head-to-head.
And I think the Pistons beat them once already. I think so.
Did they?
I know they had the one game where they should have beaten them, and Ron Holland missed the 2 free throws. That was earlier in the season.
Yes. So anyway, but the question is, do you want the Knicks or the Pacers? And obviously it'll be decided at some point. I know for a long time we've said, the Knicks. I would be much more entertained by them playing the Pacers.
Oh, well, there's a lot of, the animosity.
Sure. That's why it would be more fun.
Yes. And, the rivalry and all that stuff. And it'll probably be a closer series. The Knicks, if people care about, Pistons getting love nationally, they'll get it. Mm-hmm. But then again, the way they play, if Isaiah Stewart gets in trouble, and next thing you know, on all the shows on ESPN and Fox FS1, the dirty Detroit Pistons. But because right now they're darlings, people love the Pistons.
Yeah.
But when it happens in New York, it'd be cool to see.
I think so too.
All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, LeBron James is doing something no other professional male athlete has ever done. He is being turned into a Ken doll. That is right. So on Wednesday, on Wednesday, Mattel unveiled the LeBron Ken doll, and it's part of they have this Ken Ambassador series. So last year, 9 female Barbies were introduced, including there was a Venus Williams Barbie. And now there's going to be a whole line of Ken dolls, starting with this LeBron James doll. He says partnering with Barbie is an honor, and he says it's an opportunity to recognize the powerful impact of role models who instill confidence, inspire dreams, and show kids that they too can achieve greatness. The doll goes on sale Monday. It costs $75. So it's a collector doll more than a let's play with Barbies type doll.
Okay.
Is the doll called Ken or the doll called LeBron?
LeBron Ken. It's a LeBron Ken doll. It's called LeBron.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it is, I think that's just their trademark is the Ken doll.
Gotta have a Ken in there
but
somewhere.
it's sweet. It looks, you're rolling your eyes.
Who are the other?
If they contacted you and said, hey, can we make a John Jansen Ken doll? You'd say, nope, sorry. You wouldn't be turned
I'd
into
be
a
all
Ken
for it.
doll?
And I like his answer.
So why are you rolling your
his answer
eyes?
was great because I'm not a bit. I think
because you don't like him?
Yeah.
Well, his doll is pretty cool.
Okay.
I'll
take your word for it.
I think it looks cool.
Yeah.
How many?
Get one of them for Brooks.
So who?
I wouldn't, but I would get one for Emily.
Oh, why wouldn't you do that?
I'd get one for Emily. I guess if it's a collector, it could go like on a bookshelf or something.
Yeah.
You know, like in
Kinda
the box.
like a bobblehead.
Or it's like the Barbies if you have girls that grew up, I don't know, 80s, 90s that would get these holiday Barbies and you'd keep them in your closet in a box and never touch them because you think one day they're going to be worth so much money. And then they never are. And then you're just like, you spent all this time you could have been playing with this doll.
Speaking of which,
sat there.
When are you driving to Chicago to go to the American Doll store?
I can't wait. She's not old enough yet because I have a whole box of them. I can't wait to give her.
I've done that many times.
So she's not old enough for that type of doll yet. She's still into like the baby dolls.
Yeah.
But soon
When
I
they
will be
give
going.
They give dolls like haircuts.
Oh
and
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And you have
I'm pumped.
you sign up for tea. You make your reservation
Yes.
for tea, and they put a little high chair there for your doll.
Yes,
Yep.
they do.
Been
I
there,
can't
done
wait.
that, yeah.
I will be going. Hopefully, we'll see. Maybe she won't be into dolls. Who knows? A traffic stop that took place months ago has just landed a Detroit rapper behind bars. Sada Baby was stopped in Sterling Heights back on January 9th for tinted windows. And he was actually arrested at the time because he had a warrant for driving without a license. Well, during that stop, that's when police discovered these suspected drugs. Well, test results, I guess, just came back that showed it was narcotics, and he was arrested on Tuesday in Shelby Township. So now he is facing a felony charge of possession of a controlled substance. His mugshot was posted there.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
It was like
smiling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, got some street cred now.
Yeah. A Detroit police officer, you might remember this guy who was accused of sending inappropriate text messages to a 12-year-old girl, is now facing another charge. So Earl Anderson was initially charged with accosting a child for immoral purposes, but during his Tuesday preliminary exam, the judge granted a motion for an additional charge of using a computer to commit a crime. So both are 4-year felonies. Judge ruled there was enough evidence to move forward with the trial, so he's going to be back in court on April 21st. It's so disgusting. I remember when the story came out, he was texting with his girlfriend's daughter, and he would tell her, like, okay, delete these, make sure you don't keep these messages. Like, if
Dirtbag.
exactly.
You don't hear many dudes called Earl anymore.
No.
It's an older name.
Yeah, you don't hear that.
Yeah.
No. I mean, there are not many parents that are like, I'm going to name my baby Earl.
But you know what? I heard, I don't have the list in front of me, but I was watching something and they had a list of, the top 10.
Yeah.
A lot of the old names are coming back.
They
like
are.
Dorothy and things like that. I was like,
Yes.
really?
My girlfriend just had a baby, named her Betty.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, the older names are coming back,
I know.
but is Earl? I don't know.
Earl. I don't know that Earl make a comeback.
I don't know. It sounds like Hurl. Like I don't know. But if it's a family
you must
name,
have been a mean kid in school. You instantly make fun of his name.
no, I'm just saying I don't think it's a name people are like flocking after.
Earl.
But if it's a family name,
Earl the Pearl.
I mean, name your kid whatever you want.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Yeah.
But
I think it's
You
kind of
could
cool.
go with Sada. Sada, baby.
Sada baby, I like that. I guess I'll save my next news for my next news.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Heather. Coming up next, a tiger who seems to have a problem with definitely one aspect of the sport. That's coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket. Let's keep that man healthy. Talking about Jack Flaherty. Pitched great yesterday. Unfortunately,
Yes, he
the Tigers lose 4-2. It was scoreless until late in the game. Ben Rice hit a 2-run homer off Holton, who really looked like he was pitching great. And it was just a sinker didn't sink.
Yep.
And even in that cold lefty-on-lefty crime, he hit it out. And then in the ninth, the Tigers' fielding fell apart. I mean, Dylan Dingler, at least one, definitely, and he even talked about it, but possibly two, foul pops that he should have caught that later were hit by pitches. And then, they had two guys on, and, one out, and they should have ended the game or ended the inning, but Colt Keith bobbled the ball and a double play to get out of the inning, kept the guy on base. Judge came back with a 2-run single and made it 4-0, and the Tigers, comeback came up short.
You give the Yankees extra outs.
Yeah.
And they're going to make you pay. Mm-hmm. They're just that type of team. And if that had been, a plate deep behind second base or, somehow in the gap where he's trying to make a spectacular play, I could understand it. That one was hit right to him.
Yeah.
It literally was hit right to him.
Right to him. Okay. Right now, if my math is correct, Colt Keith, for the season, he's got 3 errors already. And everybody was worried about his defense at first base. The errors have not been at first base.
No.
And he should have actually more. He had the one in Seattle
where he turned to throw to second and then didn't. Yeah,
but mental errors, I guess, don't count as errors. So he's got 3 errors. At the plate, his OPS is not great, obviously. It's .612, but it's better than his batting average, which is at 171. And the reason his OPS is high because his on-base percentage is pretty good because he walks a lot. Yes. Yeah. But 3 errors is not really good. It's still early in the season. A.J. Hinch, after the game, was worried about Keith back at second base. So he's obviously started the season at first base. Most of spring training was on first base to learn the position defensively. So now he's started the season at second because of Torque.
Ground balls are ground balls.
I agree. So Colt Keith was asked about, at second base, playing second base, does it mess him up? It's certainly, I give him credit. He didn't hide. He took the questions, and he knows it hasn't been easy. And it's not anything that he knows he can't do. Two 248-539-9797. Concern level, Tiger fans with Colt Keith. And what concerns you more, the glove or the bat?
To me, it's always going to be the bat. Yeah. Hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do.
Of course.
And do I think he's going to be better than, the 171 or the 615 OPS? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do think he'll be better than that. And I think AJ kind of nailed it too. He also said, he was talking about, if this happens in the middle season, it kind of gets swallowed up. Mm-hmm. If it happens at the start of the season, it's highlighted because you're looking at everything, analyzing every single thing, and there's nothing to look back on except for last year. And so I'm more concerned about him getting on pace at the plate and being a contributor on the offensive side of things. I think you're going to make mistakes in the field. Right? It's been highlighted because there have been a number of them through, a dozen games. Mm-hmm. I think he's going to be fine in the field. He is going to continue to have some moments like that throughout the course of the season. I don't think we're going to see, 3 errors every 12 games.
No, we better not.
No. Or
he'll be in Toledo.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is when Gleyber Torres comes back. What does that mean for Colt Keith? Because he's not going to go back to first right now. You could platoon with Torque, but if that only means Torque's going to be a DH because he's hitting right now.
Yes.
And so I think it's just one of those things where, as an athlete, your confidence gets shaken. You've done it in your lifetime. That ground ball yesterday, he's done it hundreds of thousands of times.
I know.
And it's a no-brainer. But those are the ones that a lot of times are the ones where you've got to – you don't want to overthink and you want to do things naturally. But like AJ said, you got to keep your feet moving. You've got to be aggressive. You've got to attack the ball. You can't just let the ball play you. And, I mean, he's learning some hard lessons early in this year, but he's going to be okay.
What you don't want, and obviously it's different because the two guys I'm going to bring up were throwing issues, was Chuck Knobloch and Steve Sachs, who had mental problems where they couldn't throw the ball to second, from second base to home. And Sachs was a shortstop. I don't think, I pray it doesn't get to that level. But, after a while, I mean, these guys are human, and you start thinking, you start doing this, and, it becomes such a mental thing.
Yeah.
It sucks.
It does. And when especially right now, where there is a lot of juice behind the Tigers, and you have other guys like Torque and Justin Henry Malloy and other guys that there was questions about coming into the season, everybody was wondering, can Colt Keith play first base? Now he's back to where he was last year, and he's putting as much pressure on himself, more than anybody else is going to put on him about getting it right, because he doesn't want to be the reason, and he has for a couple of games here, a reason why they lose.
248-539-9797. That's the telephone number and the ticket text. Don't forget 2 Grand Slam at 725. Some ticket text. Someone please tell Colt Keith he can have a spot on my beer league softball team. He plays to the same level. Ooh. Ground balls are ground balls. Come on, John. You say moving from right tackle to left tackle is a huge adjustment, but moving from first to second isn't? That's from Joey in Redford.
Yeah, I stand behind that statement. Okay, if he took his glove and put it on his right hand and tried to field ground balls with his right hand and then throw it to first, come on. Yeah, that's the difference here. Morons.
I think this is a little bigger deal than both Keith and Hinch
talked
so do
about.
I agree.
I don't think it's Sachs or Knobloch yet, but I do think, and AJ's probably defending him more than anything because they did him a disservice by not playing him at all at second in spring training.
If that ball was to the right or left, sure. The ball was right at him.
I know yesterday's was a joke, and yesterday was a scary one. Yesterday's like, if it's in his head, he's done.
Yeah.
If he can't get it out of his head, then you just play differently. It's a natural reaction thing.
Let's go to DeVal. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, how's it going? Good morning, fellas.
Good morning, DeVal.
Okay, so I'm looking at it like it's definitely mental with him right now, and I'm looking at this year's version of Colt Keith. To me, with the bat is more concerning to me right now. So this year's version of Colt Keith is last year's Torkelson to me. And I think he's going to wind up in minor leagues once Gleyber Torres gets back. And I also think that he'll be fine next year. I think he'll be fine, but he's still young. He's shown that he can do it on this level defensively and with the bat. I just think it's just very mental right now. He's just going to have to work out a couple of kinks in the minor leagues, and he'll be all right.
Yeah, thanks for the call. He brings up a really good point. When Torres comes back, Veerling will be back sooner than later, forgetting about Meadows even.
Yeah. They
have some roster decisions to make, and basically Colt Keith is playing for his job right now. He is. And it might be too reactionary to say, send him to Toledo, but think about it for a second. When these guys come back, when Torres and Veerling come back, who's going down? Malloy, maybe? He's proved that he can hit the ball at least.
We've talked about this some on the show. Eventually, somebody's going to get pinched.
Yeah.
But that's with Meadows, Veerling, everybody back.
Right.
And I still think Kreidler's the first player that goes down.
Yes.
But I think the caller's onto something that I am getting some Torque vibes from him, man. And the fact that he's not hitting and now this fielding thing's popped up when he never had really any plans to play the position this year, even though he played it last year. Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. He looks stiff out there. The plate appearances are besides the walks are terrible.
Yeah. I mean, and the hardest thing to do, everybody will say, well, just relax. That's the hardest thing to do is just relax out there because, again, the amount of pressure that he's going to put on himself because he doesn't want to be the reason that they lose games. Torque has stepped his game up. Riley Green's playing great. Justin Henry Malloy's hitting the ball. Like, you look around and everybody's starting to play better than they had, and you're the one that's the anchor. So when everybody says, hey, just loosen up a little bit, that's not an easy thing to just go out there and do. But here's why I'm not as concerned at the plate is because he's not fishing. He's not like he is still has really good plate discipline.
Nobody on this team is really fishing. Even Javi, when he strikes out, he's not chasing bad pitches.
That's Javier Baez.
I know. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Key.
When he goes back to swinging at pitches outside, that's Javi. But this year we have Javier Baez.
I know. All right. 2 weeks from tonight actually, it's the draft. We'll discuss next. 97 on the ticket.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
AJ Hinch discussing Colt Keith. What's going on?
Well, they're discussing it on Twitch as well.
Yeah.
We talk about, odd man out when Vierling comes. And here's one I think it's interesting. I'll take Jace Young's glove and no bat over Colt Keith's no glove and no bat. It's and I haven't looked.
Jace Young right now
in Toledo,
9 games. He's hitting .313 with an OPS of 1.120, 2 homers and 2 RBIs. So obviously 2 solo homers. But he's hit the ball, which he wasn't doing in spring training.
Right, he wasn't doing it in spring, and we obviously don't know if he was going to do it during the regular season.
Correct.
But trends were not trending well.
Yeah. So real quick.
Yeah.
So we all agree Kreidler would be the first one to go down if they have to when these guys come back.
Yeah.
If Keith doesn't improve, is he the automatic next guy to go down? If like Torres and because Vierling is starting to throw and he should be ready within 10 days minimum, from what I understand.
Right.
Because Malloy's hitting, right? Pretty well.
Malloy's been hitting all right. I don't know. I guess then it becomes, how good do you think Trey Sweeney's going to be? I think
they're not going to send him. Yeah,
I
he
wouldn't
definitely
think
stays.
so. But I mean, if Javi keeps playing the way he is, and Javier is at the plate,
yeah. Well, they're not sending him down.
well, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But if there's going to be some mixing and matching,
right? It's going to be Cole. It's going to be
It would
Cole.
have to be Colt Keith.
No, it's going to be interesting even if Keith starts playing well, who the other one is going to be.
Yeah, nice problems to have. I mean, we're finally talking about first world problems.
Exactly.
You got too many bats.
Yes. They're in Minnesota tomorrow, coming off the 4-3 loss yesterday. They did win the series 2-1, so they 5-1 in the homestand, which is pretty good. No doubt. Of course, they lost the first 3 games to the 3rd place in their division, Los Angeles Dodgers. Both San Diego and San Francisco are actually ahead of them. Yes. Yeah. Wings in Florida tonight. Pistons home against the New York Knicks, which should be a playoff preview. 2 weeks from tonight in Green Bay, Wisconsin, is the NFL draft. And one quick note, Adam Schefter has tweeted the Pittsburgh Steelers are having a meeting with Shedeur Sanders today.
Oh, not willing to wait any longer on Aaron, are they?
Well, still waiting. They've met with other quarterbacks, and then Kyle McCord is on Sunday or something. So.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with Shedeur, because I think he is one guy that could go from, if you're looking for a franchise quarterback and you're willing to take a flyer, could go in the top 10. Mm-hmm. I think he's also a guy that could drop out of the first round. And it'll be interesting. But if the Lions are there at 28 and Shedeur is there, I don't think he's the replacement for Hendon Hooker.
No.
But we do want to know. We got and did Gov, are we doing this? I don't want to put you on the spot, but are we going to have Stoney mock 1.0 tomorrow?
Yes, we are.
Oh.
And we even know the time, 7:30.
7:30. That is the definition of appointment radio. 7:30, get in your car, have it on, kids ready to drop off at school, and they'll all find out what is going to happen in this year's draft for the first round.
When we did this rearranging of this radio station,
I
had to go through like old drawers and stuff, and I threw them all away.
What'd you find in your old drawers?
My old drawers here. Not old drawers. I had all my mocks from like the past 5 or 6 years. I threw them out.
You did? Oh, yeah. That's a slice of history.
I know, yeah.
Oh, well, we have the audio. We can always go back. The rewind feature doesn't go back quite that far, but no. I'm sure we could dig them up. But I want to know, with the Lions picking at 28, have you fallen in love with somebody that you want the Lions to take at 28? And is that someone that you love? We know Brad Holmes willing to move around in the draft, especially in the first round. He went up and snagged his defensive back with Terrion Arnold last year. Who is that individual that you are just dying for the Lions to take at 28 or even trade up for him? Stoney, you got a name?
Well, I have a name for the trade up, but I don't think it's realistic because I think they'd have to give up
Too much?
Yeah. Obviously, I'd love to get Mason Graham, but they're not that. That's a ridiculous.
Right, yes. Let's be realistic.
Right. The guy I really like is the kid from Marshall, Green. But people look at him as top 13, definitely top 20. I don't know if I'd be willing to give up. Would I be willing to give up a second-round pick to get him?
To go from 28 to 19? Please, the draft football gods, the pick six gods, whoever we're praying to, please let somebody from Marshall end up with the Lions.
We either get that or get a Malachi, right? I mean, here we go.
Jimmy, don't blame me. 248-539-9797.
The guy that I want at 20, and he may be there at 28.
You know what? Let us know after Jeremy Otto's update.
Okay.
97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Yankees were able to salvage one game in the three-game set with the Tigers. 4-3 the final yesterday. Jack Flaherty had at least 2 walks in his first 3 starts of the season. Yesterday, he had 3 along with 9 Ks. The Tigers scored all 3 of their runs in the 9th inning and had the tying run on base. It looks likely that Tobias Harris will return for the Pistons tonight against the Knicks after 3 straight games on the shelf. Isaiah Stewart is questionable. Hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7. The Suns are the latest example of how hard it is to buy a championship. Phoenix has the highest payroll in the NBA, but were officially eliminated from playoff contention yesterday thanks to a 125-112 loss to the Thunder. 2 college baseball programs ended their long-standing losing streaks against each other in a doubleheader yesterday. D3 school Yeshiva University had lost 99 straight games, while Lehman College was without a win for 42. Lehman won the first game, handing Yeshiva their 100th loss in a row, but they came back to win Game 2. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Mazel tov, Yeshiva. I wonder if they have yarmulkes instead of baseball caps.
Could you put a brim on one?
I don't know. You could probably put the yarmulke on top of the hat, I would think. Or you could just put the hat on top of the yarmulke.
You have to put it under it.
Yes,
yeah, I think it would fit better that way.
Absolutely. All right, 248-539-9797. So Green, I really like.
Yeah, I get that.
But I don't think he's realistic for the Lions.
No, I don't think so. I think they'd have to give up too much to go up too high to get him.
So here's the guy who I think realistically that I really like, and I might be a little bit biased. Mikael Williams out of Georgia. Edge rusher. Mm-hmm. And what I like about him the most, besides the fact he's 6'5", 267, is he lined up all over the in Kirby Smart's defense.
Position
right
versatility
side, left
is really
side,
big.
that type of thing. So that would be my guy on day one.
Yeah, we know you love those Georgia guys.
Yes. Well,
especially being from Philly. We all know that Philly loves Georgia guys.
Well, and the Georgia guys have done pretty damn well. That's the other
there's no
thing.
question. There's no question. They are pre-programmed for success in the NFL.
Right.
And just as a quick programming note, because we get asked on Twitch this, and I just got it confirmed, we will be hosting on the first round of the draft on Twitch. So at twitch.tv/971 The Ticket, you can tune in there, see you in the studio here. You can see the bright, shiny smile of one Michael Steven Stone. But on draft night, we will be hosting the first round here. We'll give you our analysis. The player that I want at 28.
God, I can almost predict exactly who it's going to be.
Okay. Mr.
Maybe
Smarty Pants. Please predict. Who am I thinking of right now?
Well, he had to go offensive line, so I'm going to go Gray Zabel.
You must have been listening.
No.
Yes, it's Gray Zabel. Gray Zabel, you know me so well.
Yeah.
Shocker that I would go O-line.
Yeah. And not go after the one or two Buckeyes that are at that position, or at least one of them is, right?
Yeah, not a big fan of the Buckeye offensive linemen. And not because they're Buckeyes. I just think they play too high. But Gray Zabel.
You're saying they were high? Maybe that's why they lost to Michigan.
Could be.
They were stoned.
Too many gummies. No, the reason I like Gray Zabel is, one, I like his athleticism. He's 6'6", 305. Mm-hmm. I think he could play very easily at about 315, 320 in the coming years and not lose any of that athletic ability. He's also a guy, I don't love him. I know he played tackle at North Dakota State. Don't love him as a backup to Decker at left tackle, even though I think he's a better option than Sorsdahl, and I think he's a better athlete than who's the big dude that they bring in now as the extra offensive lineman, the fan favorite. Caught the pass.
Skipper.
Skipper, yeah. He's a much better athlete. I just don't know that he is. I don't want to see them there on a regular basis.
All the projections for him is he guard or center.
Guard or center. And that's where he has the ability to play all five positions, which is an unbelievable skill and talent that you could add to this offensive line when you have a center, albeit still one of the best centers in the NFL, but is dealing with injuries and has dealt with injuries. He could go in and play center. Both guards. Mahogany. I have fallen in love with him. I think he's going to be a mean dude up front. I love the way he plays, but he's also had injuries, and we're still trying to figure out, are they going to have Graham be the starter? Are they going to make him that versatile offensive lineman that goes back and forth? But if you add him along with Mahogany, along with Sewell, you got 3 of 5 guys up front that are young, athletic, and they play with an absolute mean streak. That's the other thing I like about Gray Zabel is he's a mean dude, and you got to have that streak.
I have a question for you.
Please ask.
The question is, and it's at different positions, obviously, is there any concern with the level of competition that he played against?
Sure, there's always a concern about that. I mean, can he play at an NFL level, or how long would it take him to get up to speed? For me, when I look at an offensive lineman, it's all about pad level. Mm-hmm. It's about footwork. How does he utilize his hands? All of those things translate. Now, it's going to be happening faster. It's going to be happening at a more elite level. But all of those things, to me, translate to being able to perform at the next level. And so with having that position, even if he doesn't start or doesn't find his way into the rotation at any point to start the season, having a player like that, God forbid we have a tackle go down. He could play either tackle position. God forbid we have a guard go down or a center. He is a guy that can step in. Even if you think, okay, Graham Glasgow has got more of a rapport with Jared Goff, so he goes in at center. You put Zabel at the other guard position. I think this is one that could really solidify this offensive line. We heard Brad Holmes talk about water in the garden. This would be the perfect player to water the garden.
248-539-9797. Who's that guy that at 28 you think, God, I hope, I pray he's there, and within range you would trade up to get?
I think Zabel's probably a guy that will go,
I think it's anywhere from like 15 to 30.
Well, yeah, and it depends if there's a big run on offenses, because there's not a lot of elite offensive linemen in this draft. There's a lot of good offensive linemen, but you could get a good offensive lineman in the second and third rounds, and we've seen Brad Holmes do that. But I think if you're getting a guy that you want to be as an eventual starter, he'll probably be there around 22, 23, and may drop to 28. That's the thing, is you may be able to get him at 28 if there's a run on receivers or defensive backs, or it sounds like there's. I mean, certainly the running back from Boise State is going to go in the first round,
and the running back from North Carolina.
Yeah, and so it may depend on how many quarterbacks end up getting taken. Is Jackson Dart going to be a guy that actually makes it into the first round? Is Shador going to be in the first round? You've already got Cam Ward, and so all of those picks will push guys like Gray Zabel a little bit further down. Will Johnson, there's this thought that maybe he is a guy that could fall out of the first round because of injury concerns. Talent is there, but if he's a guy that gets bumped back, could bump other guys back. So that's where I look and say Gray Zabel could be there at 28. If he's not, if he's still on the board at about 23, 24, go get him.
Let's go to Northville. Michael, good morning. You're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking me. Hey, just want to chime in. Got a quick opinion. I'm with you. I like the offensive line in the first, either Gray Zabel, Donovan Jackson. I just think the defensive end position and tackle is deeper. I'd rather trade up early second and get a guy like Jordan Birch out of Oregon who can fit that, kind of base 4-3.
Sure. I would agree with that. Donovan Jackson, I think, is a guy that he might actually be there at 60. Maybe he might be a guy that early second, mid second, maybe he's gone. But I would roll the dice if you're not going to take him.
Right.
You're not going to take an offensive lineman in the first. He might be a guy that could fall to 60.
I've seen him anywhere late first round to late second round.
Right, which is, that he could be there at 60.
Yes.
So, but it's going to be interesting how many edge defenders go in the first, because you hear about the two guys from Texas A&M. And, it's could both of those guys be first-round picks? Sure. And is there a run on edge defenders, defensive tackles? Because you got about 4 or 5 defensive tackles that I think could be first-round players. And you got Mason Graham probably first off the board. You get the kid from Oregon.
I was going to ask you about him.
Yeah, a good player.
If he's there for the Lions, and if my guy Williams is gone, I got no problem. Derek Harmon is really, really good.
He's good. And obviously Kenneth Grant, the other defensive tackle from Michigan. I know there's a lot of people that would like him at 28. I think the ceiling is extremely high for Kenneth Grant, although I think it may take a little bit of time for him to develop if all the tools are there. And I could see them going defensive tackle as well in regards to Aleem McNeil's going to be there to start the season. DJ Reader's on the last year of a 2-year deal. And now you're sitting there going, well, it's Levi Onwuzurike, who's only on a 1-year deal. Broderick Martin, who, he's on the side of a milk jug right now. So we're trying to figure out, not just this year, but in future years, defensive tackle may be the route that they want to go. If one of those guys that they believe is a quote-unquote first-round talent is there.
248-539-9797. Here's some ticket texts. The last time the Lions drafted a guy that had one of their colors as their name, it didn't go so well. Are we talking like Reggie Brown?
No. Is Brown one of their colors?
Oh, one of their
like
colors.
blue and gray.
Oh, one of I thought
that's
color.
What they're alluding to Blue Adams.
Oh God.
He's now
the assistant coach at Michigan State, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he was like a.
You're my boy, Blue.
He was
exactly. That's what the whole thing was back then.
Right. I remember he was like, where did he go? Cincinnati, I think, was where they drafted him out of.
I don't know.
I think so.
Less is more.
Less than the Lions drafted a guy that had one of their colors. That's right. Unless there's somebody else that we're not thinking of. I have no idea. Did they draft anybody named Silver? I don't know. Or White.
No, he runs the NBA.
William White, they drafted. He was a pretty good player.
I love you.
What? That's factual.
Yes, it is.
Lions will draft Jack Sawyer to pair with Hutch. That's from Blake.
I'd be okay with that. I think he's a guy. He's a late first, early second, and if
I haven't seen him anywhere in the first round in all the mocks I've looked at. So if he's there in the second, that'd be a good pick.
Well, yeah, if he's there at 60, sure. I don't know that he lasts to 60, but we're talking about guys that you could trade up for.
Yeah,
he could also be a guy that if, let's just say, Shedeur is still there, and somebody who's picking at the top or somewhere in the second wants to go up and get a quarterback, you could bump down to 37, 38. and be able to get Jack Sawyer there.
Remember, this is cuckoo season.
Yes.
I think we did a topic about this time last year. What if Brock Bowers is there?
Yeah.
You know, because there was chatter of him slipping and falling, which is insanity. I think somebody takes a chance on Shedeur. USA Today seems to have a really reasonable mock draft out from yesterday. They got Shedeur going 3. Not quite sure if he goes that high, but Will Johnson's going 11 to the Niners.
I saw some. Will
He's mocked to
Johnson
the Niners a lot.
and Graham's mocked to Jacksonville a lot at 5. I saw someone have Loveland going to, I think, the last pick in the first round to the Eagles.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to drop that much.
No.
John, mine is an offensive lineman with the first name Jackson. They interviewed him at the combine and basically said he loves killing people. That's
First name Jackson.
Guys, I'm really starting to like Donovan Eziruaku out of Boston College. You put him up with Uzurike, and Dan Miller's going to have a tough time, let alone me. That's Tim from Ford. 248-539-9797. 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25.
Hey, if your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did and call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And trust me, whether it's heat or AC, you're flipping in between the both right now. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty now through April the 15th. Tax day. Buy a new furnace or AC, get half off the installation. They also have generators in stock, too, and ready to install. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate or check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
2 Grand Slam coming up shortly, but right now it's time for news with Heather.
Well, the NCAA found itself on thin ice with Western Michigan fans when the wrong Broncos logo was used on the sub-ice surface at the Frozen Four. Now, it's funny. I looked at this and I was like, I don't see it, but I don't go there. I didn't understand it, but photos of the ice started making rounds on social media on Monday, and fans really quickly pointed out that an old Broncos logo.
It's still one of their logos, just an older one.
One that I guess was never really embraced by the school's fan base, and it hasn't been used or it hasn't been in circulation for nearly 2 years. Yeah. So that was on the ice. The athletic director at Western Michigan caught wind of the mistake, immediately reached out to find a solution, and there was a solution. The logo was fixed the next day on Tuesday, and a new photo of the new logo was shared. They look almost identical, but the gold highlights in the Broncos mane is a little different on the new logo.
So anyway, did they have to melt the ice?
I don't know exactly. How do they do that? I guess you have to. I guess maybe in that one area where the logo was.
Did they cut out? Did they drill out that little spot and then re-ice it?
I think they just paint it and then put the logo is what I would think they would do. I don't know.
Yeah, you're asking me questions I don't have the answers to yet again.
To do. Yes.
No idea.
But Western is appearing in its first Frozen Four tonight at 5 p.m. against Denver. You can check it out on ESPN2.
Our very own Jim Costa will be there to celebrate.
Now, did he discuss who he's rooting for? Is he going to be rooting for Denver? Because, he's a Chippewa, and Western is their big rival.
Right, yes. I don't necessarily know that he's going to be rooting against them, but I know he's not rooting for them.
Okay.
Right. The Detroit Zoo had to say goodbye to their beloved camel, Rusty, last week. Rusty passed away. Well, no. Oh, gosh, John. He was actually euthanized.
Did they euthanize him on Wednesday?
Oh my God. I work with children. I work with grown men children. Goodness gracious, you guys. He spent 16 years at the zoo, and according to zoo officials, Rusty had formed a deep bond with his mate, Surin, and they raised 4 offspring together. The zoo did not share Rusty's age or why he had to be euthanized. Police in Dearborn Heights are investigating the death of a man and a woman in what they believe was a murder-suicide. Really tragic story. A 60-year-old man and a 60-year-old woman were found with gunshot wounds Wednesday afternoon when police responded to their house for a wellness check. Apparently, a buddy had been talking on the phone with the man before the incident. Noticed something was concerning, so called the police. Police have not released a whole lot of information, but they say the two did not live together, but they had some sort of relationship. They also believe the incident was isolated and there's no threat to the community. The Pistons unveiled their new City Edition uniforms on Wednesday on the cover of Slam magazine. So Cade Cunningham is on the cover. He's rocking the new teal and black jersey. I guess it's kind of like a nod to the throwback Pistons logo.
Yeah.
You can go obviously and see all the photos online. I like them.
Yeah, they're nice.
I think they look nice. Yeah. Finally, LeBron James is doing something that no other professional male athlete has ever done. John, he's becoming a Barbie. Well, he's becoming a Ken doll.
A Barbie. Wow.
A Ken doll. Yeah, Mattel just unveiled.
Joining the WNBA?
No. They just unveiled the LeBron Ken doll on Wednesday, and they're doing this whole Ken Ambassador series where they're going to be releasing other male athlete dolls as well. Last year, they did 9 female athlete Barbies, including a Venus Williams Barbie. So kind of cool. It goes on sale Monday. Set you back $75. When he saw it, he called it dope.
Oh.
So that's dope.
Oh,
it's dope.
Wow, that's dope.
All right.
Looks good.
Thank you very much, Heather.
Yeah.
All right, let's win some money.
Let's do it.
All right, it is the 2 Grand Slam, 248-539-9797. You can win $2,000. Has anybody come close lately?
No, I'm really hoping you're the good luck charm, Stoney.
Yeah, I think we've had a couple of 6s this year, but it's been a lot of 1s and 3s.
Yeah.
Now, this person who's gonna play,
Yeah.
has a familiar name, and he might be a veteran at this. I don't know.
What are you going to set the bar at then?
I'm not setting the bar. I'm not allowed to set bars.
You're not?
I
Okay.
met her. The girl, the lady that called and you reset the bar.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she's an assistant principal at Bloomfield Hills High School.
Oh, I think I met her a few years ago, too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, let's go to Ryan in Sterling Heights. What's up, Ryan?
How's it going, guys?
Good morning,
Ryan, have you played before?
I have not.
Oh, I was wrong. Different
All right,
Ryan.
yes.
Okay.
All right, Ryan, you know the rules, right? 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question you get right. If you don't know one, pass. We'll get back to it if there's time. If you get them all right, you're getting $2,000.
And it's doable.
Sounds good.
There you go. Are you
Doable.
ready, Ryan?
I am.
All right, here we go. The Masters is played in this Georgia city.
Augusta.
Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
Florida Panthers.
This team has the number 1 overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Tennessee Titans.
What is the state capital of Wisconsin?
Madison.
Who did the Lions select in the second round of the 2024 NFL Draft?
Pass.
Who played Jason Bourne in The Bourne Identity?
Matt Damon.
What is the nickname of Vanderbilt University?
Commodores.
This NBA team fired their coach on Tuesday.
Denver Nuggets.
This fast food chain has the son of Baconator on its menu.
Wendy's.
Justin Verlander currently plays for this team.
San Francisco Giants.
Who did the Lions select in the second round of the 2024 NFL Draft?
Ennis Rakestraw.
All right.
Yes! Stoney, you're the good luck charm.
You know, it's so funny. I circled which one I thought was going to give the most trouble, and that was the one he passed and went back to.
Yeah.
Was Rakestraw, because when I went to do it before, I couldn't remember right
Yeah.
away either.
Oh, my gosh.
Way to go,
Great
Ryan!
job.
Way to go!
Hey, I couldn't remember right off the top of my head if it was Rakestraw or Manu.
Well, you played it right.
Yeah,
Yes.
you guessed right. If it was ended up being a guess, well done,
Oh my
my
gosh.
friend.
I was getting nervous. I wasn't going to get that whole question in. I was like, read it fast, read it fast. Go, 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 go.
I can't wait.
Nice job.
That was
I'm
great.
gonna text Costa right now.
Way to go!
Oh my goodness, Ryan! Make sure you stay on hold, and we'll make sure you get all the information because you just got paid.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. All right.
We don't even have to go back through them. Got them all right.
What was the last time somebody won?
I can't
It's been
remember.
a while.
It's been a long time.
I think we had a winner in 2024.
Did we have one with Jim when he was here?
I think we have.
Have
yes.
we? Okay, I can't. Like, it seems like it's been a long time.
I don't know that we've
Maybe we
had
didn't.
one with Costa. I don't,
Like seriously, the fact that he's not here and that just happened.
that's amazing.
He lives he has some weird vibes and karmas that go against him, like the Red Wing season ticket thing and
the
car
Costa
flag
lock
thing. And you know, there's zero doubt now that Western Michigan is going to win the Frozen Four in front of him. I mean, it's happening.
He's got the double-digit disco, right? That's
Right.
that part of
Yep.
that?
Yeah, that was Jim.
Yeah, I didn't wear the shirt he did.
I know. The glasses, the chain.
That was good.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, and Twitchers aren't missing a beat. Jim is such bad luck.
Yeah.
Great guy, total mush.
That was that guy's wheelhouse.
Yeah, he
I had a uh-oh behind the scenes pretty early on. The Red Wings are becoming irrelevant, basically.
Right.
Yeah, but he nailed that one. And I
he was
actually
on top
said
of his
before,
current events.
If whoever was the caller didn't get number one, which is the Masters is played in this Georgia city, I guess I think we should hang up on him and tell somebody else to call. But he got it.
Yeah. The other one I thought might some people who don't know state capitals automatically say Milwaukee. And if you don't watch, Matt Damon was pretty easy, but
Yeah.
Commodores, not an
easy one. Yeah,
not an easy
Yeah,
one, but yes, way to go. And I like the fact that you had Nuggets and Wendy's together because you can get Nuggets at
yes.
Wendy's.
Yeah, the Nugs.
Yeah.
Is that what they call them?
Yes,
The Nugs.
they do.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. I should have brought in my Nugget shorts.
No,
my Denver
you shouldn't.
Nuggets.
You should not do that,
I'm
Stoney.
glad you didn't. Yes.
All right, 248-539-9797. Coming up next, would you want one of these in Michigan? 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. We're still euphoric over Ryan winning the $2,000 Slam.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Corey from Livonia won with Costa, according to a texter.
Oh, okay. All right. So he's had one.
Yes.
I couldn't remember.
Yes. Easiest $2,000 Slam ever. That's from Colin.
Thanks, Colin.
Part of the reason that he won was that you didn't ask one of your stupid music questions.
Who had the, 1998 hit song? I don't know. Baby Got Back. I don't even know if that's the year.
All of Costa's bad karma is self-inflicted. Any adult male that willingly embraces being called cookies deserves what he gets.
Take your Costa shots, 248-539-9797.
By the way, you know how sometimes we point out weird freak injuries in sports?
Yeah.
I saw this yesterday. I forgot to put it in my prep, but a guy by the name of Michael Van Gerwen is a really high-level darts player, and he was playing in the International Darts Open. No, he didn't get hit by a dart, okay? But he had to forfeit his Premier League clash.
Did he have a blister on his finger?
No.
Should we guess the injury?
Guess the injury.
Yes.
He's got a dart in his neck.
Yes. Was he playing with the Stony Pirate patch?
No. He was forced to withdraw from last week's darts event after sustaining a freak injury trying to put a shirt on for a sponsor.
Okay. More, please.
His withdrawal was caused by a freak neck injury he suffered in the hours leading up to his quarterfinal match. According to the manager, the injury was caused when Van Gerwen attempted to put on a shirt. Despite receiving treatment, the three-time world champion was unable to recover. He hurt himself in the afternoon. It was really unfortunate. They sent him to massage therapy and all that stuff, and it still didn't help.
He had a kink in his neck.
Yeah, it must have been, yeah.
Huh. And that you can't play darts with a kink in your neck.
I don't know.
I guess if you can't look straight.
I have no idea.
Throws it off a little bit. Hey, the dartboard's over there.
I'm trying to think.
What?
It's not a whole lot of
Well, you don't make eye contact anyway, so.
Right. I'm not talking about me, but there's not a lot of physicality in darts anyway. Yeah. But
So if he's not able to stand
erect. God, that word makes you laugh all the time.
or stand at attention. If your head is tilted to the side, I would imagine that would throw off. One, it would throw off the angle you're throwing the dart at, but it would also throw off your vision.
I guess.
I'm guessing.
I do not know, but anyway, I thought that was pretty funny. Of the event that took place.
Are you good at darts?
No.
No. Okay.
I don't know why, but I'm just not.
No.
Because you don't play very often.
Yeah, that's true. I can't tell you the last time I played darts.
If it's all on the wrist, it's a bad wrist.
It's bad sides. It's bad coordinate. I don't know, because I probably don't do it the right way. Most people.
Release. So you got a bad release.
Yeah, most like the really good dart. Would you call a dart player a dartist? I have no idea. What are they? I don't know. I'm just asking for a friend, me. So there are a lot of people that play a darter. I don't know. If you play darts, there are people who play competitive darts. What are you called? If it's not a dartist. Anyway.
A darthlete?
Most people who will pick up a dart will throw it almost like a football, or baseball, whatever.
They probably call him, his nickname is probably Dart Vader. I knew that would get you.
I mean, he drives a Dodge Dart, right? All right,
but that took place any moment.
That took place in
track, please.
That took place in Germany, where something else happens in Germany.
Well, yeah, we know. Yes, great transition.
That's what
you're a pro.
Thank you.
We all know the Autobahn
is
in Germany, and there's no speed limit. And have you ever thought? Have you ever been to Germany?
No.
I've
only been to Europe once.
Once.
For a week when I was
that was
junior,
for a
senior in high
Springsteen.
school. No.
Oh no. Oh, that's right. You were talking about going to possibly making a Springsteen trip, but never did.
Never did.
But there was, and I fell for this April Fool's joke, but in Texas, there is a toll road where the speed limit's 85 miles an hour. And it's the highest speed limit in the United States. And the April Fool's joke was they had put this picture up, which I fell for, that Texas was going to test an Autobahn style toll road,
right?
Stretch of about 25 miles, and it's the same one that they're talking about. It's got a speed limit of 85 miles an hour, but they were going to test it for a 25-mile stretch between Austin and San Antonio.
And that's all false.
It's all false. Yes. They're not actually going to go without the speed limit, but it is still 85, which would be amazing. But if the state of Michigan were to have a toll road, and you paid a toll and you could go as fast as you wanted. One, would you pay the toll? Is it worth the price to go as fast as you want to get from point A to point B? And two, would you want to be on it with other drivers that are doing the same thing?
Like with Stoney?
Okay, Stoney, would you go on the Autobahn style road?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
And that's why I say, hell no.
It's not a loop.
No, I know. I understand.
I mean, you could get from point A to point B.
Well, I don't have to worry about that anymore. I have Waze.
And so the question is, I mean, is this something that you would want in the state of Michigan? I think it would be amazing. I would say absolutely yes.
Yes.
And because I've told you this before. If the speed limit's 70, I'm going 75. If it's 65, I'm going 70. 70 would be my max, depending on traffic.
So if you were not that speedway, that highway in Texas, you'd be going 90.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And
a lot of times it's because you're driving the speed limit and you don't realize, because the way cars are these days.
Yeah, they're quiet. They're smooth.
You have no idea how fast you're going sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the fastest you've ever looked down and you'd be like, holy cow, I can't believe I'm going this fast?
Just normally, I've gone in the 90s before.
Have you? Really?
Yeah.
I have too.
But once I did over 100 on 696 years ago, because I had a Corvette that I had for like a month or whatever.
Yeah.
I went over.
You went over 100?
Oh yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah. So when you're going that fast, how much control do you feel like you have? Do you at what point
the wheel
do you
starts to
shake
a little bit? Yeah, that's when I slow
so
down.
That's my question. If you're going that fast and you've got the Vulcan death grip on the steering wheel with all those other people that are doing the same thing, and we all in the state of Michigan, right? We believe we're the best drivers, which I have traveled around the country, and I do think we are. Although we may be more aggressive than other states, but I do think we're the best drivers. Not being quote unquote professionally trained to go that fast, I'm not sure. I would try this. I would absolutely love it.
The problem is there'll be people.
I would be nervous about the others around me.
Right.
Which
forgetting about jokes about me aside, there'll be people who get on it, and they wouldn't go as fast
as you
need to be on that type of a road.
If the
I mean, how many lanes are we talking about here?
I don't know. Let's go 5 lanes.
Okay, then that's
I don't know what the Autobahn is.
I don't either.
But let's just say there's 5 lanes,
right?
And obviously faster traffic. I would imagine the rules of the road would still hold true, right? Faster traffic goes on the left. But if you're going 120 miles an hour and you come up on somebody who's going 90. Like that's a big difference.
You say it's a toll road. You better be paying attention when it comes to the toll. You better slow down way in advance.
Oh well, in any toll roads now, you don't have to stop at most of the booths.
Right, you're right. I know.
They send it to your license plate and all that stuff. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that.
Or you get a Sun Pass or whatever it's called, Speed Pass.
Yeah, Speed Pass, Sun Pass,
Easy Pass. Sun Passes are in Florida.
Oh, okay, all right, yes. So again, I want to ask our listeners who are probably out there driving right now, wishing they were getting to work a little faster.
Yes.
Would you like to have an Autobahn-style road in the state of Michigan? And if so, where would it best to be positioned? I mean, do you want to have it going from, in some stretch on 94, going from Detroit to Chicago? Or would it be best served on 75?
Going up north.
Going up north.
Damn right. pass up North Jesus, and then you just go from 75 to 105.
Just like right
That
by
would
my
be-
house.
You know what? You nailed it, Stoney. That's the perfect place to start.
I nailed it.
Yes.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. We know what this weekend brings because right now all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major this weekend. That's boost your winnings on any from outright winners to round leaders to tournament matchups and so much more. And maybe it's Scotty Scheffler. Maybe it's his third one. Maybe it's back-to-back championships. Who knows? FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off on a variety of bet types and live bets as the tournament drama unfolds. Don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now at Trouble Profit Boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
248-539-9797. John proposed the idea of bringing the Autobahn to Michigan.
Yes.
Well, maybe we could get it passed. I mean, the governor and the president got together yesterday and had a
very
wonderful,
symbiotic
sort
of relationship going on.
Yeah, maybe, they all agree on that stuff. All right, here we go. Some ticket text. People already drive as fast as they want in the Southfield Freeway, and it's free.
It is an Autobahn style.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That would be a terrible idea here in Michigan. Michigan drivers are the most disrespectful and dangerous drivers in the whole country. Have you ever, obviously haven't driven in Manhattan.
Yes.
Or anywhere in the East Coast.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yes.
If that road is built like every other road in Michigan, you would destroy your car.
Yeah, but the toll roads, you're paying for them to maintain it as well.
Mm-hmm. I think the issue with an Autobahn in Michigan is that people don't even get over in the right lane like they're supposed to on 75-mile-per-hour roads, let alone 100 or 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
On my way to work every day now through 94. What should the Michigan Pass be called? Oh, if we had the Sun Pass in Florida?
Yes. Snow Pass?
I don't know. It's
M-Pass?
The impasse, exactly. Accidents at those speeds are usually fatal, and slower drivers are way more dangerous. That road already exists in Michigan. Just head north on 75 on a Friday in the summer.
Yeah, the problem is the traffic doesn't allow you to go very fast.
Exactly. Maybe there's no way to have like a limit on how many cars could be on there.
Well, that's why it would be a toll road. So then you just, if a lot of people won't pay for a toll road,
right?
A lot of people wouldn't want to go on it because for reasons already texted in.
I understand that. I used to drive from Phoenix to LA all the time. There's supposed to be speed limits, but you can drive as fast as you want. Many times I was driving 120. 85 or no limit MPH is significantly dangerous. Most drivers do not comprehend the physics of speed. The accidents would be horrific. 75 miles per hour is plenty. Guys, we have that in Michigan. Southfield.
Yeah.
Yes. Again.
Well, speed limits have traditionally gone up. And as cars get better, technology gets better. Mm-hmm. Drivers remain the same.
Yes.
But, it used to be 65, then it was 70, and then you get north at 75.
Soon you won't even have to, you can just be in that car and not have to drive, though.
Yeah, sure. Hit the button.
Yeah. I would take advantage of no speed limit on 75 north. We have a place in Keweenaw. Did I say that right? Keweenaw.
I don't think John even knew what you were trying to say.
Because he had too many E's, so I got confused.
Too many E's.
Yeah, he spells it with like 3 E's. Keweenaw. That takes close to 9 hours.
Yeah, Keweenaw Peninsula.
That takes close to 9 hours to drive to. Racing up 75 to the bridge would make the drive so much easier to deal with.
Oh, man. Just imagine how fast you could get from the Metro Detroit area to, let's just say the bridge. Let's use Mackinac Bridge as your destination. That'd be amazing.
I know. That's why, you know what else they need? Like, if I was governor, you know.
Uh-huh. Yes, please. What's your platform?
High-speed train.
Yeah.
Oh, my bullet train from here to like Traverse City.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
That was great.
Could get to Charlevoix a lot faster.
Stoney doesn't have to worry about speed limits in the helicopter. That's American Celine.
That's right.
All right, let's go to the phones and let's go to Jim is first. You're on 97, won the ticket. What's up, Jim?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I have two good little quick stories with experience on the Autobahn subject. Number one, as a passenger, I was in Germany on the Autobahn, and the rules are so strict there, and it was nerve-wracking because if you're in the fast lane, obviously I was with the German, so we were not, and we were probably going 80 to 85, and we were getting passed like a bullet, on people in the Autobahn. And I'm just considering, here in Michigan, you're going to get somebody like my dad in the left-hand lane, and they would be dead. I mean, they would be dead under that situation. So it was just a shock to the culture, I think. So bringing it here, again, you're going to get old people or somebody who doesn't follow the rule, and there's going to be a lot of death with that here in Michigan, in just my opinion. But my quick second story was I was heading west from here. I don't know the major highway that goes west across the U.S., kind of the northern highway, but I was traveling to the Devil's Tower with my son, and there is nothing but farm field, no cars, no people, and we just kept creeping up the cruise control, and we were cruise controlling at 120, but with nothing, no buildings that you're passing, just straight road as far as you can see. We were just flying and making such good time. It was, I think, amazing, but I think it'd be a death. You'd have to get a lot of body bags here in Michigan. It's just what it feels like to me.
I mean,
You're probably on Route 90, I-90.
Yeah, talking about people adjusting. I mean, how many people still can't figure out roundabouts? It's unbelievable.
It is ridiculous for those that can't figure out a roundabout.
Ernie in Novi, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, lady and gentlemen. So I'll give you a little bit of information. I lived for 5 years in Germany, and I've been trained. I worked at Ford. I've been trained in high-speed driving, and when I went over there, I brought my 420 horsepower Mustang GT with me. I worked at the company that did all the work on Ferraris, so I drove Ferraris all the time on the Autobahn. And let me tell you, if you look up, and this is a fact, the accident rate on the highways in America versus in Germany, it is far lower in Germany. And I'll tell you why that's the case. Number one, they're very, very disciplined over there in their driving. They all stay in the right lane unless they have to pass. If they have to pass, they move into the lane to the left, and then they get back to the right when it's done. In fact, it's illegal to pass on the right side in Germany. So the reason this won't work in Michigan is because no one is that disciplined. You have people that are sitting in the left lane that are going the slowest speed of all. This is what creates all this passing and weaving that's very unstructured and causes the accidents. And that's why this would not work in Michigan.
We're not disciplined. He makes a good point because it's all also what you're used to.
Is that your German accent?
Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think he said that sometime in his life. It's kind of German. It's not horrible. I've done way worse. Way worse. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the conversion would be miles per hour to kilometers. That's what people would struggle with.
That's for damn sure. All right. Jeremy Otto wouldn't struggle. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Yankees topped the Tigers 4-3 at Comerica Park. Ben Rice ended the scoreless tie in the seventh thanks to a two-run homer for the Yankees. The Tigers didn't score until the ninth. Zach McKinstry made it interesting, delivering a two-run single. Justin Henry Malloy popped out to end it, though, with the tying run in scoring position at second base. The Masters has officially teed off in Augusta. Last year's champ, Scotty Scheffler, is once again favored. Scheffler's tee time, 10:15 a.m. The Athletic released their list of NHL prospects who have the most promising seasons for the Red Wings. They listed 2023 first-round pick Axel Sandin-Pellikka. Quote, expectations were high for Sandin-Pellikka after a standout season in the SHL a year ago, but he met them anyway, posting one of the most productive seasons for a junior defenseman in the league's history and playing a major role on a playoff team. He also repeated at the best defenseman at the World Juniors. Once the season ends, all eyes will be on a jump to North America, and whether Sand and Pelica will go straight to Detroit or spend time with AHL Grand Rapids Griffins, end quote. Michigan basketball commit Trey McKinney has been invited to the Nike Hoop Summit. The event taking place in Oregon will feature a game between U19 Americans and international athletes. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. 248-539-9797. If you're just joining us, yes, there's nothing wrong with your radio. It is Uncle Stoney back with you. Jim Costa in St. Louis for the Frozen Four.
Yeah.
Very cool event. It's
Cheer on his Broncos. Oh, wait, no.
No. Chips don't have a team. And he was going to go anyway because his in-laws go every year.
Yes, they do.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Next year, it's in Las Vegas.
Oh, Vegas. Maybe we'll do a couple of shows from there. Come on, Derek.
That would be interesting.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
Yeah, we could then we could do a destination there from
nice.
Sorka.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
Watch it at Stadium Swim.
All right, we have
hockey in the desert. Why not?
Some more ticket text on the idea of an Autobahn in Michigan. It's John Jansen's dream. You guys are cute and precious to think that this useless government in Michigan here would maintain anything, even if there were tolls.
Well, no, it's a toll. It could be privately owned.
Well, that's true. There's a stretch of US 23 North after Standish that the posted speed limit is 55, but everybody's doing 75 to 80. Mm-hmm. Michigan speed limits are just a suggestion.
Yes. For the most part, they are.
Screw an Autobahn. Put a train from Detroit to Traverse City on 75. That's what I say, the bullet train. Hate to hit a deer at 120 up 75. Whoa.
Yeah, you might have to have some high fence on the side.
Yes. It would have to be past the Zilwaukee. Also need to prevent deer from crossing.
Yeah. Okay.
And
we can make that happen.
Finally, 75 from Gaylord to Mackinac basically is Autobahn. I have hit 100 plus on that stretch almost every time we go up north.
Yeah. There's some stretches. Once you get north of West Branch, even a little bit south of that, but you get north of West Branch, and people they can't wait to get to their up north.
Oh,
place.
It's flying.
Oh, yeah.
We go flying. All right, let's go to Manson. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Manson?
Hey, what's going on? I'm listening to you guys, and I appreciate what you guys do early in the morning. You wake everybody up and put something on everybody's mind. But my comment is about the Autobahn and the toll road.
Yeah.
I don't think that Michigan deserves a toll because, I travel. I'm originally from Chicago, but I've been in Detroit for 35 years. And I travel back and forth. I went through Ohio. I done got on the 80. I done got on the 90. And, it's just costly, as far as the toll road is concerned. As far as the Autobahn, no. I don't think that would actually work in the state of Michigan because we drive like Autobahn on Greenfield, on 8 Mile, on a regular street. So, my thing is the way that these young people are driving nowadays, no one is disciplined. I heard that earlier. And they're not even particularly paying attention. I drive a bus. They tell me to keep my head on a swivel. So every time I'm in my bus, I look in all mirrors at all times. No one's doing that. You don't know who's creeping up behind you, who's on the side of you. And even when I went out to California, I drove from San Bernardino all the way to L.A. in the fast lane. They got a fast lane out there. I did that in it takes about an hour. But I did it in 38 minutes. Because I was stomping it. I'm talking about, I was doing about $110.
Whoa!
$120. Yeah. I was doing $110, $120, just flying because wasn't nobody in front of me. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until the police pulled me over and I told them, I was like, I'm from Michigan. I didn't know what this lane was for. And he was like, no, this is the carpool lane. And I was floating it. It wasn't but me and my lady. And I was gone. So I don't think that it would be a great idea for Michigan to put Autobahn lane in here or neither a toll road.
All right. Thanks, Madsen. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dearborn. Paul, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. I like the idea of an Autobahn. One year I created my own Autobahn, had to be at a golf outing in Petoskey from Dearborn, left about 4 a.m. I said, there's nobody on the road. I can go as fast as I want. I had an old Ford Cougar, and I clocked it 120 most of the way. If the window was rolled up, if I had to roll it down, it was only 115. So I was doing my own aerodynamic testing. Got there with plenty of time to spare. Next year, did the same thing with my friend. I said, you know what? We had so much extra time. I'll leave an hour later. Well, next year, the police caught me going over 100 miles an hour. So one year it worked, 1 year it didn't.
Curious, how much is that ticket when you're going that fast?
Well, the guy was kind of nice. He wrote me down for, to like 85 or something like that. So it was reasonable.
Okay.
It was reasonable. It's a couple $100. If he wrote me for the original speed, it would have been pretty steep.
Yeah.
You still have the old Cougar?
No. It was one of those Cougars that came out in like the 90s or early 2000s. So it wasn't a classic car back from the 60s. So no.
Bumpy ride?
And it was one of the 4 cylinders. So I was pushing that thing all the way down the whole way.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Eric and Canton, you got the last word on this.
I think it'd be a great idea, but we do need to learn how to use the left lane, and I'm defending the people that don't know how to use roundabouts because our geography teachers taught us how to drive. Use your blinkers, stay out of the left lane. And these kids coming out of driver's training, they've had exposure to roundabouts, but we never did. There's a single lane.
What's difficult about a roundabout?
Has anybody ever explained it to you?
I'm not really sure I need an explanation, but I mean, because traffic is all coming from one way.
Yeah, okay, I got you. But there's the 2-lane roundabout and there's the single-lane roundabout, and no one knows how to use a left lane here, like the gentleman said previously. So until we figure that out, I don't think we'll ever learn how to use roundabouts. But I like the idea of an Autobahn because I know how to use the left lane.
There you go.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Stay away from that roundabout, Eric. He's that guy. You're going around and every night, all of a sudden they stop.
Comes to a complete stop.
Yeah.
And then is in the wrong lane to get out on whatever.
The exit. Yeah. I know. Yes. Has anybody ever instructed you how to? No, I don't really need instruction.
Oh my gosh.
Follow the leader.
It's a sign.
Well, they have teed off at Augusta, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Few golfers are through one hole.
A lot of fans?
You can't say fans, can you?
I saw this yesterday.
Oh, that's been going on. Well, there's certain words that the announcers are not. It's not that they're not allowed to use. It's frowned upon by the administration at Augusta. You're not allowed to use fans. There's 9 words that they have highlighted that you're not supposed to use on the broadcast, that they don't want people because they need to set a certain tone. You're not allowed to use the word fans.
What do you call it? Spectators?
No.
Oh.
Patrons.
Oh, patrons. Oh,
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
The patrons.
The patrons
Yes.
at Augusta.
Yes.
But you have to say it with that kind of
course.
arrogant
Yes.
talk as well.
Well, when you talk about the announcers, years ago, I'm going to look it up to find out exactly what year it was, 1994, Gary McCord was a really good color analyst for the Masters on CBS. He was one of their golf guys, and he was a former PGA golfer. In 1994, he said the 17th green was so fast it seemed to be bikini waxed.
Oh, boy.
And that body bags were located behind the green for players who missed their approach shots. Several months later, Augusta called CBS to have him removed from the Masters forever. Jack Whitaker referred to the gallery at the end of the 18th hole in 1966 as a mob rather than patrons. He was banned for the next 5 years, but they allowed him to come back. He got a 5-year suspension because he called the crowd a mob.
It's a mob scene. What if you refer to him as a mob scene?
I don't
Because they
know.
were going nuts. Tiger just hit the tournament-winning putt.
Yeah.
So, yes, fans, you can't refer to them as mobs. The players can't be in body bags apparently. So we're adding to this list.
Okay.
But the fans have to be referred to as patrons. And there is, and Stoney, I'm sure you can attest to this because you were there.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a rough at Augusta?
No, there really isn't any rough. There isn't. If it is, it's not like the U.S. Open rough. That's for damn sure.
Right. Well, so you're not even allowed to, because everybody knows, right? You have the fairway, you have the greens, and you have the rough. But it's not referred to as the rough in Augusta. It's the second cut.
Oh, yes. The second cut. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
As well, when you were there, did you see any sand traps?
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Are they?
Yeah.
Because technically, there are no sand traps at Augusta. There's only 44 bunkers.
Oh, bunkers filled with sand. So technically, they would maybe sand bunkers.
But yes,
No.
so it's 44 bunkers filled with spruce pine sand sourced from North Carolina.
Oh.
So this
I
is what
did
you have
not
to
know that.
You didn't know that.
Well,
Yes,
I didn't know
that's
that.
why
I
you're
didn't-
not broadcasting the game.
I didn't know why. I didn't know where the
tournament.
sand was.
Yeah.
Before where the sand was from.
Yeah, it's a specific sand too. Spruce pine.
Hmm.
And everybody, you know what? We've given you a couple. When we come back, I'm going to give you the other words that you will not hear on the broadcast of the Masters this weekend.
97 won the ticket.
Well, there's few things that go better than Surfside and the Tigers on a beautiful day, but Surfside iced tea and vodka on the golf course is right up there. After Augusta, it's golf season, and there's no better drink to enjoy out on the golf course. It's light and refreshing, made with premium vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, there's no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway, and cheers to Surfside, a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
And the Yankees go on to win 4-3. Pistons home tonight. Possible playoff preview. Probable playoff preview round 1. New York Knicks in town. The Wings on the road in Florida. Masters underway. We do have about 10 golfers who have teed off. And through 2 holes, Davis Riley, the leader, at 1 under par.
Oh,
I can say 1 under par.
I think so.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, if we misstep at all, and we've already, had JP, Georgia Jimmy, stop in here to make sure that we are handling the Masters with appropriate words.
Well, if
with the appropriate arrogance.
Yes. Well, arrogance. I mean, is there anything more arrogant than somebody who gets pissed off that if you call your alma mater's colors yellow and blue instead of maize and blue?
Mr. Tradition.
Yes. Yes. I set you up for that one. Okay, are we done now?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
I would take a text. And then you're going to give us some more phrases that the announcers can't use.
Yes. We talked fans already, but they're patrons. We've talked to rough, but that has to be the second cut.
Yes.
And the sand trap is not a sand trap. It's a bunker.
Mm-hmm. Now, Jimmy says that one's okay because you don't call them water traps. There actually are bunkers. Sand trap is just like
Sand traps has sort of become like street talk or whatever for
yes, it's below the Masters.
But it's been but it's been around for 100 years.
But there's definitely a correct name.
Yes. Sure. If I didn't hate Augusta and the Masters already, I already do now. Snobs. I'd rather skydive without a parachute than give those snobs a moment of my attention. Aim for the sand trap. Chris in Virginia Beach.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Well, you call you landed in the beach.
So I have one. I it wasn't on the list that John found, but I'm pretty sure you might get shot on the spot if you said this.
What's that?
Okay, so you're on number 13 and you hit it into the water hazard. Calling Race Creek the hazard would get you in significant trouble.
I don't even know what Race Creek is.
So Race Creek is the famous creek that runs in front of the 13th hole that tempts you to go for it in 2 or not.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just call it the hazard, Stoney, there's no way they'd put up with that there.
Oh, you have to say, he put one into Race Creek.
Race Creek, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
That's a
good point.
I don't know. No, it's a good question, though. What would they do? Any others on that list, John?
Oh, yeah, there's many more.
Okay, go ahead.
You can't have just the back 9. It has to be the second 9. Because the back 9, come
on.
Yes, well, as it's been reported, and
I didn't know that.
The proper terms is back 9 is too close to backside. That's what they say.
I thought you were going to say back door, but no.
Well, that's where the backside. That's where the back door is.
Okay.
The backside. So you can also not say driving range.
Oh, what do they call it?
It's the tournament practice area.
Oh, okay. What? Like some of them, I somewhat understand. Like the sand trap one,
Okay, yeah.
Why not the driving range? Because it's too pedestrian?
It's the tournament practice area. It's not sophisticated enough.
Okay.
Come on. Country club or golf course. You will not hear Augusta National referenced as, even though it is a country club, it is Augusta National Golf Club.
Oh, golf club.
Yes.
Because it's probably not a country club. Because I don't think they have anything there else besides golf, do they? I don't know. I've never heard of it. I have no idea.
I can't imagine they have a pool.
All right. Pickleball,
Here's
tennis.
Another one.
I
think you'll love this one. You will not hear as the pairs referenced as a twosome. It has to be the pairing.
Oh,
you can't say twosome.
That's because just in case rain made the tournament like they had to put three golfers together, they didn't want people to say threesome.
Right, yes. If there's, you can't have a threesome at Augusta National.
Race Creek.
It has to be a grouping. That's what they call their threesomes.
Uh-huh.
Stoney, so the whole country club thing?
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine, like, the CBS, they're always going through the final scores, and then they throw it to the jacket ceremony. Let's go to the country club instead of saying Butler Cabin.
Yeah, the Butler Cabin.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And the final one is you'll never hear them say it's the fourth round. It has to be referred to as the final round.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I usually don't call the last round the fourth round anyway.
No, it was fourth day, but.
It's historic Butler Cabin, by the way.
That's true. You're good point. All right, it's time for news. Here's Heather.
Well,
Ba-da-ba-ba.
there we go. 2 people were killed and 4 others were critically injured in this car crash that happened late Tuesday night in Allen Park. Right around 11 p.m., officers responded to a report of a vehicle on fire and another car that had crashed into a building. They say a Ford sedan carrying 2 women was struck by an SUV and then pushed into a nearby structure. The passenger in that sedan was conscious, was responding to officers when they arrived. They say the 20-year-old driver from Allen Park was pronounced dead at the scene. And they say 3 passengers from the SUV escaped the burning vehicle before the officers arrived. But that driver got trapped inside, also passed away there at the scene. Ugh. My gosh.
Yeah.
How tragic. Everything is still under investigation. All of the passengers were taken to a local hospital and were listed in critical condition. Several small Michigan towns have been recognized by USA Today's 10 Best Reader's Choice Awards as some of the best places in the Midwest. And I think once I say these, you'll understand why they made this list. So people could vote on towns in 9 different categories. There was the best coastal small town, the best historic small town, best small college town. The list goes on and on and on. And Mackinac Island was named one of the 10 best historic small towns and one of the best small towns in the Midwest. Ludington made that list.
Oh, cool.
One of the best historic small towns. Marquette up there. Traverse City made the list for the best small town food scene. And Grand Haven and Saugatuck were the best small towns in the Midwest. So pretty cool.
Ludington loved the House of Flavors.
All of them. I mean, if you haven't been to anything on that list,
you
go
need to
visit.
go.
Yeah, for sure. A teacher in Australia is facing charges after allegedly sending inappropriate messages to a girl here in Michigan. Police showed up at a home in northern Michigan after this girl reported that she had received these messages from an adult man on social media. Well, of course, they did investigate, and a 28-year-old guy from Australia was identified as a suspect. He was charged there with possession of child abusive material. It kind of goes into our conversation we had yesterday about monitoring your children on social media and what could actually go on behind the scenes, for sure. People, and I'm guessing the Easter Bunny, are ready to spend big time this year.
Really?
Easter spending is expected to reach $23.6 billion this year, despite economic uncertainty. So this is actually a little up from last year, which was $22.4 billion. Still not as much as the record, which was set in 2023. That was $24 billion. So over half of the customers surveyed said that they're going to be buying gifts for the holiday. 51 said they'll buy decorations. 49 said they're going to put some money towards some new clothes, a new Easter outfit, or as you would say for you, a new Easter wardrobe.
Sure, yes.
Because you can't have an outfit,
no.
apparently. And then, of course, money will be spent on food and candy.
And Peeps, yes.
Yes, for sure. All of the Easter candy.
Do you have an Easter bonnet?
No, but I did when I was little.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'd go and get the Easter. I mean, when I was really little, you get the Easter dress and the bonnet and the tights and the shoes, and you have the whole thing. But no, I don't. I do not have an Easter bonnet
for the girls as well. Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. One more. So pets, we know, we all have them, can be expensive, but a new study found they're more than worth it. So researchers looked at how much happier we are when we have a pet. And then they managed to somehow put a dollar figure to it. So they say having a dog or a cat makes you as happy as you'd be earning an extra $90,000 a year.
Oh.
So the next time you're...
then you could spend it on somebody to clean your house after they crap on the floor and
That's
cut their hair.
I went to the vet the last week. Cindy goes, can you pick up their medication? Sure. Picked up. For $580 for 2 dogs. Now, medication. I forget what exactly it was for, heartworms or whatever.
Yes, the heart guard.
Yeah, heart guard. But it's like a 6-month supply.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's unbelievable.
And then you get the tick medication and all
How
of
happy
that
did
too.
that make you?
But just know that
didn't make me.
if you
Didn't make me
didn't
more
have
than
them,
$90,000. I know.
you'd be miserable, according to this. So it also found the study on a side note that being married ups your happiness by about an extra $90,000 a year too. So.
Oh,
So basically, your wife's the same as the dogs.
Yes.
That's what that
Or
list
your
is saying?
husband.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, right. You see
Yep.
Yes.
That's right.
Look, I love my dogs. I don't think my life would be awful if I didn't have them. Put it that way.
No. And you'll probably love your wife a little bit more.
Probably.
So I would put a higher dollar amount on the happiness that your wife provides. Yeah. Most of the time.
Most of the time. Again,
walking a fine line here.
Damn it! Rosie might have barked, but she didn't give me crap.
Oh my God.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. 248-539-9797. Coming up next. Do we have a problem with this young tiger? 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. How do they do that? They listen. They're going to ask you some questions, and they're going to listen to what you need the most. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Tigers came up with 3 in the bottom of the 9th, but they lose 4-3. Back in action tomorrow night in Minnesota. And what Dan Dickerson was referring to was the fact that the 2 runs were unearned runs, a double play that would have given, was first and second with no outs. And guy hits a ball to Colt Keith. And he just bobbled it and got no outs instead of definitely a double play that would have gotten 2 outs.
Yeah, went right through his legs.
And before 2 of the hit by pitches, Dylan Dingler, one he definitely should have had. The other was about a 50-50 on foul pops, and that hurt the team. Because who knows if the Yankees pitch differently, if they're only up 2 as opposed to up 4. You never know, but yeah. If you go by the final score, the play by Keith and the Dingler one, especially the Keith one, cost the Tigers a game, or at least a chance for extra innings. And the question is, Colt Keith is having some difficulty right now. At the plate, his OPS is 612, which is not as horrible as you'd think, considering his batting average is 171.
Right.
But that's only because his on-base percentage is good because he walks so many times. He has 12 walks. The problem right now is the fact that Colt Keith can't field, and he's playing second base. It's not the first base thing that everybody thought he might have trouble adjusting to, that he worked all of spring training on. And he wasn't a great fielder anyway last year at second, but now with the Torres injury, he's playing second base. And this is what's happening. He's got 3 errors already, and they've played 12 games.
Yeah, and 2 of them, the errors have been directly linked to losses.
Yeah, and in one, he didn't even get charged with an error on. The one in Seattle. The one in Seattle, absolutely. After the game, A.J. Hinch was asked if he's concerned about Keith playing second. Yeah, because it looks like he's, fighting the ball a little bit. As far as Colt Keith, you wonder if this stuff is mental. But it definitely has been problematic at second base. But he still is confident he can do it. All right. So hopefully it'll work out.
Yeah, hopefully things get better.
As a fan, as a Tiger fan, 248-539-9797, how much longer are you willing to put up with it? Because for me, he's got to be able to at least field. Because if he can't hit, it's Toledo. That's simple.
Which one concerns you the most, the plate or the field?
The plate. Because I always think that fielding, eventually it'll come around. But maybe that's because I can't hit.
Take a lot of swings, do you?
Well, I couldn't hit. I was a good hit, good field, no, I played
bat.
First base. I could field pretty well, and I could pitch decently.
Yeah.
A very low level little league, that I didn't play in high school or anything like that. But the bat concerns me more. And with Torres, whenever he comes back, Veerling's coming back shortly as well, not to mention Meadows, but just, sticking with Veerling and Torres, they have roster decisions they're going to make, and they have to make, and Kreidler's going to definitely be one of them, you would think.
Yeah.
And then if Keith doesn't improve, he's got to be the other one, right? Unless, you're going to send Malloy down? He's hitting the ball.
I don't know. What about Ibanez?
He still is dangerous against lefty. He's struggling a little bit, but,
He's struggling. He's batting 136 with an OPS of 513.
Okay. But but at least when he plays third, he can.
Right. He's more versatile in the field.
Yeah. Not great, but yes.
I'm less concerned at the plate because of the year that Colt Keith had last year. Like, he's proved he can hit major league hitting. And we thought that he would take a step forward, and he may still be able to take a step forward. but if he didn't have plate discipline, or if he was being over aggressive at the plate, swinging at things outside the strike zone just because he was trying to make contact. I mean, he's got 12 walks, which at least he's getting on base. Mm-hmm. We want to see the bat get a little bit more active. The field, that's where I kind of have more of a concern. If he had to move left or right for that one yesterday, and we're talking about one play, right? Mm-hmm. But if it wasn't right at him, that's one where I would say, okay, I think that there's something with his confidence, something in his head that he just needs to, it's easier said than done, relax and go play baseball. We've seen Spencer Torkelson relax and go play baseball, at the plate. It's kind of got to be the same thing for Colt Keith in the field.
Yeah.
Just relax and go play. Be a baseball player. Stop thinking about it so much. Just go out there, field a ground ball like you've done 100,000 different times, and complete the play. Don't let the ball play you.
True. It's easier said than done. I think. Look, in my mind, it's easier to get that back to normal. Especially at
hitting
second
a baseball
base
is the hardest thing to do anyway.
Right. That's why I say the bat concerns me more than the fielding, because it's something you've done your whole life. He's hit his whole life too, or they wouldn't have given him that contract before he even played a major league game last year, right?
Yeah. And I mean, last year I thought maybe early on that could have been some pressure added to him,
right,
trying to live up to that contract. Now, I don't think that's necessarily part of the equation of living up to the contract versus just going out there and in your mind as a competitor, you don't want to be the one that holds the team back, which he clearly has for a couple of their losses.
Yeah, and you also don't want to get into a situation that we've seen in baseball before, with whether it's Chuck Knobloch or Steve Sachs, or if you remember a guy who used to catch for the Mets, he was a backup catcher, Mackie Sasser. He couldn't even throw the ball back to the pitcher. I mean, it became such a mental thing. Now, I don't think this is going to be anywhere near those three, hopefully, but it's something that, it's got to get figured out.
For him, the good thing is they have to play him. I mean, he has to be out there.
For him, yeah, but then he'd have for the Tigers.
Yeah, no, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
For the good thing for him is, AJ can't say, hey, why don't you sit next to me for a little bit, because of the injuries and the limited players that they have available at different positions. They got to move guys around. But it'll be interesting when Gleyber Torres comes back. What does that look like? Is there going to be any type of rotation? Because the way that Spencer Torkelson's swinging the bat, his bat needs to be in the lineup every day, whether it's at first or a DH.
Correct.
Do you move Colt Keith over to first, because that's where he played in spring training, thinking, well, maybe he's a little bit more comfortable there, even though he played a year at second base last year.
Yeah. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Are you concerned a little bit about Colt Keith and what's happened so far? Also, coming up next, Major League Baseball. Should they go to the automated strike zone for the regular season? 97 won the ticket.
Hey guys, Heather Park here, and I couldn't be more excited because I just got my brand new hot tub from Beninati Pool and Spa. So not only did they help me pick out the perfect hot tub for me and my family, and they made the process super easy, they also came to my house to deliver it, install it, and they're going to be there to help take care of all the maintenance as well. They handle everything. And if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub yourself, this is your moment. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have this brand new showroom in Clinton Township right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And if you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Dan Dickerson, Bobby Scales, talking about Jack Flaherty pitched another really good game. Couldn't get the decision, obviously. They lost, but he was gone by then. He struck out the side. He struck out, 5 guys in the first 2 innings, I believe. Mm-hmm. So, look, I was watching a little bit MLB Tonight or whatever their shows are, and they were comparing the Tigers' pitching staff this year to what it was in 2013.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. So you have Skubal, and I'm trying to do this off the top of my head. Skubal against Verlander, right?
Yeah.
Scherzer and Flaherty.
Mm-hmm.
They had the 2 young guns, Job and Porcello.
Yeah.
At the time, you had Sanchez and Mize.
Yeah.
And then
who was the 5th?
Olsen and Pfister.
Oh, okay.
Pretty interesting. And I look.
How did the comparison look?
They just they made a little thing they called Verlander and Skubal the Kings, and Job was the prince because he's young and all that.
Right.
So they did that. They didn't sit there and say they just said they're comparable. Obviously, even if you just take that year, the 2013 staff was better.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it was better in that year.
Correct.
Right now, but it's hard to remove the context of it as well. Since then,
yes.
It's been pretty damn good.
Oh yeah,
at least for 2 of those guys.
That damn right. Well, I mean, now today's pitchers might not have to worry about the men in blue though behind the plate.
Not as much
as we go.
Because
further.
they'll still be there.
Yeah.
But they could challenge with the ABS system. We saw it in the spring training.
Right.
And there were some teams, managers said, hey, if you're going to be on this team, veterans, don't use it because you can't use it during the season.
Right.
And so a lot of minor leaguers were using it because they're comfortable with it. They've used it in the years prior in their travels throughout the minor leagues.
Which you're allowed to challenge a strike call.
Right.
Or ball call.
So on Monday, I don't know. Monday was to this point of the season, and I've watched a lot of other baseball teams and baseball games. That was the worst I had seen an umpire.
Was that Bruce Dreckman, I believe was his name.
Mm-hmm. Aptly named. But there were strikes that were clearly, and now we're seeing this from home in regards to the box that you show.
Correct.
And some that were clearly inside the box. He called balls.
Right, and he was, just to be fair, because I saw Aaron Boone was bitching.
It was both ways.
It was completely both ways.
It wasn't just for one team.
Right.
He was bad all around.
Yes.
And then there were ones that were clearly balls, and guys started walking to first base, and he would call a strike. And then I thought it was interesting where Skubal was on the mound, and there was one that he threw that was a few inches below the box, and he was mouthing the words, "That's not low." Telling the the ump that he missed it. But if they had replayed it, he probably would have learned that he was actually wrong and not the umpire. And then in the same at bat, it was a batter that was arguing balls and strikes. So if we're going to have this arguing balls and strikes, if they can operate the ABS system, and the very few times I saw it happen in spring training, it was quick. It is, right to the headphones for, an umpire that's monitoring it, and then right to the umpire, ball, strike, yes, no, and they moved on. Originally, I was 100% against this. I could be open to the discussion of seeing this in Major League Baseball used on a regular basis as a challenge. I don't want to robo-ump back there full time, but as in instituting a challenge system.
The problem I have with it is I know the box on television is not 100% official, right? I mean, it's not explain to me the science, the electronics of, because every strike zone is different for each umpire and for each batter. Some guys are tall. So do they have something on their uniform to like a...
Well, as I understand it, the one that they were using in spring training, mm-hmm. It was the same size for everyone, which I don't like. It's not accurate. It's going to have to be 100% accurate. But as I understand it, you can, as a more detailed system is available where they would analyze everybody that's going to be at bat. And let's just say Aaron Judge and Spencer Torkelson are going to have, they may be very close, but they're going to have small differences, not left to right. That's obviously the plate, but
Right.
north to south. And so they have the ability early in the season, or for whenever before this batter is going to take the plate, that they would be able to analyze that individual's strike
Stance.
zone.
Yeah.
Their stance, their strike zone, and they could customize that strike zone for that individual. And so, hey, when Spencer Torkelson comes up, they've already got that pre-programmed in the system, so it's not going to take any time.
What if he decides, you know what, I'm going to I don't know.
And because they don't change their batting stance.
I
They don't
know.
crouch down.
I know.
They don't do all that stuff.
I'd rather it be actually the robo guy upstairs, no challenges, but only if it's blatant. And they can tell right away if it's a blatant miss.
Without a challenge from the batter or the
Yeah,
pitcher?
if it's not even close, then that's when they do it. But if it's, borderline.
Because we have replays like this in almost every other sport.
I
Tennis, the ball is on the line, and they show that little replay real
the
quick.
Hawkeye,
Yeah, and then it was the Hawkeye for football.
That's right, John.
Yes, they have. It will be instituted this year
you.
against my better judgment.
I know. I was a proponent of that, as you know, for
I
a
know
while.
you are. I know you are.
We don't need the chain gang anymore.
But if we're instituting this in all the other sports, then why not for the strike zone, where it could be a very quick, and it would have to be challenged by pitcher or the batter. Just say, hey,
because to me, like tennis and football, like when you're in tennis, there's a line you can tell where the ball actually hits when they replay it. In baseball, there's nothing physical there,
there's a kneecap, there's a belt buckle.
Yeah, but I think it's completely different. I do, but
wow, I didn't think I'd get that one from you. I thought you were going to be all about this. I mean, you love technology, you love precision.
You know what else? Okay, I got to admit it.
You don't want him to mess with baseball?
You can mess with some things with baseball. Like, I think you could have one for, like, if it's a fair or foul ball. I think that's good what they go to replay for home runs and things like that. To me, and it's just for entertainment purposes only, John.
Yeah.
You don't have the umpires and the managers yelling at each other anymore. As much as you used to.
Well, no, but so you're saying you want them to be a little bit more confrontational.
It's more. Come on, the Lelands, the Earl Weavers, the Lou Pinellas.
Oh yeah, so
I
we
love
haven't
that
seen
stuff.
a base picked up in a while.
Yes,
or thrown.
Exactly. They used to argue.
There hasn't been any dirt kicked on the umpire's feet.
Yeah. Look, I'm being selfish. It's about me. What I enjoy watching. I enjoy, the tip of the cap. Knocking up against another tip of the cap when they're that close, yelling at each other.
When they get that close and the manager knows it, and he turns his hat back around backwards.
Oh, and you can read, and the lip reading is at a new level. It's great.
Yes.
We have some ticket texts here. Major League Baseball should at least adopt the challenge system for balls and strikes. I'm not opposed to the automated balls and strikes system. The amount of missed calls on balls and strikes seems like it increases every year. They have the technology to get the calls right. They should use it. That's from Robin Grant Blank. Yes to automatic strike zone. The fact that catcher framing makes a difference tells you that. Will also help with offense in the game, as last year they said the error rate on balls and strikes favored the pitcher 60% to 40%. 100% they should go to the automated umpire calling balls and strikes, because right now they're awful. They've been awful for the last couple of years. Can't be any worse. I'm in the minority, obviously. 248-539-9797.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers lost to the Yankees 4-3. Flaherty shut them out through 5 1/3, allowing 3 hits and 3 walks while striking out 9. Tyler Holton took over and gave up 2 runs in the 7th off a Ben Rice home run. The Gritty Tigers didn't give up in the late innings, though. They scored all their runs in the 9th. A.J. Hinch liked what he saw. Colt Keith had another rough day for Detroit. He was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts and an error at second base. He admitted after the game his confidence was at an all-time low. The Tigers begin their series with the Twins tomorrow. Manager Rocco Baldelli said that their ace pitcher Pablo Lopez will likely hit the injured list with a grade 1 right hamstring strain, obviously ruling him out for the series. He probably would have started on Saturday. The Pistons play their likely first-round playoff opponent, the Knicks, at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Veteran Tobias Harris has missed the last 3 games, but is probable to play. Hear it over on WWJ at 7. Sunday's season finale versus the Bucks has been flexed to ESPN, the tip at 1. Luka Doncic's return to Dallas was bittersweet. He shed some tears, but buried quite a few shots, scoring 45 points when he checked out of the game late, which ended in a 112-97 win. Luka Chance levitated through the building as well. The Lakers' W secured a playoff berth. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. 248-539-9797. Jeremy mentioned real quick last night the Lakers game with the Mavericks, Luka's first game.
Back in Dallas.
It was really, really cool. I mean,
they were cheering for him.
They were cheering for him. They were chanting "Fire Nico," their general manager, Nico Harrison. They had a video tribute, during the introductions. And Luka was looking at it for some of it. Some of it he just couldn't watch anymore. He was crying. And I mean, it just shows you what he meant to that city. I mean, now granted, Anthony Davis got hurt. He's back now. Yep. Kyrie Irving out for the season. So the trade was made for this year, maybe next year, that they thought they'd have a better chance to win a championship because of defense than the Luka. And also, let's be honest, they didn't want to pay him the supermax, but a awful, awful decision. And Luka got his just desserts, 31 in the first half. It was incredible.
Yeah, 45 overall.
Yeah, I loved a lot of the tweets and stuff like that. He's still not in shape. Who cares? All right, back to the automatic strike zone, the ABS. Why should the strike zone be different for anyone?
Well, because you have short guys and you have tall guys.
Right. I understand baseball players come in different shapes and sizes, but so do NBA players, and they don't lower the rim when a shorter guy comes in the game. Come on, that is ridiculous.
That might make the three-point shot a little bit more difficult. If Steph shoots it, it's going to be on a lower rim.
I love that text came in because I was literally thinking, I'm very surprised that MLB, a team or somebody, hasn't toyed with having a shorter player play simply to try to benefit from balls and strikes.
Right. It's like
it's a strategy.
It's like
the return of Eddie Goodell.
Yeah. It's like having the sumo wrestler as your goalie in hockey.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. You can't find a way around him.
He wouldn't be able to move, though. Versus
he wouldn't have to. Just plant him there.
It ain't that big. Come on.
Well, you put the equipment on him, too. I don't know.
I just think that this height thing, I'm surprised it's never been manipulated. Or somebody's,
I agree. It's anytime we're watching Little League, right? I know you watch Little League with your kids, and all of a sudden Ellie's pitching, and there's some shorty that gets up there. I'm like, that's an impossible strike zone.
Exactly, yeah. And the kids that
and then
it's
they
harder to throw a strike.
A little bit.
Is Altuve? Is it easier to walk him? I mean, I have no idea.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
His strike zone is smaller. That's the point of the text. In the NBA, they don't change the rim height.
That's true. ABS is calibrated to each player's height. It doesn't fully account for stances, but it does have a different zone for each player. Also, giving each team only 2 challenges that they lose if they get wrong encourages teams to only challenge the egregious calls. That's from Riley. Okay. I'll only support it if they call it the automatic strike system. ASS. Mike from Whitmore, Stoney, you're not in the minority. I hate the idea of automatic balls and strikes. I die a little bit inside every time baseball brings up getting closer to this stupid technology. I'm just, like I said.
Well, but if you like the precision of spotting for the first down,
correct.
Why wouldn't you like balls and strikes?
I told you why. I miss the arguments with the umpires.
Yeah, but if you only have a limited number of challenges,
I'm not going to go on a hill on it or die on a hill on it either. If I went on a hill, I'd die. Sergio, excuse me. Yeah, Sergio, what's up?
Just speaking on the ABS system, I heard earlier somebody say that the framing of the catching is getting out of control and how it can tilt the umpires. I think that's been a defensive advantage and an advantage of having a good quality catcher behind the dish that should never leave the game. I understand you want to have the ones that are in the zone are really egregious calls fixed, but those borderline ones where your catcher can steal you a strike in a big situation, as a former catcher myself, that's a huge advantage that not every catcher has the ability to, and not every team has the ability to have down there in big situations.
So you miss the art of it.
Yeah, I just think in the game as a whole, the defensive side of the ball has really been forgotten. And earlier you guys were talking about Colt Keith, the offense and the defensive side as well. I think the problem's in the defense, and I think his struggles defensively on those easy routine plays are pouring over into his offensive struggles. I think you saw an example of the opposite when Javi Baez made that amazing tag on that base or on that stolen base attempt. Then he went up and he had a great at bat and he got a hard hit base hit afterwards. It feeds into it. Every aspect feeds into your next plate appearance, your next just opportunity.
Hey, but by the way, if the Masters was running your phone call, you're not or baseball, you wouldn't be able to call it the dish. By the way, just to let you know, it'd be home base probably. They probably wouldn't even call it the plate. It's not really a plate.
Yes, you can't eat off it.
Joe in Rochester, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. When are you going to have Mr. Positive back on?
Hopefully never.
Hey, Torkelson he's come back this year and he's doing really good. What do you think the reason for the turnaround is?
I think he worked maybe because he got criticized for eschewing, so to speak, instruction and things like that. Maybe he just said, you know what, see ball, hit ball.
See ball, hit ball. I think he just said, his back was against the wall. It was either put up or shut up. So I think he just went back to what he was doing in college in terms of being able to make contact.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right. Thanks for the call.
Okay.
By the way, the person that he referred to, we'd let him on the air when he uses his real name. That's my whole thing.
Mr. Positive.
See, why'd you do it? Don't.
I don't know his real name.
His real name is Greg.
Greg. Okay.
Greg can call anytime.
Mr. Greg.
Mr. Positive. I'm
He
on
called
the air.
Infinity Sports over the weekend.
I know, and he posts in Facebook. He tells everybody. He records his calls.
He's getting riled up.
Oh, the Facebook?
Oh. You know what? We'll do this maybe topic tomorrow.
No, go for it.
Do you get like the reels? I get put in the rabbit hole.
Yeah,
I'll sit in bed and just hit it'll be like the 40-second shorts or whatever people do. And you scroll down. There's the next one between Bill Burr the comedian and Portnoy's pizza reviews. I just sit there like for hours and just
they've got your algorithm figured out.
Then mesmerized, yeah, and then I'll switch to something else if I'm watching something. It's crazy.
No, I don't
Good
fall
for
into
you.
that.
Good for you. You have a better life than I do. Yeah.
I'm just busier. My kids are younger. I don't have the time. You have more time on your hands.
That's true. I do. Tony in Oxford texts in, the fact that players are different sizes and shapes has nothing to do with the strike zone. The strike zone is clearly defined as specific landmarks in that player's body. It should be the exact same for everybody.
No.
Tony in Oxford.
All right, yeah. Stand up. All right. My belt buckle is higher than yours.
Yeah.
My knees are higher than yours. So, yes, it's going to be a different strike zone. It may not be by very much, but we're talking about pitchers that can paint the corners. We're talking about, very detailed pitchers that are great at what they do. So, yeah, I think an inch or 2 inches makes a big difference. Clearly.
Mm-hmm. Des from a work truck says, the MLB actually has a rule banning little people from playing in the league because of the strike zone.
That is not true. I since looked it up. There's no minimum height. That's why I think somebody should try it. I love that. Wouldn't that be great? It'd be the biggest controversy
like
ever.
a September call up.
It'd be the biggest controversy ever.
Oh, yes.
And it would get probably struck down. Like they would make the rule like,
What if you brought in a little person?
Like
Yes.
September. When the rosters get increased, you're in a pennant race. All of a sudden, it's bases loaded, two outs on the pitch hitting. It's a little person out of nowhere.
Yeah, but then you have to pinch run for him because it'd be too many steps.
Well, yeah, that's okay. It's a good
well,
point.
the whole point is to get the walk and then
get the
you
walk.
pinch run.
Bases loaded. Game's over. Game's over. Bases loaded. Bases loaded. Bottom of the ninth. Bring it.
What's Colin doing in September?
Thanks. Always love hearing J-Mo.
You know how far we've come. When I was in
Stoney.
How
far have we come?
When I was in Little League, there was a team that was called It was called the Midgets. That was their team that had it on their uniform.
Well, it used to be the name of the league. Like that was the younger players
For hockey more than anything else.
What
Right?
is it? With the squirts?
Yeah, they were. That's what I could never understand. But to me, never mind. I understand why technically, like, what?
Time for a break.
97 won the ticket.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an injury. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal. And that attorney is David Femininio. If you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again for David, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Oh, Greg, you're the best.
Sing
Do it,
along.
Randy Newman. Short people got no reason for. Short people got no reason for. All right, so ticket tax. This has already happened. Look up Eddie Goodell, Matt and Grand Blanc. Yes, I mentioned Eddie Goodell previously, and friend of the program, Greg Campy, texted in. He says Bill Veeck did it years ago when he put in.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, that was Eddie Goodell. Tiger should call it my friend Mitch Albom, somebody says. What a moron. Aaron Judge and Jose Altuve shouldn't have the same strike zone. That's from Robert. John walking into that 1 to 2 inches audio bit is hilarious. They should get rid of digital scoreboards too, from Grumpy Old Man. John, remember Stoney's so old he saw baseball without helmets. This is extreme for him.
This would be extreme.
Yes, the St. Louis Browns had a 3'7" man pinch hit in 1951. The commissioner voided his contract. That's from Ryan. That's the aforementioned Mr. Goodell. Not Roger, spelled differently. Gaed.
That's Goodell.
That's right.
I know I'm looking at this too literally, and I know all the backstories, all the ticket texters attacking me. I knew it. We're just having some fun here.
Yes.
Please, have a laugh. I will say this. In this day and age, though, if you actually tried to challenge this, what would win?
Right. They couldn't possibly. That would be discrimination.
Right. Yes. Can you imagine the Supreme Court deciding this? It would alter the game forever.
They'd have to prove that the guy was good enough to play, though. See, I think.
Well,
in the end,
yeah.
In the end, are you seriously going to tie up one position spot to walk once?
Yeah.
No.
You're talking about a roster spot.
No. Yeah, but we're talking about September call-ups. Some guys don't play anyway. Some more. The fact that players are different sizes and shapes has nothing to do with the strike zone.
Oh, come on. Yes, it does.
The strike zone is clearly defined as specific landmarks in that player's body. It should be the exact same for everybody.
Right. So your landmark is going to be different. Stoney, if you were at the plate, your landmarks would be different than mine.
True. No doubt.
And so, yes, it is individualized.
Yes. Thankfully, my poor posture doesn't affect the strike zone.
It probably would help
because it's
you.
above the shoulder. Well, actually, probably you're right. Des from a work truck, the MLB actually has a rule banning little people, and we checked it out. Okay.
Hey,
how about this one? One more. Don't even blame the umps. The velocity is up. Spin rate's up. It's not your 1980s 85 mile per hour fastball anymore.
Well, that's part of it.
It's more difficult to call ball and strike probably, but that's the reason people want this, I guess.
Yeah.
So, John, with all this replay talk and it being the day the Masters starts today, has started already, the first round. Can I say first round?
Yes, you can say first, second, third round, but it has to be final round.
Okay. The beauty of golf, and actually as a sport and watching on TV, it is one of the few sports that doesn't have replay.
I can't even imagine how you would need. The only time you wouldn't need replay ever.
Right, exactly. I'm sure. I mean, who knows if we're not thinking of some concoct thing,
some out of bounds thing,
can they use it to help find somebody's ball?
Might be a player touching it, but usually that kind of thing.
But don't forget, in golf, they sometimes have these idiots who are at home who somehow get in touch with the production truck and say this guy did something wrong and the guy got penalized. That's happened before.
A patron did that?
Yeah, a patron from home. No, not a patron. Somebody from home.
Yeah, a patron from home. Yeah, it's not a fan.
Oh, okay. That's
a patron.
I was just bringing that up because with the ABS we've been talking about, but also I know that you get annoyed with too much replay in sports. And I do too. And it's like it is nice to sit back and watch a sport that doesn't have replay.
That was so bad about the NCAA basketball tournament.
Oh, the final 2 minutes. Did it go off his hand? Did it not go off his hand?
Right.
Who was this out of bounds? And I understand getting it right, but this is one where this one would be quick. We saw it be quick in spring training. There's somebody there that is monitoring it. Batter or pitcher challenges it. They look over and the guy gives them a strike call or a safe call. It's literally seconds.
Right. I'm for it, actually. I think the game has become so precise that you need it.
It is so precise, and it's because pitchers are throwing faster and faster in their spin rate, all of those different things. Like, it's hard. Being an umpire, everybody sits there and says, well, that's clearly a strike. That's clearly a ball. When that comes in there at 99 miles an hour, and I know that they are
trained.
They're trained, and this is something that they've been doing. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but throughout the course of just one pitcher one side throwing 170 pitches, you're going to have some mistakes.
I mean, I know that one of the Tigers-Dodgers games early in the year had over 300 pitches total.
Yeah.
So you're talking about not having bias in 300 pitches in a game. Right. I mean, come on. It's like these guys have bias, and they hold grudges against guys.
So if there's a challenge system, you would only be able to, if it did it the way it was in spring training, right? You could challenge 2, right, throughout the course of an entire game, and it would be very strategic as to when you wanted to do it. There'd be multiple games where it would never happen because they're not going to do it in the first inning unless bases are loaded and it's a 3-2 count, and like those are the situations where this would happen.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, a Detroit woman has been charged after allegedly stabbing her dog and then fleeing to South Carolina. So Detroit Animal Control forced entry into a home. This was back in February, found the injured dog, and in total, they seized 3 dogs and 4 cats from the home. Prosecutors say the woman, 29-year-old Jordan Love, posted a video on social media of the injured dog.
Jordan Love?
Jordan Love. No wonder he had a bad year.
Before she left for South Carolina.
We got him, guys.
Yeah. She was
pets didn't make her happier.
Yeah, charged with second-degree killing or torture of an animal and abandoning or cruelty of 4 to 10 animals. And if convicted, she faces a maximum of 9 years in prison. Tyreek Hill's wife, Keita, has filed for divorce. You might have heard on Monday, police were called to the couple's Florida condo on a domestic disturbance. It was her mom who apparently called police because she feared for her daughter's safety, told police that Tyreek was being very aggressive, very impulsive, threw a laptop onto the ground, also grabbed the couple's daughter before walking towards the balcony. Obviously, police arrived there. Ultimately, he was able to leave the condo without any charges or arrests being made. But the two got married in 2023.
Yeah. Keita and the cheetah.
Is that why you were giggling? Is that it?
I thought he thought the same thing.
I know. I see that.
Cheetah was a cheetah. Allegedly.
Well, I don't know that this is why this happened, but yes.
If you've ever come across some words you can't pronounce, you're definitely not alone. And there's a new study that looked at Google searches across the country and determined which states have the most pronunciation challenges and which words Americans struggle to pronounce the most. And I thought, well, this is fun because I'm sure I'm going to mispronounce all of them, right? So let's read them on air. So first, it found Indiana was the state that struggled the most with pronunciations. Apparently, they searched words way more than anyone else. But the most mispronounced words, top 10, Chapel Roan, words or names or phrases, was number 1. SZA, SZA.
Oh, the entertainer,
rapper, yeah,
yes.
SZA. Croissant, which apparently I'm not saying right because it's
croissant.
There's no R. Croissant.
Croissant.
Yeah. Croissant.
Yes.
Maybe they'll serve croissants at the Masters.
Croissant.
It'll be $1.50 though. It'll be good.
So I'm probably saying all of these wrong. Demure. I'm saying that wrong, I guess.
Demure.
Yeah. Yes. Oregon.
Oregon.
I never say Oregon. I always say Oregon. I always call it Oregon.
Oregon? Is that how you?
No, it's not Oregon. That's wrong. It's Oregon.
I remember Joey Harrington had a sticker he showed at a press conference.
Oregon.
Oregon. Yes. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I know that from Mary Poppins.
Right. How did they say that wrong?
Well, you probably look at it.
It says
you can't spell it, but
kind of like where you put the pronunciation on which syllable.
How many people under the age of 50? Well, you do, but under the age of 50 even know that word or have even seen Mary Poppins.
Oh, I think a lot.
Okay.
I think a lot. I mean, even if you haven't with Disney and I think it's a Disney movie, like the song, you know the song at least.
Good. I'm glad. I like that.
Parents still show their kids.
I remember.
Poppins.
Good.
This next word I'm not even going to attempt to say. This like lung disease caused the
don't even try.
Yeah, that's dumb that it would even be on there. Yeah. I wouldn't even be able to Google it.
No. This traditional Irish name, Aoife, I believe is how you're supposed to say it. AOIFE. Who knows? Appalachian. I'm probably saying that wrong too.
Some people say Appalachian.
Yeah,
So-
Appalachian Trail.
And then cash, not cachet.
Really? I always say cachet.
You know, when I see it, I think there used to be a store called Cachet.
Oh.
I got my prom dress there back in the day. So I always want to say Cachet too, but
It's cash.
it's cash.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
They
Most mispronounced
they
words.
take cash at cachet.
Yeah.
I'm sure anyone would take cash.
Thank you.
Yes.
Cashless.
Thank you very much, Heather. Hey, 2 weeks away. We'll get into it coming up next. Planet Fitness, the great Planet Fitness. I love it. Go to the one in West Bloomfield on the recumbent bike or sit there and listen to podcasts of our station. Listen to our show on this radio station. A lot of times I'm there in the morning listening to you guys all the time. Now, Planet Fitness has a great deal going on right now where you can join $1 down and just $15 a month. And when I go to Planet Fitness, not only does it make me feel better physically, it makes me feel better mentally as well. And you can also get the Black Card membership as well, which has got a really good deal, $24.99 a month, and you get access to the Hydra Massage and other great amenities. You can bring a guest free anytime and access to any of the clubs, the 2,600 clubs nationwide. When I go to Florida or Philly, I go to the Planet Fitness because I have a Black Card membership. It doesn't cost me a thing. In Detroit, there's over 50 locations, including the new one at Fort Street in Corktown. There's a new one, Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor, and they all have the new machines, this hack squats and all that great stuff. So find your nearest club, join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Well, the NFL draft is only 2 weeks away. 2 weeks from tonight. Doug, would you like to sit in for a little bit? Stoney's got lost.
Greg just went sprinting out of the control booth looking for Stoney, who's wandered off somewhere. And I happen to be coming in here to recycle some paper in the waste, the blue. And
yes, for those of you listening, yes, it's a little early for crosstalk.
Yes. You made it back.
We are talking about a topic near and dear to your heart, though, draft.
Yeah, today we're doing Carson Anderson Mock 1.0. 2 weeks from today.
Hi, Mike. How are you, Doug? We have my 1.0 tomorrow.
Yes, Stoney Mock 1.0 will be tomorrow. It might be the only. No, it doesn't have to, because you're in all next week as well, right? Not for Costa, but
yeah, I'll have to check with the Hatchet Man, Kenny and Rico.
Yeah, see if you can do 2.0 next.
Nah, I don't want to do it next week.
No?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. It's too close to the one I just did. The one I'm doing tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, but you can always make adjustments. Yeah, but new information may come out. I mean, somebody might get, filmed doing a bong from a face mask.
That's true.
You never know. They drop. But we wanted to ask the question, with it only 2 weeks away, have you fallen in love with somebody that you want the Lions to take at 28? And are you so in love with this individual that they have to be on the Lions roster, that if it appears there's a run on that position, that they might not be there come 22 or 23, that you'd be willing to trade up for them? Who is the individual that 2 weeks out has to be on this Lions roster at pick 28?
See, I don't think he's going to be there at even 22 or 23, so this might be unrealistic. But Marshall, edge rusher, Mike Green.
Okay. What is it about him?
He's relentless.
Yeah.
And I know it's, maybe cliche because he played in the same conference, a little Khalil Mack in him a little bit. I think he's really fast. And I like guys that, he came out, went to the Senior Bowl, and he shined at that. Yeah. And maybe he was at the wrong level. Marshall's a good team, but.
Right. Yes. I would be all right with that. I think he would be a great addition to this defensive front.
The more realistic one, and I don't think they'd maybe trade up for, is Mikael Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia. Mm-hmm. And we know the recent success of most Georgia defensive players who were drafted very high. He plays on, all over the line. Kirby Smart moves the guys around a lot, so he's somewhat versatile. I don't think he's going to play tackle. He's an edge, but, he's 6'5", 267. You put him on one side of the other side of Hutch, man, I think it's pretty damn good.
Well, when you get into passing downs, clear black passing downs, second and long, third and long, and you can be very creative. We've seen them move Hutch all around. Now, Hutch is a little bit bigger than Mikael Williams is, but You can use a guy, if you can get an advantage, a one-on-one matchup with Mikael Williams against the guard, and you have somebody else that's rushing on the edge along with Hutch on the other side, I'd be all right with the fact that you can – the position versatility would be really nice to have.
You know who his comp is? I've been reading a little bit, and hopefully he would have the same type of career minus the fireworks as Jason Pierre-Paul.
Minus the fireworks,
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Finish his career with all of his digits.
Yes.
Yeah. JPP seemed how tall did you say Mikael was? 6'5"?
6'5", 267.
Yeah, I guess I always saw JPP as a little bit taller, longer. Right. But I think that's a decent comp. The guy I want, and this will be a shock to no one, is an offensive lineman, Gray Zabel. And he is a player that I think is NFL ready, could come in and play. If he doesn't find a home right away on this offensive line, his position versatility would be of unbelievable value. I think he finds a home, center or guard in the NFL, but he's played all five positions. He can play either tackle position, either guard or center, and having him available, if you go with Graham and Christian Mahogany at guard, obviously Frank at center, but Frank and Graham are not spring chickens. They're going to get dinged up. We saw both of them have missed time in the recent years. He's a guy that could go in there and play those positions at a very high level. And that would give me great comfort going into the season because that is an area where I don't think we have enough depth. We don't have enough depth with actual talent.
Yeah, that's true. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. As a ticket texter pointed out earlier in the program, the Lions have drafted a player with one of their team colors as its first name before. I believe it was the 6th or 7th round pick back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and that would be Blue Adams, who is currently a defensive back coach, I believe, at Michigan State.
Okay.
He didn't have a sterling NFL career, but just kind of a weird, something that I would have come up with.
Honolulu?
Exactly. 248-539-9797. We have some ticket texts. John asking for daily mock drafts from Stoney is a weird twist. Love the show. Chris in Houston. Not Chris Houston.
Thanks, Chris. We haven't had a text from Chris in a while.
Aaron texts in and says, Loveland. The Lions need another tight end to stretch the field. Revenge tour with Hutch. What kind of revenge do they need?
I'm not sure what revenge.
Let's see. He won a national championship. Hutch has had what's the...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But it's...
if
first of all,
he's
not there at 28.
Probably not.
You're not trading up for him.
Although I did see one mock had him at 32, which stunned me, but I don't think he'd be there either because I don't see how Harbaugh's letting him go because they need a tight end.
Right. It'd be interesting to see if two tight ends are there. What's the name of that kid from Penn State?
Tyler Warren.
If both of them are available.
No, Tyler Warren, people are predicting to be definitely like top 15.
Yeah.
Because of his versatility.
Right. Yeah. He's a much better blocker.
He can do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Is there anything day 2, is there anybody that you say, God, I hope the Lions get him? Whether it be second round, it's late second round as their pick or, or even third round because then their pick is late third round. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's interesting because if they go offensive line in the first round, then obviously I want them to address the edge. And I think a guy that, that we saw at the end of the year, Jack Sawyer, would be a great addition if you could get him at 60. I think he's a guy that will probably be there middle of the second round. Mm-hmm. Is he there at 60? Maybe, maybe not. But I think he would be a nice compromise opposite Hutch.
It's funny because you went offense first round and your day 2 guy would be defense. I'm the opposite.
Defense and then offense.
Yeah. And I'm going to go for a guy who does have a flaw. And he's coming off an injury.
Oh, Brett Holmes loves those guys.
Yes. Good point. And he played at 2 high-level programs. He is somewhat flexible, but mostly he's a center. Mm-hmm. And with Ragnow's status, who knows how much longer he's going to play. He gets hurt a lot. And that's Seth McLaughlin at Ohio State, who was really good at Alabama.
As long as you don't have to go shotgun.
Right. Well, and he'll have to do that, but it got a little better at Ohio State than it was at Alabama. Yeah, but he's really good. He had a bad injury, and he missed the last, 4 or 5 games in the playoff. I'm talking about a day 2 guy. I'm not talking about...
Well, day 2, especially coming off of that type of injury, you might actually be able to get him...
Later, day 3.
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
You know what I wanted to ask you about your defensive guy that you wanted? Jack Sawyer.
Yeah.
Would you...
Throw out the first pitch for the Guardians the other day.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Would you rather have him or Josiah Stewart?
Well, Josiah Stewart, you're not going to take him in the second round. If you can get Josiah Stewart in the third or fourth, I think you're going to get great value.
Okay.
And if you don't address the edge, the difference is if you take a Jack Sawyer type of player, he's a guy that you could put in there
on running plays.
Yeah. Josiah Stewart, even though we saw what he did in the Rose Bowl against Alabama, stuffed the big, 320-pound offensive lineman, he's not a guy that you're going to start next year with as your, first and 10 defensive edge.
Tony in Clinton Township, defensive tackle Derek Harmon is my pick. He's kind of versatile too. He can play end if he has to. And he's gotten better every year. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Some guys, it's not good for them to be in their hometown. Some it is. I have no idea all of his history here. But hey, he'd fit in. He's a great player.
He moves well. He's a big body. And he's got a little bit more length at that defensive tackle position. So one of the things that he does well is when he doesn't get home, and this is kind of the same thing about Kenneth Grant, if he's not going to get home, but he can get a big paw up and get into the throwing lane. Mm-hmm. A lot of batted passes.
Assuming they take an edge in the first round, day 2, I desperately want the Lions to draft Tate Rutledge, even if they have to move up for him. Tate Rutledge is a guard and he can play a little center at Georgia. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'd be all right with that. I think he'll be there. He actually may be there in the 3rd round. Depending on, again, the trends. Every draft is going to have some different trends. Is there a run on offensive linemen early? Is there a run on quarterbacks, receivers, corners? We know a lot of the premier positions, but how many quarterbacks are going to go in the 1st round will somewhat determine how much these guys will fall. Is Jackson Dart going to be a 1st rounder? A lot of people say yes. Some people say no. If he falls out of the 1st, there's another position that everybody else is going to have to move up to get guys that they want. What's your gut on Jackson Dart?
I think it's such a passing league. There's going to be a team that takes a shot on him.
You know who I've seen that's kind of interesting? The Rams, just as late in the 1st round, somebody to learn behind Stafford.
It'd be a great fit for him.
Right.
Because it's an offense that's very quarterback friendly.
But if you're a really good team, do you want to take a 1st round pick on a developmental guy?
It all depends on how long do they think. I know Matthew Stafford just signed a new contract, but how long do they think he's actually going to be playing at a high level? Yeah, if it's only for 2 years, then go the Green Bay route and groom a guy, and then you have him ready.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get you set for Carson Anderson as well. Coming up next, 97.1 The Ticket.
Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel, where every putt and every drive can bring you closer to victory. Right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major of the season. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tournament matchups and so much more. And maybe it's Scotty Scheffler. We know he's won 2. He won last year. Can he win back-to-back? Can this be his 3rd? FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. Don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now a trouble. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
248-539-9797. In the bullpen area, they were watching an old video from ESPN.
Oh, yeah.
You were there with, Mike Vrabel?
Yep, and Trent Green.
Oh, wow.
And Andrea Kramer was hosting it, the roundtable. I did that for a couple of years.
Was it just on the draft, or was it?
Yeah, just on the draft.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. We would do it for when the draft used to be Saturday and Sunday.
Right.
We do both days. Had a lot of fun.
So did you ever play against Vrabel in college? I assume?
Oh, yeah. I played against him in college. I played against him in the NFL.
I know you played him against the NFL. I didn't know
played against
how
him in
the years-
college for, a couple of years. Fickus was on one side. Vrabel was on the other. Fickus and Vrabel. Would have been probably, I think he would have still been there 95 and 96. Both of those games would have been.
Damn,
Vrabel.
I wish I would have known that, because when I was at the owners' meeting, I would have asked a question about you.
Oh, yeah. Or you could have asked, what's it like when you're a defensive lineman and a running back goes for 320 yards?
Yeah, I would have done that.
That would have been a legitimate question.
Yeah.
Or you lose your rival on a regular basis.
Because I
That's
did.
another good one.
I did meet one of your other teammates, I told you, Ryan Clark.
Yeah.
He
Ryan
loved you.
Yeah. Ryan's a good guy.
Yeah.
All
right.
We let him go for Adam Archuleta.
I reminded him about that and how it still irks you to this day.
Yeah. Record-setting deal for Adam Archuleta.
Yeah. So have you, by the way, before we get to the historic
Adam was a
moment
fine
on
guy,
the show, I do want to ask you, because I was listening yesterday when the news broke. Have you done any research about the interest your alma mater has in your former teammate's son, Clinton Portis?
Yes, I have not done any research on that, no.
No?
But I said it yesterday. I'm not going to hold the sins of the father against the son.
Okay. So, I don't know.
I probably won't be there if he comes on an official visit to meet the family.
What if maybe Clinton Portis
Has grown up
Has
as an
grown
individual.
up as an individual.
Maybe jail has
Yeah,
made him seen the light.
Right.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with me, though.
I know. But
I
can just see, like, let's say he signs with Michigan, he goes to the, and you somehow run into him, like, whatever.
Just as long as
he
it's
comes up, he
well-lit
goes,
and
John,
populated.
and he goes to give you a big hug.
Oh, that won't happen.
He hated you too?
Well, I don't know if he hated me, but no, he's not coming in for a hug.
So what if he's like reformed after prison and he's trying to help his son make this decision here, and he's like, Jansen was at Michigan. I should get his opinion on. Oh, he's the broadcaster. So what if Clinton made contact? Would you try to?
Happy to talk to his son.
But what if Clinton called and said, "Yeah, John, I wanted to get some. I want to hear it from you myself. I got questions my son doesn't have."
I would think it would be a prank call. One of you,
okay,
one of you D-bags would be prank calling me.
We understand that. Deal with this hypothetical, please.
I am, and I wouldn't believe it.
Calls up, like, okay, so this does happen though, and would you badmouth Michigan in order to get him not to come?
No. Again, I'm not going to hold the sins of the father against the son. He is his own individual, and I will treat him as I do every other Wolverine.
With respect when they wear the yellow and blue. All right.
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
Earlier,
we'll see what happens.
Earlier today, we had a very interesting episode of The 2 Grand Slam. Ryan in Sterling Heights won $2,000.
Uh-huh. And when you get to question 8 and question 9, I'm trying not to look at Heather because I know all the pressure is on her.
I could hear it again when I went back to the one he passed on, how quickly I was trying, because I didn't know how much time was left.
Yeah.
I slurred a little bit because I was trying to go so quickly, and he got it. He got it. That was awesome.
That was good. $2,000. It's been a while.
It has been a while.
Yes.
Nice job.
Yes. Nice job by Ryan. Absolutely. What's up, boys? How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm okay.
2 weeks away.
I know, man. I know. So excited. I went to a mock draft simulator yesterday, and I must have done 10 mock drafts.
I did one. I did one.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Who did the Lions end up with your simulations?
He did 10.
I did 10 of them. So I mean, they varied.
Did you?
Did the same name come up at any point?
Not really. I mean, maybe a couple times I had
Yeah.
choices, and like when presented with such choice, it was always one that would go to, but that guy was not typically there. So it's interesting because it all sets up. It's so fun to do because of the first round pick kind of sets up what you're going to do in the second round.
Sure.
You know, you're not likely to double down, though you might double down. You see something you really like.
Yeah.
But it became
I wish I would have taken like a screenshot so I could remember exactly all the picks. But I do know I took Harmon in the first round because he was available.
He came
the
up
way they
once,
did. Yeah.
And I took him when he came up. It was
Yeah.
the only time that came up out of the 10. 10% chance that Derek Harmon is there at 28. That's the way I
Okay.
look at it.
There you go. So you're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance.
There is a chance. What do you guys got going today?
Well, we are going to do something that we have traditionally done, although somewhat earlier on the calendar. We are 2 weeks from the NFL draft, and so we will set up Carson Anderson Mock Draft 1.0 as put together by the people of Detroit. We'll explain how it works next.
All right. Carson Anderson coming up next. We'll have my 1.0 tomorrow. Have a good day, everyone.
Hearing that last story there, Gator, yesterday was
Go
another day.
Blackhawks.
Is that your morphed old high school?
That's right.
Yep.
It
was a
the blended high school consolidation. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you take great pride in Blackhawk successes?
Sure.
Do you?
Yes, absolutely.
It's not. Which building are they using? Not
They're
yours.
using my old high school.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
they redid a big portion of it.
Okay.
I mean, it looks completely different inside. It's great.
Does it?
Yes, and they've rearranged the pool and the gym.
All right.
It's really well done. The radio station now is in the center of the building, and it's got all glass windows,
so everybody can see you.
Yeah, and you can see everybody, which is kind of cool. And they redid the theater. Everything's been kind of rearranged. It's really great, state of the art.
It was another one of those days yesterday for any spring sport parents. I know there was lacrosse being played. I was at a high school baseball game, and we talked about this on Monday. And yeah, I know, but and I do believe this. Like there's no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothing decisions. And the amount of bundling up that I did yesterday was, I mean, I was ready to make an assault on Everest, but then the rains came.
But nobody wins when the rains come.
No, and you know, 5th, 6th, 7th inning, it's getting dark. It's raining and it turns to like wet snow, and the kids are out there playing baseball. And I'm like, how are any of these pitchers throwing strikes? And I gotta tell you, it's just a big part of parenting. And I thought about yesterday. I'm like, okay, the igloo, the igloo thing, those that we've talked about on the air. I'm like, it makes no sense for the Karsh family to purchase an igloo right now. Our youngest is a senior. The weather's going to be better in a month, or weeks.
Days.
Purchasing the igloo now, we'll use it like once, and then that's it. But I am so excited to see Kang purchase an igloo. I know he keeps saying, I'll sit in the car. There are too many fields out there, Kang, where you can't see the field from the parking lot.
Well, there's no need for an igloo when you go to a dance recital.
It's true.
All right, so where do I get these igloos?
Hey, going dancing, man.
We're going igloos over dancing.
I don't think so.
Maybe you know what I can do, Doug? Get a drone, sit in my car,
fly the drone, and just watch from there.
Yeah,
that's a great idea. That's a great idea. So the igloo things. Let's see if I can find. I don't know what to call them on Amazon. I put in igloo, and all that comes up is cooler.
How about human pod?
Human pod, igloo pod. Oh yeah, that worked. It's
starring Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
right. And Anne Hathaway.
I'm just looking here. Yeah, and Amazon, you can get one from
humans in that pod.
Score by Ed Sheeran.
I wrote this song haiku style. I don't even know what haiku. I forget what it is. 4, 6. Whatever.
No, just gonna skip over the Anne Hathaway impersonation.
Yep. 100%.
$68 on Amazon.
Is that Amazon Prime? So like free returns?
Good question. Let me see if I can find it because I lost the cheapest one.
I wonder, should I do this?
I think you should.
No, tough it out. Be a man.
It's early in his fatherhood. We are late in having kids at home. There's no point in buying one now. In fact, they weren't around when our kids started playing sports.
Did your parents have a human pod?
They did not.
No,
well, they weren't around.
And you haven't had a human pod.
We have not had a human pod.
Go without
the weather pod. You can get them in different colors: navy, black. Here's one in red. Come on, Kang.
Listen, by the time your kids are really going to be playing games like that outside, Kang, we're going to be so soft as a country, they're just going to get canceled the games anyway, right?
Hey, we're not canceling games because we're not soft. Parents.
Not yet.
Anyway, so a shout out to the parents that are out there braving these terrible conditions.
We don't do shout outs.
No, we don't. All right, so look, because our show, Gator, I would describe us. There's a lot of descriptions, I think, people. But what you cannot say is you cannot say that we are not malleable. We will bend and we will change with the times.
Not often I bring up the term malleable.
Yeah, but I think we have
regarding a human.
I think we have elite malleability on this program. We will. We can be molded. We can be molded. We can change.
Adapt.
We can adapt. We have adapted.
We have adaptability.
Yes. And a big staple for pretty much the past decade was previewing the NFL draft as early as November. Perhaps even late October.
Well, depending on the team.
Yeah. We would do 4 mock drafts leading up to the actual draft. They would run 3 months from the draft, 2 months from the draft, 1 month from the draft, and then the week of the draft. And it's really the people's perfect choice for wherever the Lions pick. Well, the storylines have changed so dramatically with the Lions that we don't really have to get into the draft quite as early because we had actual playoff games to talk about in a time where we normally were previewing the next season. So let's just say it's been way more fun doing it this way. But the draft still looms in 2 weeks. Here's the other thing about the draft is I had a list of draft podcasts that I would listen to and pull stuff when it pertains to the Lions. And I've noticed that now I've gotten used to having to skip all the way to the end because they talk about all the teams at the top of the draft, and we don't reside there anymore. So I have to skip all the way to the end. Yeah. So why is that side? Don't you like that?
No, I mean, it's great knowing the team's successful, but it's also, I miss, some ways, I miss the idea of, hey, can this guy fall to 8 and we can take him at 8,
Well, now it's can the guy fall to 28 and can we take him at 20?
And that's not likely.
So we're going to set up the field of players. We're going to give you the embargo list, and then we want you to tell us. We'll make our pick out of the available players. What's the perfect player for the Detroit Lions at 28? And we're going to embargo, Abdul Carter's not going to be there. You cannot pick Abdul Carter.
No.
You're not going to pick any of the quarterbacks. Travis Hunter is not going to be there. We've got an embargo list that's lengthy, although we're just going to include some obvious ones. And then we'll tell you who's left. And then you can make the pick for the Carson Anderson Mock Draft 1.0. We will get to our picks coming up today at 10:18. Then we want to hear from you. 248-539-9797. Tigers lose yesterday. Unfortunately, Jack Flaherty with an unreal start. Just fantastic. Striking out guys left, right, and center. But offense finally sputtered. That was the first time all year, Gator, the first time that the Tigers got out hit and walked in a game all season long.
How about that?
That's pretty impressive. First time all year. But day off, and then they're on the road. Red Wings play tonight, got Piston game, et cetera, et cetera. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get this Mach 1.0 going in a moment here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. That's why if someone in my family or I need a lawyer for an accident, I'm sending to my guy Steve and his team over there at Michigan Auto Law. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law, but look it up. They've got the largest auto and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan because Michigan Auto Law puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. there's a small mini drama playing itself out in studio here, as there is a TV malfunction, and it's all aspect ratio messed up, and every host here has taken a shot at using the remote to fix the aspect ratio on the Samsung that's up in the corner, and nobody's had success.
Because we don't have a Samsung remote.
No, but we have this universal remote. I won't go into the name of the company that gave us a universal remote for the 3 televisions in here, but it is easily the worst piece of technology ever invented. And we are, unfortunately, somehow, some way, there's a matrix. There's literally a matrix that this universal remote feeds into, and we got an engineer on it right now. This is like the Da Vinci Code, man. I wish him the best of luck.
Yeah.
But we'll keep you updated throughout the day. Those of you watching
on cryptics or something like that they were Da Vinci Code that they had to solve.
Yeah, something. But our engineer Robbie's in here working on it. And here's the thing: for those of you watching online, you will see Robbie working around us doing the show. And quite frankly, he's doing God's work, because
he's doing the Lord's work, for sure.
Hosts want to watch the Masters. But anyway, so, which, by the way, Gator, you said is your favorite non-Big Four sporting event?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I love it. Annual event. If it's not annual, it would probably be Ryder Cup.
Okay.
I know for others, it's probably the World Cup with soccer, but for an annual event, for me, it's this.
We might develop that a little bit as a topic as the day goes on. But, Gator, it's time for Carson Anderson 1.0. Okay, so it's been a while, but here's how this works. You get to make the picks, all right? We will all get it, but we'll vote, and at the end of the show, we will know the player or play. Yeah, we'll kind of have an order, what Detroit wants most to happen with the pick at 28. This is a full participation mock draft. To keep it real, we put up guardrails. There is embargoes on certain players. All the quarterbacks, they're not going to be drafted at 28. They're embargoed. Don't even try it. Travis Hunter, he's not going to be there. So we've taken him off the board. Others we've taken off the board. And there's been some debate in the office, but here's the list that we came up with. The list of players that are off the board: at edge rusher, Abdul Carter, Jalen Walker, Mike Green off the board at edge rusher. Defensive tackle Mason Graham off the board. And then the rest are kind of obvious. I mean, Ashton Genty's off the board. The tackle Will Campbell's off the board. Tyler Warren's off the board. Will Johnson's off the board.
Oh, you got to slow down, man.
Well, I mean, they're kind of obvious, right?
Well, I mean, perhaps, but I'm trying to write them down too, so that we can help people.
Well, how about I tell you who's on the board? Maybe that's a better way to do this. Present it because I do want to sort of prime the people so they understand the pool of players that they could be selecting from. At 28, we've got 5 edge rushers. Donovan Ezaraku out of Boston College, Mikel Williams out of Georgia, James Pierce out of Tennessee, and the 2 from Texas A&M, Nick Scorton and Shamar Stewart, all there for you to select at 28. We've got 3 defensive tackles: Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, and Walter Nolan. Now, let me be clear. It's obvious that not all these guys are going to be there, but we're just trying to figure out, these are all from the pool of players that could be there, and who do you think is the perfect pick? The 2 interior offensive linemen, Gray Sable from Nodak State and Tyler Booker from Alabama. The off-the-charts safety, Nick Imanwari from South Carolina. We threw a couple of tight ends in there. Gunnar Helm out of Texas, Terrence Ferguson out of Oregon. If you want to go wide receiver, we've got Emeka Ibuka out of Ohio State, Luther Burden out of Missouri. There are obviously other names that, if you didn't hear your guy called that you want and you think is a perfect pick, feel free.
Yeah, go off the board. If you've got somebody that you absolutely positively love and say, well, this guy's the guy.
Yep. We want to hear from you at 248-539-9797. Phone calls or ticket texts. Scott, that is the field of players. Who would you like out of that group?
If that's the field of players, then for me, the pick is in.
All right.
With the 28th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Lions select defensive tackle Derek Harmon, Oregon. I did not. I've seen him on a couple of mock drafts, so I don't expect him to be there. But if he's there, I run to the board and I run to the podium and I make the pick. He is everything you want in a defensive tackle. He's a run stopper, and he also pressures the quarterback. He's a space eater. We've seen him play locally at Michigan State. We've seen him play because he's Big Ten at Oregon, and he is he shows up for the big games. He's a big-time player. I like him a lot. Add in that he's a local kid, too, from Detroit. That's great. Love it. It's just a little addendum. It doesn't mean too much, but I really like this pick at Derek Harmon. I think this would be outstanding for the Lions. I know the bigger need might be defensive end, but this is where the talent just overshadows what your need is. And frankly, you're going to need a defensive tackle soon. There's no guarantees on what Aleem McNeil is going to look like when he comes back from his ACL. And DJ Reader's not going to be here for much longer. And who knows what you have with Broderick Martin. So, yeah, I think the defensive tackle position is one that needs to be addressed. And why not address it with this guy who's probably the second best defensive tackle available in the draft? You can make your argument about Walter Nolan or Kenneth Grant, but Derek Harmon's my guy.
Okay, you mentioned the ability to pressure quarterbacks. He led all of Division I FBS football with 55 pressures from the interior of the defensive line. And the size is there, 6'5", 315. This would be a very, very attractive pick. I understand the allure. So Gator goes Derek Harmon at 28 as the perfect Detroit Lion pick in Carson Anderson Mock 1.0. Gator, the pick is in for me. With the pick at 28, I'm taking a chance. The Detroit Lions select James Pierce, edge rusher, Tennessee.
All right.
This is the first time that I see the Detroit Lions bringing somebody in and saying our culture is going to help a guy who's got those kinds of off the field questions. And does he love football? And it's not that, I expect Brad Holmes. These are the opposite of the kind of players I get. I just think he's too talented. If there weren't the questions and he's just going on physical traits, I think this guy is top 10 in the draft. The talent is too much to pass up. And, people want that elite edge rusher opposite of Hutch. This guy has the chance to be that elite edge rusher opposite of Hutch. So, the interview process is a big part of this, but there's a strong culture here in Detroit, and it's time to let the culture make an impact and have an impact on a player that has a great strength, great speed. They talk about his bend off the edge. I think if he puts it all together, and every once in a while you got to take a chance, I'm taking that chance. James Pierce, edge rusher, Tennessee.
I like the idea of James Pierce, the position-wise, and because there was so much hype about him early, and then the character issues came up on him. Looking through different scouting reports on him, one scouting report says he's a fly-by rusher. He misses plays in the backfield because he's out of control. Now, if you go back and think about Aiden Hutchinson when he was a rookie with the Lions, he was a bit like that, but out of control and just nonstop motor.
He was all over the place.
He was, but I don't know if James Pierce is that same kind of guy. I don't, nobody was thinking James Pierce second overall in the draft like they were with Aiden Hutchinson. So I have a hesitation with him, but you said it's taking a chance and seeing if he can fit into the right room here. And fair enough. I'm not gonna poo-poo it. It'd be interesting. It'd be an interesting pick to see him on this team.
Here's what's crazy about him. In the last 2 seasons, he averaged just over 35 snaps a game defensively, which isn't a ton. His 107 pressures over the past 2 seasons ranked number 1 in the SEC, in spite of kind of being an edge rush third down guy. So I think that we're talking about an elite skill set that needs to be corralled. So that's my pick, James Pierce, edge rusher, Tennessee. Kang, you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Oh.
Who you got?
The pick is in, boys, and it is kind of like a boomer bust pick as well, Doug and Gator. My pick is defensive end, Texas A&M, Shamir Stewart. All right, so maybe a lot of people haven't heard of this guy as much as James Pierce. James Pierce is a guy I feel like a lot of fans are starting to get familiar with now. Stewart, though, my friend, is the guy that the Lions would prefer, if you ask me. His RAS score, perfect. Tell me, have you heard this before? Do they like RAS scores?
They like RAS scores.
His athleticism and combine numbers off the charts. Now, the issue with Stewart is there was no production in college. He had
Almost
literally
none.
like 1.5 sacks a year, okay? But he's got the perfect size and athleticism to play in the NFL. The question is, does his game and size and coaching translate more in the NFL than it did in college? I think it does. The Lions, actually, reportedly by Ryan Fowler of the NFL Draft Network, have made a draft visit with Stewart. That tells me they're interested. They don't take these things lightly. Also, his size, he's enormous for a edge rusher, which means he could play inside as well, and he has played inside at college. The Lions love that versatility. I think he's a perfect pick at 28. You kind of taking a chance here. There's no for sure things when you're drafting that late, but I think at worst, his floor is this guy's going to be in the league for like 6, 7, 8 years. At best, you might find that perfect guy to play opposite Hutch and move him along the line depending on passing situations.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the RAS score and everything else, and he looks the part. He just you flip on the games or you look at the end result, there just wasn't a whole lot there with, 4.5 sacks in his career or something.
The sacks, but his pressures did go up every single year in college.
And what I was going to say is a comparison that you can make, and it's not the same position, but thinking about DK Metcalf coming out of college, the wide receiver, he didn't put up fantastic numbers at Ole Miss as a wide receiver. He had 39 receptions and followed it up with a 26 reception season. And had 12 touchdowns between those 2 years. Was nothing special. And yet, how could you ignore this guy? He was 6'4", 220 pounds of solid muscle and ran a 4.3 40. There are some times you just say, I got to go with this. I mean, I know that the stats don't match what my eyes are watching. We got to figure out a way to coach this guy up and get him in the backfield in the right way. And I can understand that.
All right, people, you are on the clock. Who's the perfect pick at 28 for the Detroit Lions? We've given you the embargo list. We've told you who's out there. 248-539-9797. Take your phone calls. Tell us why. If you send us a text, tell us why you like the guy you took. Make sure you sign your text. We'll read a whole bunch, and we'll get to the selections as we continue here on a Thursday, 2 weeks from the National Football League first round of the draft from Green Bay. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, baseball is back, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for all your Detroit baseball action. Starting the season the way they ended it last year, there's a lot to be chesty about, isn't there? Solid pitching and some spotty hitting has made this team an entertaining watch. And we've got the best week in golf starting today in Augusta, Georgia. So why not enjoy it at Twin Peaks? For starters, each lodge boasts over 50 TVs, so you'll never miss any of the strikeouts, stolen bases, or grand slams. Each lodge has upgraded their entertainment packages, boasting a numerous 98-inch televisions for your viewing pleasure. Pair that with all the coldest draft beer in the country, poured at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees in a mug that's been freezing for over 6 hours. They also feature an extensive bar with all your favorite high-end bourbons, tequilas, craft cocktails, shot specials like $4 Jack Daniel's flavors. You got Screwball, you got Jose Cuervo, Devil's Reserve, available every day to jumpstart your evening. And you won't want to drink on an empty stomach. The cooks are in there at 7 a.m. to prepare tons of scratch-made favorites like the house-smoked briskets, ribs, and wings, and hand-cut New York strips. It's the ultimate man cave experience. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. All right, it's Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Update. Robbie still can't figure out the aspect ratio on the TV. This is testing his engineering knowledge. And quite frankly, I don't know. I don't know if it's an overstatement that his future employment isn't riding on this. Trying to figure this out. I suggest
you don't want to tag off, do you, Rob? You want to grab another engineer too, or you got this?
You got it. I have a belief that the universal solution for engineering issues, technical issues, should be employed, which is unplug it and plug it back in.
Yeah, that's always good.
The problem is the TV, where it's mounted, it's so close to the wall, you can't sort of get behind it. And so it might, because the aspect ratios, I think it's in play here that we just have to get a whole new television. I think we just need to throw this thing out. I wish people could see it. It's really, really funny because it's basically we're looking about a quarter of the screen. I've never seen an aspect ratio this bad.
In all honesty, it's kind of superfluous at this point.
What, the TV?
Yeah.
For me, it's not.
Well, I mean, if you pivot, I mean,
I could watch. Yes, I could look this way, but instead, when I talk to you, it's just over your shoulder. And this is the host chair for a lot of people, and so it's the most direct monitor. Anyway, these are first world problems we're having here in studio. Okay.
Tune in for the TV throw coming up at 1:35.
We'll stream it live.
Yeah.
As we launch the TV. What was it? Lundo back in the day, didn't he destroy a computer? Or was it a fax machine or something?
No, it was a computer. He kicked the hard drive. He was so pissed one morning because the thing was so slow. It was all junked up, and that was later the computer that you would use.
Sat down at, and it wasn't working. It usually was pretty slow, and that particular day it was worse. And then we were throwing something out. Well, that's all.
I think it was that hard drive. We got to beat the hell out of the hard drive outside. We took a baseball bat to it.
It was a good day.
We went all office space on it.
It was a good day.
And the resurrection, and boom. And then Terry was in the dumpster. Terry Foster was in the dumpster for some reason. He says, "What are you guys doing?" And we're like, "What are you doing?"
Wild day here at 97.1. All right, here we go. Let's get to some of these picks. People are making their selections. From an unnamed texter, 28, the Detroit Lions select edge rusher JT Tuimoloau, Ohio State. Haven't heard him as a late first rounder, but
no, he's been a guy that's available in the second round and almost all the mock drafts. But early on, he was a hot name for the early mock drafts to go in the first.
Next one, Gary at work. Pick is Kenneth Grant and re-signs Zadarius Smith. From Dave working in Troy, with the pick at 28, the Detroit Lions select edge rusher Mykel Williams, defensive end Georgia. If he's gone, Donovan Arzaraku from Boston College would also work. But we got two down for Mykel Williams.
Mykel Williams, 6'5", 267. And statistically, what he did this past season, of course, why wouldn't you have an ad that just posts up there? In 12 games, he had 5 sacks, 8.5 tackles for loss. In his career, at 3 years at Georgia, he had 21.5 tackles for loss and 14 sacks. He's consistent 4.5, 4.5, and 5 in the 3 years he was at Georgia.
From an unnamed texter, Shamar Stewart. Another one, I actually love Shamar Stewart as well, and I'm going with him as my mock pick at 28. He did have a ton of pressure this year and disrupted a lot of plays, so that actually is production. Yeah, he had 4.5 sacks in his career, which is pretty amazing that was the total. But, yeah, I mean, pressuring quarterbacks is a big part of it, a huge part of it, an undervalued part of it. So are tackles for loss, by the way. I mean, if you drop a running back for a 4-yard loss or sack a quarterback for a 4-yard loss, sack gets all the attention, but TFLs are just as important. Another one here. I will take anybody at 28 except Kang's brother, who he picked. What is that?
I'm not related to the guy. I like him a lot. That's all.
Wow.
I think I'm not doing anything favors for any family here.
He thinks that you're
And he says
you like
perfect RAS score, guys.
It was a perfect RAS score. The pick is in. The Detroit Lions select Derek Harmon at 28. That's from Brendan in a car. I mean, you made the compelling argument for Harmon, and I have no argument against it. It's a fantastic pick. It's a position of need. You want to know something really weird? You ever have a dream and you wake up and realize, okay, that was just a dream. I had a dream that Aleem McNeil was not coming back from the injury. And there was talk about him never playing ever again. And I'm like, oh my God, they got to replace Aleem McNeil too? But it was just a dream. Dare I say, Gator, a nightmare.
It kind of is.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that.
Ron writes in, my order of whose pick I like the most: 1 Kang, 2 Gator, 3 Doug. My name is Ron. Thank you, Ron. 248-539-9797.
One thing with these pressure stats, it's always hard because you can't find pressure stats. It's like a Pro Football Focus thing, or it's really hard to have like a definitive list. Oh, yeah, I had 17 pressures in that one game or whatever. I mean, it's not a real definitive statistic. My man.
Robbie got it done.
Who the man?
Dare we ask what the issue was? How'd you figure it out? It was, yeah, but how'd you get
into it?
You got that universal remote.
You got the remote to work, huh?
The Da Vinci Code has been solved. Congratulations to Robbie. He stays in.
Mankind is saved.
Yep.
It's actually a really good picture.
Yeah, we got the Masters on now. All right, more of your feedback coming in here regarding the perfect pick of players. Of that pool of players, I would take Derek Harmon. However, I'd be very tempted to take Imanwari, knowing he will likely be able to extend he won't be able to likely extend either Kirby or Branch because of the salaries they'll get. That's from Tim and Lapeer. And that is at play here.
That's a wild card player, man. This is a guy that just wowed everybody with everything. Actually, what he did on the field, he was all over the place. But the off the field stuff with the RAS score, through the roof.
Yep,
he's got size and speed. He'd be a really big safety, but he'd be an undersized linebacker. He's one of those tweener guys.
Yep.
But man, the sky's the limit of what his potential is.
So, you know what?
It's like Isaiah Simmons.
Here's the thing, too, and that person's right, and I give him credit for taking this into consideration. And this is why we're in a completely different era as it pertains to the draft. We have to draft thinking about future contracts. Like he's talking about taking Imanwari, the safety out of South Carolina, who had off the charts RAS score, as you mentioned. But why? Why is he thinking about that? Because he's worried they won't be able to extend either Kirby or Branch. We put tight ends on this list because of concerns about being able to extend Sam Laporta. I mean, it's the fact is the Lions have too many good players, and if you watch how it happens, like Philly won a Super Bowl and it's awesome for them, and you got it, but they lost 4 or 5 guys that I'm sure they wanted to hang on to but couldn't afford any longer. Same thing's going on in San Francisco because they're war chesting to sign Brock Purdy, and they've had expensive players to pay. So, if you look at this, we have to look at the draft as the replenishing of contracts that are going to be up here soon. It's a weird new world we're living in, Scott Anderson.
It is.
Who's a perfect pick? It's Carson Anderson 1.0. One of our local teams just made an announcement. I think it's something people are going to want to get on board. We'll get to that announcement today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, check out these spring savings at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down, $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll set the table here real quick one more time. Then we'll get to an announcement one of the local teams just made. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's something people are going to want to be aware of. That coming up today at 11:02. Carson Anderson, Mach 1.0. We got a field of players here, and you can go off the board. We've embargoed a bunch of players, but who's the perfect pick at 28? Most of these names we've seen on the board in a mock draft. Many of them we've taken off just because they're showing up before the Lions pick way too frequently. And then there's ones that were never in play, like Abdul Carter and Jalen Walker. But we got Mike Green off the board. We are allowing at the edge rusher spot Donovan Ezaraku, Michael Williams, James Pierce, Nick Scorton, Shamar Stewart. The defensive tackles, Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, Walter Nolan. Interior offensive linemen, Gray Zabel and Tyler Booker. Nick Imwanwari, the safety out of South Carolina. If you want to go tight end, Gunnar Helm and Terrence Ferguson are there. Wide receivers, Emeka Ibuka and Luther Burden. We had somebody go off the board and go edge rusher JT Tu'umo'olau. Who do you like at 28? Who's the perfect pick? 248-539-9797. Kevin is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey to you all.
Hello, Kevin.
Hi, guys. Hey, guys, defense wins championships, but I'm picking Tyler Booker.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I say that because they've lost Zeitler, Ragnow, Decker.
They're getting older.
They're injury prone. I hate to. I know you shouldn't be drafting for depth necessarily at 28, but those guys are missing time. Glasgow's older too. I think this would be a good move. Get the 5-year player. And I love the idea of, if the price is right, go re-sign Zadarius Smith. I think he'll raise hell opposite of Hutch.
Well, let me tell you, I'll start with you. You opened with a premise I no longer believe, and that is that defense wins championships. If you look at sort of recent seasons, it's been the elite offenses that have been advancing to the playoffs. They're more predictive of success and getting to the playoffs. Now, this year was a little different. This year, defense kind of made a rebound. But with that said, Kevin, it totally makes sense. Like, they're between Ragnow and Glasgow, and you got outside, you've got Decker, who's got a money due soon that they might choose to decline. They might get out of his contract. And it's an offensive line that may need to be rebuilt and rebuilt quickly. And so you're not that far off.
I don't think rebuilt is the right way to look at it. I just think you need players, because the same thing that happened on the defense last year could happen on the offense this year, because the history is there. And if you got a young kid coming in and you got him on that first round contract, it makes sense. I'm a believer in defense. I love defense. I think obviously defense did hold them back last year, but and I hear what you're saying.
Well, here's when I use the term rebuilt, I don't mean it needs to be rebuilt in 2025. It's going to need to be rebuilt, because I don't think Decker's going to be here for the next portion of his contract. Graham Glasgow and Frank Ragnow are probably near the end. So I think over the next few years, it's going to need to be rebuilt. And you can start by drafting an interior offensive lineman now.
I mean, Frank Ragnar's missed 4 games in the last 3 years, right? I mean, we know he plays through pain. I wouldn't call him injury prone. Taylor Decker's missed 5 games in the last 3 years. Now, he's had other seasons where he's missed more time, but in the last 3 years, it hasn't been much. I just take offense to calling them injury prone. What I will say is they're both obviously advanced players in terms of their career, and you have to start thinking about, the next guys. I have no issue with that, and I have no issue with the pick. The only thing I said is that I take issue when you start calling somebody injury prone when that really isn't the case over the last 3 years.
I will say this about Tyler Booker, and I've said it a bunch, so I apologize for those that have heard this before, but he is the most lion-y guy out there. I think if you talk about if the interviews matter, if your football love of the game, if you want intangibles that fit the Lions' room, Tyler Booker, interior offensive lineman, Alabama, is the most lion-y prospect out there.
I have no problem with the Lions drafting an offensive lineman at some point during the draft. I do raise an eyebrow if it's in the first round, though, guys. I mean, if they draft a guard in the first round, it tells me, and just my personal opinion, that maybe they're not so sure about Graham Glasgow moving forward. Has he starting to deteriorate and go backwards? His production, maybe they're not sure Mahogany's ready, Manu's ready, things like that. I just start raising an eyebrow if you use a first-round pick on a guard. Because I think they love Decker. Clearly they love Sewell. And, offensive linemen are going to get dinged up. I mean, Holmes has said it. Find me a guy that's playing 17 games every year. It's tough. That doesn't happen in the league anymore. So I think you get your depth offensive linemen like in the second round and beyond. But using a first-round one, I'm like, ooh, how do they feel about the guards they have?
Yeah, that would be a valid question. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris and Flint. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Chris.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Good.
The guy I would take the safety from South Carolina.
Imanwari?
That kid he's huge, he's fast, and he's more like a linebacker, but he can cover. They could have a whole lot of fun with that guy.
Well, he is a all over the field kind of player. He is a willing run stopper. Like, if you want a guy that makes plays in the run game out of the secondary, he's that kind of guy. He really is. And the off the charts RAS score. There are some questions about whether or not he does love the game. But those things can get answered in interviews and background checks. So yeah, I'm thinking that this guy. I'm thinking this guy absolutely could be the pick.
Yeah, for the simple reason, the guy run a 4.3 at 235 pounds and 6'3", and you're telling me he's a safety?
Yep. Yeah, he's. I mean, the measurables are incredible.
4.38 was his 40 time. Yeah.
4.38. Yeah. Hey, I could only hope.
I completely understand.
I mean, if you get a guy like that, it's like, where do you play him? You play him. You want to play him every down, and you just put him wherever you want on the field. But you run the risk of, being a jack of all trades, but a master of none.
Next up from Terrell at work, the Detroit Lions select defensive tackle Derek Harmon. Lions absolutely need interior pass rush, especially with McNeil out maybe half the season. If Harmon's skill translates to the NFL, you don't need great ends, just decent ones. Oh, and they've already got a great one. The Harmon pick would be a great pick. There's no doubt about it.
That's my guy.
Tyler in Royal Oak says the 2025 Detroit Lions select James Pierce Jr., Tennessee, elite talent that will give any offensive line trouble.
Yeah, I just hope he doesn't give the team trouble.
Blake from the Upper Peninsula, Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State. Okay.
Want to go interior offensive lineman? He could do a lot worse. He's very highly thought of. And I've seen him mocked to the Lions a number of times at 28.
248-539-9797. Get
He's
your
a guy who
pick
played, I'm sorry, Doug. He's a guy who played tackle at Ohio State this past year. He's a natural guard, but swung out to tackle because of injuries, right?
They had a bunch of injuries on their offensive line, and eventually, I think he was the one that ended up at tackle. So
he's actually pretty good at tackle as well, but guard is where he should be at.
Positional versatility is something that I think is way more valued in the league than we ever think about. I mean, we bring it up, but I think the Lions especially love positional versatility. So 248-539-9797. All right, get your pick in for Carson Anderson 1.0. We'll take him throughout the show. There are other things to talk about today, including Gator makes a prediction on what is going to be the next big TV show. We'll get to that today at 11:35. 248-539-9797. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this program and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the United States. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birch Kid and Evan responsible for great content. You can stream with video. Go to twitch.tv, where people were watching as our engineer Robbie in the background fixed our televisions here. We do appreciate it very much. Stream through twitch.tv and youtube.com. Go to the search bar at the top. Type in 971 The Ticket. And you can participate in the streaming chat on both those sites and make your picks there, like Red Wing 2244 did. I feel like if Derek Harmon is available at 28, you have to take him. Some mocks have him going in the high teens. They do. It's interesting the variability that you see with him. But yeah, I get it. Derek Harmon would be a great pick.
You don't see a ton of him going after 28.
No.
And you don't see a ton of him going even at 28 itself. It's like he's a guy that you see a lot of 15 to 25 range.
Anyway, you can get your comments in on the Twitch and YouTube streams as well. All right. Local team made an announcement. I think people are going to want to get on board with this. We'll get to that at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Michigan State basketball has landed their first big transfer portal addition. Caleb Glenn comes over from FAU, and MSU will mark his third school in the first 3 years of his career. He started at Louisville. Glenn mostly came off the bench for the Owls this season, scoring 12.5 points per game while shooting 40% from three. He also played AAU ball with Jeremy Fears. The Pistons have taken 2 out of 3 against the Knicks so far this year. The last regular season matchup tonight at LCA. Kate Cunningham on the mentality the team has after losing against the Kings. That made it 4 out of their 5 losers there. In Game 2, Cunningham secured the first triple-double by a Piston at Madison Square Garden in history. Hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7. The Red Wings skate against the Panthers tonight in Florida as well. Cam Talbot had a good start in net Sunday to beat them 2-1. Hear the game right here on the ticket at 7. The Masters is underway right now in Georgia. Bubba Watson getting ready to tee off this hour. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll continue taking your texts with draft picks throughout the day. The perfect pick at 28. We gave you the field of players you can choose from. Obviously, not all those guys are going to be there, but we do want to know who you would want the most. At 28 for the Detroit Lions, as we are 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away, people, from the National Football League draft. Tigers yesterday, boy, was Flaherty. He was good, man. He was so good. But so was his high school teammate Max Fried.
Yeah, too good.
Yep.
Too good.
Yep.
But interesting game nonetheless. You know, the Yankees got up 4-0, go to the ninth inning, and then the wheels start to come off. You get a couple base on balls, and then you get a wild pitch, and next thing you know, you get a base hit as well with runners in scoring position. Now it's 4-3. You got a chance to tie things up, but just not enough.
Okay, so look, this is not like earth-shattering, but today the Detroit Pistons announced that individual game playoff tickets will go on sale on Sunday starting at 10 a.m. Individual game tickets will be available for purchase Sunday online at pistons.com/playoffs or ticketmaster.com or by calling the ticket office at 313-PISTONS. There is a pre-sale waiting list for individual game playoff tickets. You can do so by visiting pistons.com/playoffs presale. Pistons.com/playoffs presale. One word smashed together. Playoffs presale. Okay, so look, I'm trying to think back to when we did shows the last 3 times the Pistons made the playoffs. The last 3 times the Pistons made the playoffs, the Pistons were an 8 seed. All 3 times. And all 3 times they got swept by a much, much, much heavily favored 1 seed. Cleveland back in 2009, Cleveland again in 2016, and Milwaukee in 2019. Gator, in none of those 3 seasons, maybe the first one, because the Pistons were coming off being competitive, but really, we haven't done Piston playoff shows. And what I mean by that is we've talked about it, but we've never had a show dominated by people just wanting to talk Piston playoff basketball.
With a team they thought that it could actually compete.
Yeah. This is a team that can compete. This is a ticket that will be coveted. Now, I did go back and look to figure out if the last time the Pistons played a playoff game, the listed attendance was a few hundred short of what the capacity of LCA is. But with seat configurations now, like they have new seating areas and premium seating areas. And so maybe it was a sellout. I don't know what the actual capacity was back on April 22nd of 2019 when they lost that last game to Milwaukee. But they were close to a sellout. I think this is one of those games, this is one of those times where, am I wrong? This is going to be a pretty damn coveted ticket.
Oh, I would think it'd be very coveted. You know, with the Red Wings doing what they're doing, which is just, waiting for the official word that the season's over, which could come as early as tonight as they play in Florida. But you've got that fandom is already deflated, and much of the Red Wing fans have already moved on. And why not move on to something that's exciting, like a playoff run for a Piston basketball team? And look, I get that there are different crowds at hockey and basketball crowds. There's plenty of crossover as well. But for the hockey crowd that might just want to dabble into the NBA for the first time in a while, this is a good time to do it because this team is good. This team is worth watching. And it's, if we've had the discussion we talked about it a little bit yesterday where people say, just don't like today's NBA, right? And I imagine a lot of those hockey fans are feeling the same way. I don't like today's NBA. Watch the Pistons play.
Pistons are a throwback.
Yeah. Now, throw out the last game they played because I got a little too 3-point heavy at that one. But beyond that, they've been a very physical basketball team and a likable basketball team that we enjoy here in Detroit because it harkens back to the going to work Pistons. A little bit to the bad boys. It's more going to work than it is bad boys, although this team is nowhere near as good defensively. But they try to play that more of that style. Yeah, and they're willing, which is the most important thing.
Okay, so a couple things about this is, first of all, is this on your radar? Like, I want to know from fans, I'm getting Piston tickets. Or not yet, because as much as we can sit here and talk about how they're going to compete in the first round of the playoffs, they'll be an underdog, and it will be an upset if they win the first round series, which will, be against the Knicks or the Pacers, probably the Knicks, and they play the Knicks tonight, and that's a whole nother story of how do you approach a game against somebody who's likely going to be a playoff opponent when there's not a whole ton to play for. But I mean, maybe it's important to them who they're playing.
Well, both teams have 3 games left. The Knicks have a 2-game lead over Indiana, and the Pacers are playing really well lately. They're 8-2 in their last 10. The Knicks are 7-3 in their last 10. So
Detroit
if they win one more game and they're locked into the 3 seed.
I think Detroit has to win out to pass Milwaukee.
They do. They're 2 games behind Milwaukee,
and they got to beat the Knicks and then sweep the Bucks in the last 2 games of the year, who they ironically play. But, so I mean, it seems probable that they're going to play the Knicks. But I guess 248-539-9797. I don't think the Pistons are getting swept this year. They've lost 14 consecutive playoff games. Last time they won a playoff game, Gator, I'm pretty sure you and I were in Pittsburgh watching on television. Covering the Stanley Cup Finals, Red Wings Penguins, and the Pistons are playing the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals. That's the last time they won a playoff game. They then lost the last 2 games to Boston and have been swept 3 straight times, 14 consecutive playoff losses, which is the current longest streak in the NBA, as one would expect. But this time they're not 8-1 fodder. They could win this series. It might be early for me to say people are going to jump on board and this is going to become a hugely coveted ticket in Detroit because they're not a championship contender. And so, I mean, we're watching sort of a tepid response to a Tiger playoff team from a year ago, so I don't know how.
But it's getting playoff tickets to the first round.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I don't know if you can buy tickets beyond the first
Well,
round.
right. So I'm saying, like, if you want to go watch them be as competitive as they can be, it's in the first round, right?
Yeah.
So I would imagine these games are going to be sold out. The games at the end of the season here, they're well-attended basketball games at LCA right now. I mean, they're packing it in.
Yes, they are.
So I would imagine the same thing is going to happen for the first round of the playoffs. This isn't a play-in team. This is a playoff team. They're already in there. The question is, they're going to be the 5 or 6 seed.
So, yeah, you're right. I mean, the topic, I want to make sure I'm clear on this, too. It's does this become a huge ticket in Detroit? Because, you're right. They've been packing them in, and I expect them to sell out. But remember the Red Wings playoff tickets back in the day with Lions tickets the last couple of years? Does this get to that kind of fever pitch or not just yet?
I don't think it's going to be like that. I mean, because those are also high price tickets on the secondary market.
Yeah.
I think this is one where people are just so happy to see this team play. We're so happy to be able to enjoy it as well. And let's get the big TV outside and, the whole beer garden area and the pavilion area outside the LCA where everybody can come enjoy it. I think we're all excited about it. I imagine it's going to be an amazing atmosphere.
I think like those other teams are like championship caliber teams, right? We know this Pistons team's it's probably not championship caliber, but I think it's been so long and it's a different playoff team than the ones in the past where you had Blake Griffin on one leg just trying to carry this team to one win in the playoffs. This team is built on a young, budding superstar in Cade Cunningham, and they're already top 10 in attendance in the league. They're definitely going to sell out these playoff games. I think the fact that as long as they're competitive in this series, most likely they're going to play the Knicks. I think we are going to be taking those, hey, breaking down that possession in the third quarter,
Dude,
you know what I
yeah.
mean, type calls that I think you're looking for, Doug, where, hey, does this kind of, the whole city is looking for something, it's like the beginning when the Lions first got good. I feel like that's where the Pistons are. So, yeah, you can still be kind of all in, even though knowing that the end goal might not be a championship this year.
It's been 17 years since we probably did a authentic, caller-driven Piston playoff show. 17 years. And so I'm excited to have that kind of intensity back. But is this become a ticket that you personally out there have to get? Do you have to get Piston playoff tickets? 248-539-9797. Again, the Pistons announcing that individual playoff tickets, game tickets, go on sale 10 a.m. Sunday through pistons.com/playoffs or ticketmaster.com. You can get a pre-sale waiting list deal by going to piston.com/playoffs pre-sale. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, the little bit of snow we got overnight, don't let it bother you, or don't let it say, well, I can just put off taking care of my lawn for the summer. It doesn't matter. No, it does matter. Pick up the phone and call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green, stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com, and for limited time only, you purchase the full lawn program, and you get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. The first application for crabgrass is the most important application, because you do not want to see crabgrass in the summer. If you do, frankly, it's too late to fix the problem. It's too late to treat it. You got to take care of it right now. You don't want weeds. You don't want dandelions in your yard. This is what you do. You call Natural Way, and they take care of it. You call right now, you're going to save some green as well when you prepay, because that's the deal. Call by the end of the month to get that early bird discount. Natural Way uses fewer chemicals. They use environmentally sound practices. In fact, each lawn is assigned its own specialist. People know what they're doing. They're certified applicators and arborists that'll come out and custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. It's a company that's been around for 35 years. It's a company I've trusted with my yard for almost a dozen years now, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, so look, is the Piston playoffs? Is it must attend for you? Like, is this? I'm trying to figure out what this is going to mean to Detroit. The playoff tickets go on sale Sunday, and this isn't a first round fodder team. We have not had a great response from the audience, and has there been a tremendous buzz about the last couple of Piston playoff appearances, and they've been few and far between. And I think we're going to get some authentic Piston playoff calls, which is going to be fun. But they're not a title contender. I think we could all agree on that. So is it still like the games will sell out? Don't get me wrong, but there's a difference between a sellout and then a sellout where on the secondary market, oh my God, I can't believe how expensive the tickets are, kind of sellout. The kind of thing it's been with the Lions, the kind of thing it was with the Red Wings back in the day when they were Stanley Cup contenders. Where are you with the Pistons in the postseason? 248-539-9797. Brad at work writes in, Piston playoffs? What NFL draft? Detroit basketball. Doug in Rochester says, you're smoking crack.
Oh.
They lose to teams with losing records consistently. They will get swept like the last Pistons teams who made the playoffs.
Let's see. They beat the Celtics by 20.
Yep.
They beat Cleveland by a significant amount. Those are the two best teams in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
They go out west, and they've beaten some really good teams out in the West as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're going to judge this because, they lost to a couple of bad teams, I imagine if you were to go and look at the entire schedule of the Washington Wizards this year, or the Charlotte Hornets, who are the worst teams in the East, that you will see among the 36 victories between the two teams, they're going to have knocked off a good team because it's basketball. It's going to happen once in a while.
Let me make sure I understand his point. We are smoking crack because we think the Pistons will win a playoff game. Just one.
Right.
Just one. We are the crack smokers. This is a huge game for the Pistons tonight. You want to avoid limping into the playoffs. It feels like they're losing steam a bit. Well, they've been banged up, and that's definitely, because I don't think they rest Cade tonight. Right? They don't. Do they load management this one?
I don't think so with Cade because Cade's coming off an injury, and they're trying to ramp up his minutes.
Yeah.
And they only have 3 games left, and then they're going to have like a full week off because of the play-in games.
Yep.
So I think they're going to want to play him as much as they can.
One of the great developments this season has been a player that I think generated no buzz when he came to Detroit. Tobias Harris is day-to-day. They need Tobias Harris back. They don't need him day-to-day. They need him today because he's become a very valuable member of this team. So 248-539-9797. Is it a must-see game for you out there to get to a Piston playoff game this year? 248-539-9797. Knicks in town tonight, and this is, again, their likely first-round playoff opponent. The Pistons have kind of had the tale of two seasons, right? They opened up the season, and they didn't look like they were going to be anything particularly special. They lost to the Knicks early in the year, rather significantly, if I recall correctly. They lost 128-98 to drop to 1-5. Okay, and they eventually bottomed out at 6 games under 500. It's the middle of December, and then they turned it around. They played the Knicks in January, beat them in New York by 5, and tonight they wrap up the season series.
Yeah, they started to kick things, like you said, middle of December. Things started turning for them in a positive way, and then after a few games, then they lose Jaden Ivey, and it hasn't derailed the team like you thought. That's gonna kill her for him. What's happening here? Nope, they've been able to rally around that. Then they go ahead and add Dennis Schroeder through a trade at the deadline, and he has helped solidify the group coming off the bench. This is a good basketball team. I'm a little concerned with Tobias Harris continuing to be out. We'll see if he comes back tonight because he's another guy that got to get up to speed before the playoffs begin because he's a very important piece to this Pistons team.
So Big Pank on Twitch.
Pank.
writes in, sorry, I can't compare regular season basketball to playoff basketball. There's some truth to that, okay? And it is probably my biggest concern is that the Pistons, the way they play the game, the pedal's always down. They're always shifted into high gear. They play hard. I think when you get to the postseason, your opponent plays hard too for 48 minutes. Now, I'm not saying that every win the Pistons have this year is because the other teams have mailed it in when they've played Detroit. We did have that great quote from Boston. Was it media day? Was it before this year?
Yeah, it was before this season.
Where a player made a comment. It's not like, when we play the Pistons, we can get some guys some shots. He actually used us as the example, which was pretty funny, given the kind of season they've had and given what the Pistons did to the Celtics the last time they played them. But the point being,
Boston went full on with that approach last night.
Yeah.
See the lineup they had? And they scored less than 80 points, I think, in the game.
So I think there's some truth to, okay, what happens when everybody is playing hard all the time?
Can't wait to see it, whether it's Indiana or the Knicks. I want to see it. I really like the Pistons' chances of winning a game, but I think the Pistons have a decent chance of winning a series because of their style. Because they don't need to, we got to turn it on for this. It's been on.
Yep. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, I mean, I called it like a month ago or so, right, Doug? I told you I don't think the Pistons are going to make it out of the first round, and that doesn't mean they can't win a couple games or make it difficult. They have the ability to get out of the first round, but I think because what you kind of mentioned too, everyone else does turn it up for the playoffs. Like playoff basketball, if you're knocking the NBA is, hey, load management, they don't try all the time. In the playoffs, they do. Everyone does, and you can see it all the way down to the 10th man that comes off the bench if he gets in the game. And so the Pistons, they've been doing it all year, but now when they go in the playoffs, they're gonna face a team, whoever it is, that's gonna be doing the same. I just think the deficiencies the Pistons have is depending on Cade too much because they are a team, like a full-on team, right? That's why we like it watching them though, is they use everybody, but also the downside to that is they kind of need everybody, right? Like if Cade, you can always count on for what he's gonna bring. But who's going to be the second guy who's going to consistently score for you? Is it Beasley? Is it Harris? Is it Schroeder? Somebody has to play that role in the playoffs consistently for them to get some secondary scoring for them to beat these teams.
248-539-9797. Do you think that the Detroit, is this Piston playoff run for you, is it a must-attend event? It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. We're in the middle of Carson Anderson Mach 1.0. If you are just joining us, we gave you a field of players. Who is the perfect pick at 28? We got the embargo on and the likely names that you would understand. All the quarterbacks, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Jalen Walker, Mike Green, Mason Graham, embargo on him, and other obvious ones like Genty, Will Campbell, Tyler Warren, Will Johnson. Who do you want at 28, though? Who's the perfect pick for you? We're taking those throughout the show. They continue to come in, and we continue to tally them up. Sign your text and give us a reason why you want said player. Gator's got a prediction of something that you think is going to be the next big TV show. We'll get to that at 11:32. And did you hear about the controversy at the Frozen Four as it pertains to Western Michigan?
I have not.
Oh, we'll have to get to that next segment as well. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Bunch of feedback coming in here with the Pistons. From an unnamed texter, I sent us the following. As much as Cade is our best player, the key to this series will be Asar. If he stays out of foul trouble, he will give Brunson fits defensively. Chase and Flint says, I think the Pistons actually play up to their competition, which the flip side is you can get caught playing down to your competition as well. I think we get to game 6 against the Knicks, honestly. Sean writes in, the Pistons are not getting swept in the playoffs. Book it. Sean, you must be smoking crack along with Scott and I, which the crack today wasn't that good before the show. Whoever our dealer is has to do a better job. But yes, that's the explanation for why we think the Pistons will win a playoff game. Because we must be smoking the crack. Next up, Andrew and Warren says, I think the push for the NBA Cup earlier this season really gave our guys some experience in high leverage games. Do you? I mean, it kind of was right around the NBA Cup when they started to play better. I just can't call an NBA Cup game a high leverage game. I'm sorry.
For this group, can you? Because they've never played for anything, right? And like, I know it's not the same as the Four Nations, clearly, but you saw those guys put everything on the line for the Four Nations. Because it was Dylan Larkin, maybe his most high leverage game of his career, unfortunately.
Put it too much on the line.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So did that NBA Cup help these guys in a must-win game? I don't know, but it's better than nothing, I guess, for this squad.
I'll speak for myself. I was devastated when they got knocked out.
Yes, I think you took a couple days off.
I had to. I was just devastated.
Those were tough shows to do. The Pistons just sent out an update. Piston guard Jaden Ivey continues to make progress in his recovery from a broken left fibula, which he suffered January 1st against Orlando. He's been cleared for basketball activity and will now enter the beginning phase of reconditioning progression, along with a continued progression of court work. Ivy's status will be updated in another 2 weeks. Dun, dun, dun. I think playoffs start in 9 days. So
2 weeks, a fortnight is it's about 14 days.
Yeah. So look, the crack, maybe I'll smoke some more and say he'll be back for the second round of the playoffs. How about that? Okay, Gators got a prediction. You think something is going to be the next big hit in television? What is the last big hit in television?
Was it Landman, maybe? That ended up being
What's this White Lotus thing everybody's talking about?
White Lotus just finished up. You know, what's funny is that I didn't watch a lick of this is season 3.
I know nothing about it.
So it's a different cast each season. It's kind of like True Detective. I didn't watch, and I watched all of season 1. I enjoyed it, but I thought it was a little weird, but it was all right. Season 2, I didn't pay any attention to, and season 3, I paid no attention to until it may have been yesterday. I was flipping around, killing time after the Tigers game, and came across the season finale, or at least whatever the last episode we saw anyway, and I saw like the last half hour, 40 minutes of it. So I feel like that's all I needed to see because I saw it to kind of wrap up. And there was a lot to wrap up the way it wrapped up. Pretty interesting. But people love the White Lotus. I just haven't gotten into it. But I feel like Landman may have been the last big one.
Okay.
You're talking Severance. That's a big one that everybody's talking about.
It's good.
But the next one in line, I think, is Mobland. It's on Paramount Plus, Showtime. And it's I've watched 2 episodes. There's only 2 episodes so far, and it's been pretty good. Pretty good. The Guy Ritchie vehicle. The Guy Ritchie who made the movie Snatch and has done some other stuff. And this is a show about the mob scene in London with a couple different mob families that are warring right now. About to start a war.
This isn't your typical based on the United States mob.
No.
Because, I mean, the mob genre, mob movies, Goodfellas, obviously the Godfather series, Casino, The Irishman. I mean, there's some really, really, really good movies.
Yeah, there are.
But this is English mob, huh?
Yeah, and even in Guy Ritchie's movies that he's done, they've dealt with the mob before. Like movie Snatch deals with the mob. but in kind of a funny way, a comedic way. This one's a lot more serious. But it's got characters already through 2 episodes that you're like locked in. Like this guy, don't like this guy. I like where the show is heading. Tom Hardy, the actor who played Bane in the Batman movie, and he's an incredible actor. He's one of the main actors in this. Pierce Brosnan, former James Bond, he's in this as a patriarch of one of the crime mob families. Helen Mirren's his wife. It's really good. Paddy Considine is another actor in this, and he was in not Game of Thrones, but the spinoff of Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon. He was the first king you see in there. Viserys, I think, is his name in that movie, in that series. But this is so far 2 episodes in. Even though they say it in a comedic way that there's a language barrier, it's English, but it's English with the English accent and some Irish accents at times too. Can be difficult to discern what's being said at times. But you get the gist of it, and the gist is enough to keep you interested. And then I think you get used to it, and then you start to understand everything that's being said.
Okay.
I like this show a lot.
Okay.
I think it's really good through the first 2 episodes.
2 episodes in, you're calling it, you think Mobland is the next huge TV hit?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a big one.
Okay. All right. Ken, you got a funny smile behind
No,
your
I
glass.
just think that Gator wants it to be the big hit, so you can talk to him and watch it. You know, he wants someone to talk to about this show.
Okay, so
I don't know if that's true. I don't know that.
Because what's the show you like a lot, Doug?
Doug loves Severance.
That's the huge show right now.
Yeah.
Like everyone loves that show. That is.
And you're 2 seasons into it.
Yeah, Doug is. We haven't watched it.
No,
yet.
we haven't watched it yet. But the show has 2 full seasons already.
Yes.
Yeah, this is 2 episodes in.
Yeah, I'm not against it. I mean, because Severance is done for a while now. Anxiously await season 3. But
you know what's always appealed to me with movies and TV shows when it deals with the mob or there's conflict resolution is when you've got one character who's known as like a fixer. The guy just gets stuff done. Like they rely on this guy. Oh, turn it over to this guy and he'll figure out. Like Rip is a fixer, if you will, on Yellowstone.
And that truly is a mob show.
It really is, right?
It's a Wyoming mob family.
Montana mob family.
You're right.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
My bad.
But this is like the same thing. Tom Hardy's character, he's a fixer, and I love to see how those guys take care of business. That's why I love the TV show Ray Donovan was on Showtime. Ray Donovan was a fixer, a Hollywood fixer, and that just I don't know why it appeals to me. It's just those guys are always badass, and Tom Hardy is like a legitimate badass.
Yeah,
so this is cool.
Okay, well, he's called it, people. All right, I said we would get to this. I've actually emailed both you and Kang the story on M Live about the minor controversy. Western Michigan at the Frozen Four, they apparently painted an old Bronco logo on the ice at the Frozen Four.
Oh no.
Yes. Now every year, Frozen Four, the teams that are participating, they get their logos on the ice. Could be a Spartan S or a Block M if it were Michigan and Michigan State. Western Michigan changed their Bronco logo like 5 years ago. And in fact, I remember us doing a topic.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Because it was somewhat controversial, if I recall correctly. They used the old Bronco head logo. I sent you the story. I want you to click on the link. The differences are awfully subtle because they corrected it. Word got back to the Western Michigan athletic director, according to M Live, Dan Bartholomew. He is quoted in the story saying, "I looked at it and knew it wasn't our logo. I'm not sure where they got it because it's not what we sent them. But those things happen, and that's why we keep our eye out for things. They were awesome and got it fixed."
Yeah, I can't see it because it's M Live and you need a subscription.
Oh, sorry. Well, you could come look at it on my computer if you want. The difference between the old Bronco logo that was on the ice and the new Bronco logo on the ice is awfully subtle. Gator has now come around to my computer. That is the old Bronco logo in the lower right corner. Here's the new one.
All right.
I can sense some hostility here.
No, there's no hostility. I mean, it's a little bit of disrespect, and it is a disservice to Western Michigan.
Yeah.
They changed things up. They gave you the proper logo, and you ignored it. You chose to go with something else, unless somebody from Western gave them the wrong logo.
It's possible.
Which is entirely possible. This would be akin to, the Lions making a Super Bowl and they throw the circus line in there and not the line with the angry fang.
I think this is even more subtle than that, though. The Western Michigan logo the NCAA initially used, including the Bronco head with the gold highlights along with the Bronco's hair. Western Michigan's current logo doesn't include the gold streaks, rather using a gold outline around the Bronco head instead. Okay. Yeah, I can see now that that's explained, you can see the difference in the outline. So they made the correction. They're all good. Bartholomew said, we think it presents better, and it got better feedback from our fans. So, hey, Western, here's the good news. You know what people like to do in sports? They like to play the disrespect card.
Oh, yeah.
You can say they disrespected us and used
and
an old
you are
logo.
going to. They are absolutely going to.
Yep.
Chip on the shoulder, Doug.
Yep, there you go. Put the chip on their shoulder.
Can't
Wrong
do that.
logo.
How dare you?
Yeah, well, they've corrected it for them.
Hold me back. How dare you?
Western Michigan playing Denver at 5 o'clock tonight in the Frozen Four. The 8:30 game, Penn State, Boston University. And this, Gator, is one of my favorite non-Big Four sports. One of your favorites is going on right now as well with the Masters. We'll get to that coming up today at 11:48. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, you're looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source, they've got you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or maybe you just need a certified installer, their expert team is going to help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We are in the midst of Carson Anderson Mock 1.0. Get your picks in. First round, who's the perfect pick for the Detroit Lions? Get it in right now at 248-539-9797. We veto all when people go crazy and try to slip an Abdul Carter in there or something. You know who the likely candidates are. Who would you want? 248-539-9797. We tally these up, and at the end of the show, we'll tell you who is Detroit's pick at 28. 248-539-9797. Gator, you have said that, or you said on your show sheet, that this definitively is your favorite non-Big Four sport, the Masters?
I think so. For an annual event, yeah.
Okay.
For a sport that goes on through this season, this is, yeah. I think so. It used to be like a UFC fight, but I've kind of fallen out of favor watching the UFC. It's still fine. I just don't watch it nearly as much as I used to. And the fighters have changed now, so I don't know the fighters anywhere near as well as I did 10 years ago. But that used to take precedent over, like, if there was a UFC event, I was going to 24 seconds and watching it every time.
Yeah.
But for me, it's the Masters. I love the Masters. The whole pomp and circumstance of it. The fact that they're snobby, I can laugh at it. And because as snobby as they are, they also do some really cool things.
Give me an example of their snobbery.
Well, like, for instance, that the announcers aren't allowed to say the back nine. The announcers have to mention that it's the second nine. They don't like the term back nine because they think it refers to one's derriere, back of the front, your arse, things like that. So they choose to say your second nine. Things like that are really... All right, enough. Get over yourself, right?
Okay, give me more. I'm loving this.
You can't call it the driving range. It's like the tournament practice area or something like that. It's something ridiculous that they have to say. They can't say, yeah, he was working out at the driving range. No, you can't say that. You get reprimanded if you do that. I mean, they don't like the clothing that some people wear. That's just too obnoxious. I'm sorry, we can't have that. It's not just a collared shirt.
It's a bit gauche.
Yeah, there's restrictions with that. So it's all ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like $1.50 for a sandwich or a beer on the course while you're there. Now the pricing for the ticket is expensive, but everything else there is kind of cheap.
Because you hate pretentiousness.
I absolutely hate it. But
and yet,
I like because I can still make fun of it.
Okay, so you
enjoy it.
It doesn't ruin the time.
No, it doesn't. And
because I've seen pretentiousness ruin your enjoyment of things.
Yeah, and they have. You think about how far the Masters has come. I remember 20 years ago, there was all types of controversy because of who they would or would not let into the club, or who they wouldn't or would not let, even onto the course. And and particularly with women, right? They were like persona non grata. Now they're holding like the amateur championship. They have the amateur Masters is at Augusta. They just did this like last week. It's really cool that they've come around. Now, do they need to come around a lot more? Probably. But, their membership is incredibly exclusive, but now they do have black members, I believe, and we've had so many different champions go through. Well, I just look, it's at least they're getting up with the times. It's not like what it was. I'm just saying, like, compared to what it was 20 years ago, it was absolutely absurd.
Yep.
Now it's nowhere near as absurd. And but the stuff that they force the announcers to say, that cracks me up at this point.
Okay, so the pretentiousness doesn't ruin it for you. I think the irony is, if I was thinking about it, something really telling happened to me on vacation. Because when I was in Florida for that week, we were gone for 9 days. And sports, I didn't have to be up on everything that was happening. And I was now, when I'd flip on the TV, I'd watch for pure enjoyment. I found that voluntarily, I watched more of the NCAA hockey tournament than I did of anything else. And baseball started that week. March Madness was going on, and I certainly did watch the Michigan and Michigan State games. I think I watched a little bit of 6 of the 8 opening round NCAA hockey tournament games, and at least 2 of the regional finals, which weren't things we were going to talk about on the air much because they don't get mass. And so maybe for me, it's the Frozen Four. If you talk, well, I guess, is that one of the big four because it's hockey? Or is college hockey?
I would say no, college, when you throw college hockey, it's different than, obviously the NHL. But I think college hockey works.
So it used to be UFC for you, but now it's the Masters.
Yeah.
Kang, of the non-four big sports, what is your favorite annual event?
I love a good big fight like Gator did. The UFC has fallen off. There's not as many recognizable stars as there used to be. So that's actually fallen off for me too, Gator. Boxing, there's big names, but they don't fight often anymore. It's hard to make these super fights. But those are the events I used to just love, Doug. Like I could just plan my month around. Like, hey, this is Cinco de Mayo. There's usually always a big fight coming up May 5th. Like, hey, in April you start thinking, all right, well, who's gonna have the fight? Where are we watching? And all that stuff. If it's not one of those, like I said, the fight game hasn't been the same for a while. I don't know. The Summer Olympics, track and field. I mean, that for me, that's appointment viewing for me. I love that part of the Summer Olympics, but that's every 4 years.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Yep. Okay, I do want to ask you something.
Fat guy relay.
The Fat
Guy Relay is great, man. You should have got in.
Hand off the shot put.
You could have been a legend.
Okay. I find his acceptance of the pretentiousness at Augusta to be so out of character.
It is.
It's like he's got this license because he cannot stand the pretentiousness as it pertains to the British Open.
Well, because thank you for calling it properly and saying the British Open instead of the Open.
Well, it's the Open now.
What about the pretentiousness as it pertains to the French Open tennis tournament?
Yeah, it's the French Open.
No, it's Roland Garros, right?
Nope.
But the Masters, he'll lead into it. Why? This is fascinating to me, and I don't think you even really know.
I don't really know. The course looks amazing. I've always wanted to go there and see the course. Of course, you'd love to play it, but that's never going to happen. But yeah, it just looks immaculate. It just, to me, it kind of this signifies it's the spring. We're getting into it. You start getting hungry to start playing some golf. When you watch the Masters, to me, that's the first real time I'm like, should get to a range, loosen up a little bit.
It sparks something inside? Yeah. Well, why don't you, here's an idea, because I get calls from Augusta National like once a month on my phone.
Right.
Next time I'll answer, and why don't you sell the guitars, your guitar collection, sell them all, and pay for your membership?
That's not going to pay for the membership.
Okay, how about you sell all the guitars?
Throw in your dad's guitar, and then we can help.
Sell all the guitars and the vintage Corvette that you own, right?
None of that's getting close to getting it done.
Sell all the cars, sell all the guitars, the vintage Corvette, your home.
Well, now we're there. However, after all that, now that I've built up enough capital to go ahead and do it, I have to be invited.
You're Scott Anderson, man.
Do you know how ridiculously it's a ridiculous circumstance to be a member at Augusta is? Like the limits that are on you as a member to how often you can play and everything else that goes on, because they have these tournaments. They only allow the course to be open a certain number of months a year, and it's not like what you think. Oh yeah, well, as long as the weather's good. That's not the case there.
Yeah.
Like, there is nothing practical about having a membership at Augusta. The people that are members at Augusta are only because they're, highfalutin members of the business world. And it's like, oh, yeah, I went and played Augusta twice this year.
It's almost like you're paying to be able to say.
That's 100% it, which is where the pretentiousness
So it's not almost like that. It is exactly that.
Yeah.
You're anti, like, if you need a membership, you're anti that sport. Right?
Well,
I've
considered getting a golf membership to certain clubs around town, but
that's pretentiousness, isn't it? Like, you have to
yeah, I don't like
polo,
the idea.
tennis. You know what I mean? Right?
Polo.
Well, I'm just saying. Do you like polo, Gator?
No, I never got into polo. No, but I guess when I was younger, we belonged to a swim and tennis club. So I don't know, swim, tennis, and golf.
What do you think the annual fees are at Augusta? I just found the initiation fee and the annual fees.
Well, the annual fees probably, I don't know if they do it by monthlies or if they just add them up. I would imagine it's got to be like $100,000 at least.
What do you think the initiation fee is?
It's got to be like $10 million or something.
Quick Google search. The exact figures are not publicly released. Augusta National membership costs are estimated to be in the range of a $40,000 initiation fee and annual dues of around $7,000 to $10,000.
I'm sorry, what? That's
what
it?
It says. It's according to golf.com.
What?
Gator, sell the guitars, my friend.
Yeah, let me tell you something. You can't get, but you have to be invited. And you have to have a net worth of $200 million to be considered.
I got some. Do you know Bill Gates?
Not well.
No?
No.
Okay, he won't invite you. Do you know Roger Goodell?
Never had the pleasure.
No. Warren Buffett?
No.
All right, this might be harder than I thought.
Yeah.
All right, we're efforting getting Gator a membership at Augusta National. All right, something pretty amazing did happen yesterday.
I look good in green.
You frequently do wear green, yes.
Remember when we had the show during COVID and I was pulled out the green jacket in front of my fireplace?
Yes.
Hello, friends.
We made the most of that situation.
We sure did.
All right, something pretty amazing happened yesterday, and we will talk about whether or not it ever happened to you. We'll explain at 12:08 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Hey, look, let's get some votes coming in on the Carson Anderson Mock 1.0. If you are unfamiliar with how we do this, it's same we've done in the past. We just haven't had to do it. I mean, we used to start in January, but we had playoff football to talk about and other things going on. And so, once again, the Carson Anderson show proves its malleability, and we have adapted to the circumstance, and 1.0 is now 2 weeks from the draft. Here are the names that have been embargoed. All the quarterbacks: Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Jalen Walker, Mike Green, those 3 edge rushers, the defensive tackle Mason Graham. Other obvious choices: Ashton Genty, Will Campbell, the offensive lineman, Tyler Warren, the tight end, Will Johnson, the corner, and others. Here's who is left, and this is the field of players that we have taken votes for or have allowed for votes. Donovan Ezaraku. These are all edge rushers. Donovan Ezaraku, Mikel Williams, James Pierce, Nick Scorton, and Shamar Stewart. The defensive tackles: Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, Walter Nolan. The 2 interior offensive linemen: Gray Zabel and Tyler Booker, Donovan Jackson. Somebody voted for JT Tu'umo'olau, so we got to vote in for him. Safety: Nick Emenware, who is the freakish athlete out of South Carolina. The 2 tight ends: Gunnar Helm and Terrence Ferguson. The wide receivers: Emeka Ibuka and Luther Burton. We're also, like, another example of an embargoed player is Colston Loveland. So, who do you want out of all those names that we gave you there that weren't embargoed? Who makes the most sense to you? Scott, you went with Derek Harmon, defensive tackle from Oregon.
I did. I love Derek Harmon. He's great against the run, and he's excellent as a pass rusher. Gets a lot of pressure from his middle position as a defensive tackle, so he never has to come off the field. And it's a player we saw certainly in Michigan State, but seeing him at Oregon playing against better competition because he played later into the season and the playoffs and stuff like that, you get to see how good he really is. And boy, did Michigan State miss him. He's an excellent all-around player. I like Kenneth Grant a lot. There was the other defensive tackle that I liked also, but there's starting to be some questions about him. I'm drawing a blank on what his name is, the other defensive tackle.
Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan. There's some questions about him off the field that are starting to come up as well. But Derek Harmon, to me, is he just fits the bill. 6'4", 313 pounds. I don't care about 40 times for defensive tackles, but he was a sub-5 guy in the 40. Strong as hell. And again, never going to have to come off the field if you don't want him to. You're just fine with him out there. I like Derek Harmon a lot. I don't think he'll be there, but for our non-embargo purposes, he's available, and I'll take him.
Okay, so you know me. I like to live on the edge. I take chances all the time.
Yes, that's you. You're very, very aggressive.
Risque.
Yeah.
I'm going James Pierce out of Tennessee.
Which actually is not like Doug Gosh.
No, it's not. I think it's time for them, though, to get a top 10 edge talent at 28. The reason he would still be on the board is the questions about whether or not the motor is always turned on and whether or not he truly loves football, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the thing. They now have a culture that I'm going to bet on. And we've talked about this a lot, about whether or not you can introduce somebody that needs your culture more than you need them. And for James Pierce, this could be perfect for him to realize his potential is to come into a great locker room. It's not like the Lions to do this, admittedly. But I just think the talent is too much. If I told you could get Abdul Carter at 28, you'd take him. Yeah. Obviously, but I think this guy would be in the top 10 if there weren't questions about his commitment. The most amazing stat for me is he played just over 35 snaps a game the last 2 years and led the Southeastern Conference in pressures the last 2 years. And he's not playing full time.
No, there's a lot to like with him. And then there's the question.
Scare you too.
There's the stuff off the field that might scare you about him. But I mean, he's got great size, 6'5", 245, might be on the lighter side. But that should mean he's quicker than everybody else, and he's got a sub 4.5 40 time as well. He's very athletic, and there is a lot to like with him. And I wouldn't be terribly upset if they made the selection there.
Kang, what about you?
Yeah, my pick is a defensive end from Texas A&M, Shamar Stewart, and he's a guy you don't have to question work ethic. From all accounts, he's got a high motor, plays up and down that line, willing to move wherever the team needs him. He has a perfect RAS score, which I know the Lions love. Jack Campbell is an example of that. Explosive off, his numbers are explosive. He's a big defensive end, so that's why he can move inside when need be. The only issue with him is the productivity was not there in college as far as sack numbers, but he did have a higher pressure rate every single year. And the thing I think the Lions coaching staff could do for him is that untapped potential to translate those pressures into more sacks. I just think he is the guy that they would consider moving up to get. Like if he starts getting around that, in our formula here, he's available, so I'm taking him at 28. But I think he goes in like 20 area, and I think the Lions start eyeing a move up to get him. I think that's how much of a Lions player Shamar Stewart is.
He's such an interesting prospect. You mentioned his size. He's 6'5", 267 pounds, runs a sub 4 640, and he's got all those things, all the measurables, right? But when your one knock is your lack of production, it's a big knock, and I can't ignore that. I understand where your head's at, and you have to. This is one where you need to do a serious deep dive, bring him in for the interviews. I'd love to know what the coaching staff sees of him on tape, because the production of 1.5 sacks each of the last 3 years is nothing. But as Kang said, his pressure rate got better each year. But okay, what does it look like really though in comparison to other edge rushers when it comes to their tape? I mean, playing a similar schedule, he's an SEC schedule. So how does that compare with James Pierce, SEC schedule? How does that compare with Landon Jackson, SEC schedule, or the two guys from Georgia? There's a lot to look at, a lot to digest. And if you're going to take a chance on somebody who just has the high RAS score but no production,
well,
you got to know what you're getting into.
Low production in sacks, but he's a great run stopper. And I think the Lions want guys that can stop the run as well. We all focus in on the sack numbers because that's a big flashy number. But I think he can get better with the sack numbers, but he's already got the run-stopping ability, I'm just really high on this guy, and I think that I fall in love with physical attributes, admittedly. I think, Gator, you fall in love with stats with college. I think, they can still be good pro players without physical attributes or high stats in college.
248-539-9797. You tell us who you love in this draft and would love at 28. We tally up these votes, and today at the end of the show, we'll tell you who the people's choice is in Mock 1.0. Okay, it got a lot of attention yesterday, and it's funny because when you do this as long as we have, and we have done it for some time here, you go, we've already done that topic. Sometimes they're easy to recycle, but yesterday much was made of the fact that Tiger starting pitcher Jack Flaherty and Yankee starting pitcher Max Fried were high school teammates. Harvard Westlake Prep School in Los Angeles. Here's a spin on something that we've kind of done before, but it's brand new all at the same time. That's an elite pair of pitchers on the same high school team, and Lucas Giolito was on it as well. But for the purposes of I know, right? For the purposes of this conversation, these two high school teammates pitched against one another in the major leagues, which meant out in L.A., a bunch of regular Joe high school kids were facing future major league pitchers, like where the starter in game 1 was Max Fried and the starter in game 2 was Jack Flaherty. Good luck, Ron. These kids try to take on these major league pitchers. Did you ever in your career have to face one team with two guys that were elite?
Yeah, we've done the shows before where it's been, I faced this guy in college or this guy in high school.
Yeah.
But have you ever had to face two of them?
Yep. Did you you're on the basketball court and you're like, yeah, both of them played high Division I college. Or, yeah, I was a pitcher and I had to face A and B on the same high school team. Whatever it is, hockey, travel hockey. I bet the travel hockey AAA crowd, I bet you guys had to play teams where you're like later, oh my God, they're both in the NHL. 248-539-9797. Did you ever have to face two guys like Harvard Prep had in L.A. with Flaherty and Fried, who faced one another at the major league level yesterday? 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. There's a name that I'm going to put back on the list here for Carson Anderson Mock 1.0 that I'm going to suspect that nobody's going to vote for. And I'm going to suspect that people haven't given much thought to. But one of the things that happens, and I do this a lot with small school guys, is what do you do when you play the big boys? Like when you get that big game and you because you go to a small school, invariably you're going to end up with a road trip to Auburn, that kind of thing. And so yes. I'm always curious as to how guys stood out in that game. And I think that's how Mike Green from Marshall got on the radar. The other thing is, what do you do in the big matchups? And there's one player that had a dominant game in a big matchup. And it could make sense for Detroit. And I'm just haven't brought the name up. We've talked about it. We've mentioned his name. I think it's one to keep an eye on that could end up here. And that player is Ariante Ursare, the tackle from Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
And it might be, their next sort of, hey, we're going to start to rebuild the offensive line now. He had a great game against Abdul Carter. A great game. And Abdul Carter is widely regarded as one of the top 1, 2, 3 picks in this draft. And Ursare, I don't want to call it dominant, but I think in some people's eyes it was.
He gets a second round grade from The Athletic. He's their 5th rated offensive tackle, 6'6", 330. But to your point, that's what you look at, right? Those are the things I want to see. How did you okay, he's in a Big Ten. Well, did he play against the big guys in the Big Ten? And when you've got the best defensive player available in the draft, and Abdul Carter, arguably, how did he do against Abdul Carter? You saw it. You said you thought he played really well against him. This is why those practices at the Senior Bowl and stuff like that matter.
Yep.
Because you're getting to see those reps, hey, let's do a pass protection rep, or as the defensive side would say, pass rush rep. How did that guy do against that guy? Did iron sharpen iron? Who came out on top? Which is another reason why Mike Green kind of showed up on people's radars, because he did really well in that situation. There's other guys that did really well in that situation too, that went to smaller schools. So it's something to look out for, without a doubt.
So we talked about how yesterday the Tigers had, starting pitcher Jack Flaherty, the Yankees had Max Fried. They were high school teammates. Did you ever have to play a game at any level where you were up against two guys that made it big? Not just one.
Right.
They had a pair of future stars or pros or college stars. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dan in Ann Arbor. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Scott. What's up, guys?
Hey, good.
So I played, so they were on my team, but I was a little bit older. So when they were by their senior year, it was Jeremy Macklin, had a long career in the NFL. But he played opposite a guy, Mike McNeil, who was a tight end in Nebraska. And those guys had a Division I quarterback too. And they would put 80 points on the team, by the third quarter. They were incredible. Jeremy, he was, Division I NFL receiver speed, even as a freshman in high school. It looks so different than anything you've ever seen in your life. It's incredible. They were amazing together.
I've always thought how unfair it would be. Like, I remember I had a roommate of mine he brought this up to me actually years ago. And he said, how unfair would it be if you're a high school player and you're going against Emmitt Smith? Like, that's who you have to stop. Right. You have to stop Emmitt Smith. Like, it's not going to happen.
So, Dan, what position did you play?
Middle linebacker. It would be like in a blink of an eye, you wouldn't know where they would be. Like that would be if he was returning a punt, which he did a lot, it would be like in the instant he'd be gone.
It's so funny. I experienced that once on the field of play where I played against somebody who was a big time athlete, and that was my impression was, where did he just go?
Air, like you
were just right in front of me. Where did you go? It's almost like he could move faster than my brain could process that he moved.
Right.
And
it was that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not surprised it was Jeremy Macklin. Who was the tight end you said from Nebraska?
Mike McNeil. He played for the Colts. I mean, it was brief NFL career, but he played in Nebraska. Had a decent career in Nebraska.
Yeah.
And Mike McHugh, I think, played with him a little bit. He was a wide receiver at Northwestern. I mean, those guys. There was a couple of years there. A lot of it because of Jeremy was there. guys wanted to play with him, and so they had a great couple of years.
How did Dan play in that game? How did you do in that game?
Yeah, I was a scout team captain. Basically, it was me.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I was not a star amongst those guys. I was 5'8".
Yeah, well,
I mean, there have to be. There's a lot of these stories out there. You think of some of those Farmington, Harrison football teams that had all types of talent on those teams. Brother Rice teams that had all types of talent on those teams.
I ended up on a basketball. The story for me, the guy where I was like, as he said, gone in an instant. I'm playing pickup basketball at the CCRB in Ann Arbor, and David Bowens was playing on the other team. You remember David Bowens, outside linebacker, edge? Was
he from St. Mary's?
I think he was Orchard Lake St. Mary's, yeah. I made a pass. I got a rebound, couple dribbles up the left sideline. He was on the right sideline, running down the court, going back on defense. And I made a pass towards midcourt on the left sideline. David Bowens, in that time, somehow sprinted all the way across the court, intercepted the pass, and in one motion flew past me the other direction. And by the time he was going up for the layup, it finally hit me. We no longer have the possession of the basketball. It was so fast.
Well, we're looking for people to play against two guys.
Two guys, yes, two guys. You're right. Tony is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Yeah, I played basketball at Divine Child High School, and we had a pretty good hoops team back in the 90s, and we went pretty deep in the state tournament. Ran into a buzzsaw with Detroit Country Day. That was back in Chris Webber's heyday. And that team was just stacked. I remember, specifically, probably their two best players were Yapo Montgomery and Chris Webber. Obviously, Webber went to Michigan, and Yapo Montgomery ended up playing at U of D. But most of their starting five went on to play college basketball. They had another guy, I think his name was Kevin Colson. I think he played at Florida A&M. But the team was just unbelievable. They were just probably the greatest high school threat that you would ever see on the court. At least at that time, I'd never seen anything like it. And basketball in the 90s in Michigan, high school basketball was unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. Yep. We're doing this because yesterday the two high school teammates faced each other. Did you ever have to face two guys that made it big? You have to face them on the same team. 248-539-9797. Unnamed texter went against the number 1 and number 2 swimmers in Michigan in high school, both on our crosstown rival. They smashed 7 pool records out of a possible 12.
Was it the Anderson brothers?
Would have been one of them.
Yeah. Scott and Dave?
Yeah, I went to meets like that when my high school, Andover High School, when we went to Pioneer and took on Pioneer. I mean, we were the two best teams in the state, and you would have every race was worth watching.
Yeah.
If you were a swimming fan. If you're not, then you don't really give a rip. But for swimming purposes, it was an amazing meet with a bunch of guys that ended up swimming at Division I schools.
The high school I went to, this is from an unnamed texter. The high school I went to, we had to play William Golston and Jonathan Hankins.
That's fair.
Detroit Southeastern in the first round of the playoffs. We had Jeremy Langford on our team. So he played at John Glenn. Wow.
We got a few of those texts, actually.
Langford was great.
Well, so are Hankins and Golston.
No, I know. Yeah, they're all really great.
You guys ever watch the 30 for 30 Rand University?
Yes.
Dude, Randy Moss and Jason Williams on the same basketball team?
Was that?
Oh, no, that wasn't Rand University. That was...
Was that...
It was the one... I'm talking about the one with Randy Moss and Jason Williams, though.
Were they on the same high school team?
Yeah.
They were, weren't they?
Oh, yeah, same high school basketball team. I forgot what the 30 for 30 was called. I thought it was Rand, but...
It might be Rand University. It was DuPont High School in West Virginia. Anyway, Al...
Where he started getting in trouble.
Al is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Al.
How you doing?
Good.
Hey, Al.
My story is wasn't in high school. It was playing sandlot baseball in Detroit.
All right.
And had to play against John Mayberry, Ted Simmons, and Marvin Lane.
I knew two of the three.
One team.
Who's the last one?
Marvin Lane. He played for the Tigers for a little bit.
Did he really?
Ted Simmons is a legend. He's got Ted Simmons
Yeah.
Field out there and played with the Cardinals and Brewers, among other teams. And Mayberry was with Kansas City, right?
Yeah. And I held Simmons to a single, got Marvin Lane out, and Mayberry hit the ball. We were playing at Mansfield, hit the ball into Connor for a home run.
That's tough to go against, man.
I'm assuming that means it was a prodigious shot if he hit it all the way to Connor.
Yeah, it was probably 380, maybe farther.
Well, there you go.
Good
Hit
shot.
it out of the ballpark.
So
back,
you
back in the
faced
day when it's nothing but wood bats.
3 dudes. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, Gator did something very uncharacteristic, and we need to talk about it. We will do so today at 1240. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Carson. Check out the spring savings at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease the new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so NBA Communications just tweeted out the following. If the Knicks beat the Pistons tonight, Detroit's locked into the 6th seed with a Milwaukee win. If Detroit defeats New York tonight, New York is locked into the 3rd seed with an Indiana loss. Indiana is locked into the 4th seed with a loss and a Milwaukee loss. So those are some of the scenarios on the line tonight. Detroit is most likely playing the New York Knicks. Tickets go on sale Sunday. Do you see this as a must-attend event? This is the first time in maybe 17 years that it feels like the Pistons have a chance to make a series of something as opposed to being first-round fodder. They're not a championship contender, but it's been a long time. Will there be the buzz in the air? Will people want this ticket as much as they wanted Red Wing tickets, playoff tickets back in the day, Lions tickets the last couple of years in the postseason? Seems like it probably won't be that kind of fever pitch, but I bet a bunch of you out there want to go. 248-539-9797. If it feels like a must-attend event for you, again, tickets go on sale Sunday morning. Go to the Pistons website or Ticketmaster for those purchases. In the meantime, we're still getting people sending in their perfect pick for the Detroit Lions. We've been asking you who is the draft pick that you want the most. Let's get to a few more of those votes. From Joe in Chesterfield, my vote goes to Donovan Azaraku. Got to get some help opposite of Hutch.
Like him a lot, an awful lot. And I think that's a likely pick for the Lions because I think a lot of these other guys are going to be off the board.
Sauce and Howe says take James Pierce Jr., then immediately have him rep against Penei Sewell. That might set him straight. How many touchdowns did Laporta score at Iowa? Holmes will overlook production and stats for overall talent, and Stewart would be an awesome fit and pick in round 1. That's from Nate in Novi.
I don't think there's any question that they look at that stuff, and they should. Everybody does. I look at that stuff too. It's remarkable how little production Stewart had in 3 years.
Yep.
1.5 sacks each of the last 3 years.
248-539-9797. We also talking about that story yesterday during the Tiger game. Max Fried and Jack Flaherty, high school teammates, which means little Ronnie had to go up against 2 future major league pitchers at some point in his high school career. What about you? Did you ever have to face not 1 but 2 guys that turned out to be elites of the elites, played Division I college sports, made it that far, made it all the way to the pros, where you had 2 of them you had to go against in one game in any sport? Let's go to Tim and Grand Blanc. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hi, guys. Happy spring to you today.
Yeah.
So we'll take you back to the mid '80s, which I believe might have been the greatest high school basketball team. I had to face Flint Northwestern when they had Glenn Rice, Jeff Greer, and Andre Rison on the court all at the same time.
I feel like there was somebody else on that team. Wasn't there 4 guys?
Anthony Pendleton.
Yep.
A-Pen, from what I understand. It was kind of unique because towards the end of the game, instead of playing defense, I kind of turned into a spectator watching them to throw dunks off the glass to one another actually during the game. So it was quite entertaining, to say the least.
Yeah. Do you remember the score of that game?
Well, yeah, unfortunately, I think it was like 105, obviously, for them. And I think if we were in the 60s, that's probably being boastful. So it was obviously a lopsided thing. But, coming from mostly a white school going against a semi-pro team, I think it was at least respectable score when it finalized.
Well, congratulations.
Well, also that same time, again, we turned out a lot of hoop players. We played Flint Beecher when they had Roy Marble and Hawkins on the same team as well.
Courtney Hawkins?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a formidable duo. Dude, I worked in Flint, one of my first jobs in the media in the mid-'90s, and those teams still echoed, and there were some pretty great teams.
Yeah.
Flint Northern team with Mateen Cleaves and the Smith brothers, Antonio and Robert. They had a shooter named Deontay Harvey. Saginaw BV had like all kinds of D1 guys. Well, Macon was before them. This was Terrence Roberson, Shedrick Morrell. who went on. Roberson played at Fresno, played at UNLV, I think, and then Fresno. Shedrick Morrell played at Nebraska. I mean, we're talking about D1 talent on the court. When they played each other, it was.
That's why it's special.
Yeah,
I mean, when you
special.
see that there's more than one guy, I mean, in basketball, particularly if you got two studs in basketball, you're going to control things. And in baseball, this is why we bring it up because of the pitching matchup yesterday. To think that there was a high school out there that had Jack Flaherty and Max Fried and who was the third?
Lucas Giolito.
And Lucas Giolito also on the same team.
Yep.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Harvard Westlake was the high school in the LA area.
Yeah, that's where Bryce Rayner went.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow. They churn out some baseball players out there, huh? 2-4. Is it? It's a prep school. Does that mean so they can recruit, if you will?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because my best friend lives out there in Westlake.
Yeah.
And there are a couple high schools out there, but the Harvard one is that's the big one.
Yes. Well, there you go. 248-539-9797. All right. We got some Tiger stuff we'll get to a little bit later on. Additionally, Masters going on. We've asked people what is their favorite non-Big Four sporting event. Robin Canton says the best non-Big Four sporting event is definitely the Indy 500. There was a time that I think it was for me too. It's not anymore, but it was.
And as a kid, I used to watch it every year, look forward to it. And then at some point I stopped, probably mid-'80s, I stopped watching.
How is it possible that Gator likes the Masters but hates the Open? LOL. We're not sure.
It's the course. The Open course, the British Open course, changes every year. And they're always cool to see. But it feels like every time I watch the British Open, the video feed is always kind of crappy because it's like the satellite thing. It's shaky. The weather sucks every time. You know, you've got trains to worry about. There's a random dog that runs out on the course, and
you could follow the creek.
Yeah,
that old bridge may collapse at any time.
I mean, parts of it I really enjoy watching it, and I do. I don't. It's not like I boycott watching it. It's the pretentiousness of it's the Open. It's been the British Open forever, and now you want to get all pretentious about it and call it the Open. But whatever, it's fine. I just love the course of Augusta. There isn't anything that looks more beautiful than Augusta when it's all primed and ready to go for the Masters.
Nick from Port Huron says, was at Augusta Tuesday. Saw Annika Sorenstam and Condoleezza Rice walking the course. Wildest thing was a Japanese guy in front of me dropped $132,000 on merch.
Wow.
Rumor is the pro shop rings up $1 million an hour.
I can see it because once you get there, you're going to want to buy a shirt, a golf shirt, or a hat at least, right? Those and they gouge you on that stuff. So that might be $100 a shirt at least, and who knows what a hat, $50. You'd get a hat if you went.
I'd probably get a hat. Yeah. All right, so Gator caught us completely off guard earlier this week when he bought 2 boxes of this. We were like, "What? What do you think it was that Gator bought 2 boxes of?" Gator surprised us, bought 2 boxes of this. What do you think Gator bought 2 boxes of? 10 texts, 248-539-9797. What do you think it was? Make sure you sign your text. We'll read your text coming up, and we'll reveal what he bought and ask, more importantly, why. 2 boxes. Huh. Get your text in, sign your text.
I'm asking myself the same question.
97.1 the ticket.
Hey, I got some good news. I think that we've officially moved on from winter. I hope that's the case. But look, the red, white, blue trucks that are everywhere that belong to the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, the expert technicians out there. So if you've got problems with your furnace, they can help fix that. You got problems with a busted water pipe, they can help fix that. More importantly, as we get ready for the warmer weather coming around the corner, they can help you make sure that your AC unit is ready to go. These are HVAC and plumbing experts. Don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or water heater or boiler or water filtration, schedule an appointment at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. All right, we asked for 10 tags. When Gator surprised us and bought 2 boxes of this, and we were like, huh, we haven't really talked about this on the air, so we asked people to guess what Gator bought 2 boxes of. I'm going to read these, and then we'll tell you. The 10 texts that came in. Dallas in Royal Oak says Girl Scout cookies. Ben in Roseville says Gator bought 2 boxes of iced oatmeal cookies. Again, we said Gator surprised us. The iced oatmeal cookies would not surprise me.
Because we mentioned this the other day.
Yes.
And I
Bo
took
and
down a bag of them in about 2 days.
Bo and Van said the banana bread Pop-Tarts.
Did buy a couple boxes of those. That was a couple weeks ago.
Whitmer says potatoes.
You did a little crazy with the potatoes one time, right?
One time.
What was it, like a whole sack or something?
Yeah, it was
or?
a big old
Yeah,
bag,
They start growing the roots.
Right. These gotta go. These bad?
You bought it was like an impulse buy at a grocery store. And correct me if I'm wrong, you never opened the bag of potatoes.
Let's move on.
Okay. Mike in Southgate, Gator bought baseball cards. Mike in a truck, 2 boxes of autumn decorations.
No.
From Doug in studio, 2 boxes of cucumber melon Gatorade. No, it'll be cucumber melon, cucumber water, it's cucumber lime, 0 Gatorade.
That's right.
Hockey cards, that's from Jim Smith. Condoms, that's from Bruno in Dearborn. Protein bars, that's from Eric. One of you got it right.
Ish.
Ish? You think it's an ish?
Well, I thought it was an ish. Maybe I misheard.
Maybe you did. Well, we'll eliminate the ones that were obvious. Girl Scout cookies, ice oatmeal cookies, banana bread Pop-Tarts wouldn't be a surprise. The rest of these are pretty much a surprise. Jim Smith got it right. Hockey cards.
Oh, I thought I heard baseball cards.
He did. Somebody else said baseball
Okay.
cards. Mike in Southgate said baseball cards. Jim Smith said hockey cards. Hell of a guess, Jim. But you did what?
I saw a tweet that came out that Upper Deck was getting ready to release their Series 2 box of hockey cards, and they were going to include Macklin Celebrini and Matvei Michkov as part of it. And I know that those are really good hockey players. Obviously, I'm a hockey fan. So I thought maybe this would be a worthy investment. So
Okay.
I went over out to Clausen, and I'm drawing a blank on this. What's the name of the store, Kang?
Luton's.
Luton's. So I walked into Luton's, bought a couple boxes.
How many? How many cards come in a box, or how many packs?
There are 12 packs in each box.
Okay, and how many cards in each pack?
9, 10, something like that.
Okay,
9 cards.
So you roughly bought 250 cards.
Yeah.
Okay. 240,
Sure.
250 cards.
You do the math for me, sure.
Yeah. Okay, and
I did not land a Celebrini or Michkov.
No?
No, I didn't land many good cards, actually.
They're about as valuable as those potatoes at this point.
Yeah. I did get a Marco Casper card. I think it's a rookie card for Casper.
Hooray.
He only played the one game last year, so I'm guessing this is a rookie card for him this year.
Yeah.
There were a couple others that were okay. There's one card that has teammates. It's with Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith as teammates.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's Celebrini is on a card, I imagine that might be worth something. And congratulations to Macklin Celebrini for his first ever career hat trick last night. But otherwise, no. I hadn't bought a box of hockey cards in close to 30 years. It was something I got into in college when Upper Deck first came out with their first series of hockey cards, which was 1990. And I went a little overboard. I'll admit it. I bought many boxes back then, and then they came out with a second series when the second half of the season starts, and you start to see who some of the star players are that weren't involved in the first series back then. So you had players like Sergei Fedorov, his card became available. And then the next year, Nick Lidstrom was a rookie, and I started buying boxes of those cards. And I had Jeremy Roenick rookies. I bought a lot of cards between those 2 years, 90 and 91.
So,
and then probably hadn't bought a box since.
It's very interesting to me because I didn't see this tweet, but you got compelled by a tweet.
Yeah.
And decided to get aggressive. Now my question is, are you in? Are you going to get more boxes to try and get the cards that you desire?
No.
No,
I think I'm out. That was a pretty big investment to make on the 2 boxes. And I don't know if that, that one card, if you get a Celebrini rookie, I'm not sure if that's going to be worth it.
At this point, yeah, you were better off buying the card at this point.
I'd
That
be
card
better off
sells
just buying the card.
raw, that Young Guns card you're looking for, anywhere from between $125 to $150.
That would have been a better investment.
Just to go buy the card?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could have got something even cooler.
But I could have gotten 2.
Yeah.
I could have gotten that and the Mitch Goff rookie.
A numbered
gotten,
version.
You never know.
Yeah,
exactly.
anything.
So, I mean,
There's a fun factor here.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. Kang and I actually yesterday, I opened up the 1 box a couple days ago when I got home.
Kang, who hosts the Kang Collects podcast.
Download for free on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcast.
Yes.
AUDACY. So I bought 2 boxes, and I came home and I opened up the 1 box on Tuesday, and I saved the other box for yesterday. I brought it into the station, and because I told Kang I was going to bring it in, and I said we'll open it up after the show during the Tigers game. And as I said, Kang, whenever you're ready, he goes okay, and he comes over and he starts setting up. He starts setting up his video, ready to go.
Oh, in case you pull the card, you like.
Yeah. So
what's this called? A break?
Yeah, we did
break.
a personal box break for Gator.
Did you stream it live?
I didn't stream it live, but I taped it for YouTube. It's on YouTube if you want to check it out. Under
right.
Kane Collects.
So we both opened up a bunch of packs, and we got nothing out of it.
Nothing.
Other than I will say that it was a lot of fun. There's a little bit of an adrenaline rush, hoping you've got it. And Kang at one point opens up a pack and he starts going through the cards, and there's a San Jose Sharks player. And it looks like it's a different kind of card. Like, ooh. But it's not Celebrini, and it wasn't Will Smith. I forget who it was, but it was neither. So there's that adrenaline rush. Like, oh, there it is. No, didn't get it.
I'm found the YouTube page, and I'm scanning my way through this.
But I remember going through the same thing in.
This is great.
We did that right out here, Doug, right in the office.
In 1991, was the 1991 season, and my junior year in college, I remember going through a box of Score hockey cards because Score was the only company. They were the first company to have a deal with Eric Lindros, and Lindros hadn't been drafted yet. So I kept waiting for those cards to come out. Finally, I found a place where they were. I went out and bought a box of those, and I'm hoping to get. You're hoping to land a couple of these, right? I landed 1 Eric Lindros card in the box, but it was worth it at the time. Now I don't think it's worth much at all.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was great, and that's the fun of opening boxes, is trying to see if you're going to land multiple cards, right? Going to shows is different because going to shows you're like specific for a certain card, and that might be the next step. I might go to a show in the summertime.
Wow, look at you!
Well, I miss them. It was a big part of my life in the early '80s. It was a big part of my life. I used to go to shows every year. A couple of shows a year. I used to look for it, and I couldn't wait for the newspaper to come out. I think it was on Saturdays. They would have all the listings of the card shows, and then it got oversaturated with the number of shows. But yeah, and it got into a little bit in my early '90s, and in the early, not my early '90s, in the early '90s. I'm not that old. And it's fun. Card collecting is. It's
Doug,
cool.
you never got into it at all?
A little
as a
bit
kid
when
or
I was
anything?
a kid, yeah. I mean, a very, very little bit. And, just I had a paper route, and the big deal was to walk to the local convenience store, the open pantry, and I'd always get baseball cards.
I could see Doug getting into card collecting just so he can try to wheel and deal.
The Karsh Casino version of this?
Can you see Doug employing the Karsh Casino trying to get like a Tony Gwynn rookie card?
I'd like a Tony Gwynn.
Yeah, see? Like Doug would do,
we got to do a personal break with Doug.
I got the Steve Garvey, And,
are you familiar with?
Here's Lenny Webster. And, can we get this done?
We will tweet out the link of Gator opening the box of hockey cards.
Yeah, there's great
It's
banter.
effectively, you're hearing our voices. Effectively, you're just seeing our hands.
We were mic'd up, Doug. You'd appreciate that part.
Kane was very professional.
I love it. Maybe we should do this regularly. Well, we'll see how it does. But it's been tweeted out from our account at DunganGator971 if you want to watch the video yourself. Okay, coming up next hour, let's get some more picks in for the Detroit Lions. Who's the perfect pick at 28? It's Carson Anderson 1.0. They are coming in, the votes fast and furious. The edge rushers, the group is Donovan Azaraku, Michael Williams, James Pierce, Nick Scorton, Shamar Stewart, and JT2 Umoalau. The interior offensive linemen, Gray Zabel, Tyler Booker, Donovan Jackson. The defensive tackles, Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, and Walter Nolan. The tight ends, Gunnar Helm, Terrence Ferguson. The wide receivers, Emeka Buka and Luther Burden. And the safety, Nick Imanware. Who is the player that you would covet the most at 28? If you want to go off the board, go for it. We've got the veto of all the guys that will obviously go higher. 248-539-9797. Last hour to do it. And we'll tell you who the people's choice is coming up today at 1:50. The conclusion of Carson Anderson Mach 1.0. Straight ahead, an announcement expected in the next month. And we will talk about what we're looking forward to at 102 here on Carson Anderson. I'm 97.1 The Ticket. Swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. The thing about the profit boost is it makes it nice to take a favorite, because typically when you take a favorite, the return isn't as good. But with the profit boost, it gets a little bit better. Check it out. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types, live bets as well as the tournament drama unfolds. Don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Can I interest you in a Rod Brindamore rookie?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. We're getting some responses here to the video. Gator has such nice hands. Need more of this ASAP. That's been tweeted at us.
Should be a hand model.
Yeah, Joey.
There we go. From Mark, commented on the Twitter feed or the YouTube feed. Gator could be a hand model. Kang, not so much.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know I was going to be on camera that day. Would have got
Nor
ready.
did I.
You get your hands
You're
ready?
just naturally. Your hands are naturally.
Thank you, Kang.
You can see the video by following the link that we tweeted out at DougAndGator971. Gator opening a box of hockey cards. Did he score big? He did not. But apparently he was entertaining.
But it was
nonetheless.
fun.
Yeah. Okay.
But as fun as being at the blackjack table.
That same rush?
Same thing. I mean, it's the same thing. Look, you can win big, you can lose big, whatever. Go there, sit down at the blackjack table. You put whatever money you want to sit down with. You know that there's a good chance you're going to lose it.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yep. Gotcha.
But there's that chance. Celebrini.
He maybe he'll do it again. Third box? Get a third box?
Probably not. I'll probably just buy the card.
Because there's no cocktail waitress walking around.
Yeah. Hold on, Voltaire.
All right. So CBS Sports reporting that the NFL schedule release is just over a month away. The NFL is likely to start the slow leak of games on the 13th of May, more on the 14th, and then the entire reveal on the 15th. They turn this into an entire process. You know, the first thing we're going to hear is, hey, the NFL's got a Thursday night opener. It's Kansas City, Cincinnati or something. You know, It's going to be some big game.
Detroit, Philly.
But when the schedule comes out, we got a lot of questions this year. Like, for instance, who's the Thanksgiving opponent? That's always a question.
Mm-hmm.
Probably bigger is, are we playing on Christmas?
Yeah. I do not want the Lions playing on Christmas.
There are 3 games on Christmas Day, which is it a Thursday this year? Is that right?
It's a Thursday this year.
Yeah, and then 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock. I think most of the feedback that we have gotten back from the audience when this was rumored to possibly be the case was no, we do not want a game on Christmas. And people really don't want a home game on Christmas. Some people do, but, you know, I'm finding that more people do not. Do you think that's the biggest question with the schedule review?
I think so. I mean, for me, it is.
Yeah.
It matters a lot.
Yep. Other questions people want to know, obviously Thanksgiving. Who's the opener? Who are they going to play in the season finale? I mean, they've really tried to backload the schedule with division games. Do you think they'll go back-to-back years, wrapping it up with Minnesota? Will they make it Green Bay? Is Chicago the new hotness? How many Thursday night games do the Lions get? How many Sunday night games do the Lions get? How many Monday night games do the Lions get? How many games are going to be on Amazon? How many when you get into December, you do have some Saturday night games. Scott Anderson, there's a lot of questions. A lot of questions 1 month from now.
There are a lot of questions.
Do you care to make a prediction? Do you think the Lions are playing on Christmas? Yes or no?
I don't think they are, because I know the Lions have, I thought Rod Wood said late last week or earlier this week, he said something to the effect that the Lions have let the NFL know they prefer not to because we already played the Thanksgiving game, and they prefer not to have another holiday game. But the problem is the Lions are such a huge draw TV-wise that they may not care. Though I would think with a Christmas Day game, those games are going to be well viewed. We saw last year.
Regardless of who's
It doesn't
playing.
matter who's playing. You can keep the Lions out of it. My gut tells me that it's not going to happen this year.
Kang, what do you think? Christmas Day, yes or no?
I'm going to go no because of the Thanksgiving Day game, but I'm also going to say yes, they're going to max them out on whatever the limit is for the national TV games. Like the Lions are a draw. There's no other way around it. And the NFL knows it, and you know how they feel about making money. They like it. So they're going to put the Lions on national TV as much as possible.
Yeah.
But no on Christmas, but they'll max out on they're going to be all over America.
I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to call it a strong prediction.
Okay.
So I'm not going to shoot the boot, guarantee it. Don't even ask. Traditionally, the defending Super Bowl champion hosts a game in their home stadium to kick off the NFL season.
Mm-hmm.
been the case since 2004. That opening game is typically played on a Thursday night. I think the Detroit Lions are playing at Philadelphia to open up the NFL season.
I could see it.
I mean, if you're going to take a Philly home game, is there a better team to have it than the Lions?
I mean, you put Dallas. Dallas is always a huge draw.
I know.
Washington would be a massive draw. It's a rematch of the NFC Championship game, so I could see that. But I think Detroit's a worthy opponent too. I would imagine it would be Detroit or Washington.
So I'm trying to see if the Eagles have any other great, and they probably do have some great home opponents. Could it be the Bears? Could they open against the Bears on a Thursday night? You look at Ben Johnson and that new look team with all the signings they made.
Possible. I think probably less possible than Detroit or Washington.
Yeah. Could it be the Rams? Rematch of that playoff game. Who else do they got here? Could it be the Vegas Raiders? Any draw there?
No.
Denver?
Nope.
Yeah. Dude, I think it's the Lions. I think the Lions are going to open the season. Maybe I'll shoot the boot guarantee.
Wow.
Did you just say that you would shoot the boot
I
guarantee?
said maybe.
Oh.
Kind of said it. I mean, those words were all in sequence.
Yeah, they were in sequence. Preceded by the word maybe.
Is that word important?
When used in this sentence, it's very important to me. But that would be my prediction for when the schedule comes out, which will be just over a month's time. Okay. Tigers. We haven't really gotten into yesterday's Tiger game. Jack Flaherty was great. Max Fried was really good for them. Offense sputtered. First time this year, game 12, that they got out hit and out walked. Their walks and hits per innings pitched had always been better than their opponents in every game, which means the offense was earning base runners. Didn't happen yesterday for the first time all year. Okay, so thing, not a thing here, Gator. There are some bats that could heat up a little bit warmer. Now, to be fair here, things like batting average are way down across the board in Major League Baseball. I mean, last year, and OPS is now stressed, and understandably so. It is a valuable offensive metric. You know, how often do you get on base, and where are you getting on base? Are you getting on base on second because you got a ton of doubles?
Yeah. Or are you doing damage when you hit the baseball?
Yep. There are some guys that currently could give them more. Probably the player that is closest to a crisis. He's not a crisis, but is closest to a crisis is Colt Keith, because he's really not hitting the ball, and he's kind of butchered things in the field. To be fair, he was told all offseason he's playing first base, and then he's put in there at second base. What is your level of concern on a scale of 1 to 12 with Colt Keith?
12 where he's got to go into the minors?
Yes.
It's probably at a 4. There's concern to the poor start, but I think he gets a long runway with this.
Yeah.
AJ Hinch said he's not doesn't even want to talk about it. It's not a concern right now. But starting off the season through 12 games, hitting 171, not very good. Now the on-base percentage is huge because he walked all those times to start the season. He's got 12 walks. He's got 12 strikeouts on the season too. One thing he didn't do much last year was strike out. So the strikeouts are up. That is, to me, a little bit of concern. The 3 errors, I think he's made 3 errors at second base. That doesn't look good either. They had the one last night or yesterday in the ninth inning, which cost them a run, and ends up being the run that wins the game. So that's difficult. But I agree. I'm giving him plenty of runway too. I think he's a really good young player. I think he's got way more to give. I mean, you look at his frame and you think that guy he's going to hit 30 home runs a year, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't have the power stroke yet. He's got to figure that out. But right now he's just got to figure out how to put the ball in play so he's getting on base with base hits and not just relying on his keen eye at the plate. But I mean, his slugging percentage is .229. That's pathetic.
Yep.
But with Gleyber Torres coming back soon, and he is the everyday second baseman, And with the way Spencer Torkelson is hitting, and he's a better fielder than Colt Keith at first base, is Colt Keith going to be relegated to DH role? And will he, because that's going to be tough to do with Carpenter on this team as well. But they'll figure it out. I'm sure he'll get plenty of at-bats. It's not like this guy's going to end up going into, just be the last guy on the roster and get at-bats like that where you can. I think he's a bat they want in the lineup because he showed last year hitting 260 in a rookie season. That's pretty good.
It's weird because, I think there's premium on every game this season. This team I expect them to compete for the American League Central. I've said it a ton. Whereas last year at this time, there was a little bit of, it's okay, we're bringing these young guys along, just make sure that they're getting their reps. But because they're trying to win the division this year and they are a strong candidate to win this division, it to me says Colt Keith's timeline is a little bit shorter before they might be looking to send him to the minors. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean he gets another 2 weeks? Because normally I'd be like, I'm accustomed to just saying, whatever, let him work his way through it. But they're trying to win.
Well, as bad as he's been, it's not as bad as what Parker Meadows was last year. And maybe bad's the wrong word. It's a slow start. He's gotten off to a slow start. But Parker Meadows got off to 2 months of a slow start and had to go. And that was hitting 100 for 2 months. You got to go to the minors and figure it out. And he did. And he was so much better when he came back. Colt Keith is at 171 with his batting average right now. It's not good, but it's just can you just say it's a slow start? Yeah. Does he have good approaches at the plate? I mean, you could say he does because he's got 12 walks, which leads the team. By far, it leads the team by 4 over the next batter. And the next batter is actually Justin Henry Malloy in limited at-bats.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So both of these younger guys have pretty good eyes at the plate. Okay, you're still there. I mean, he's still getting on base.
Right.
But if you're not fielding the position well, that could be a problem, but that could be rectified if you're going to start Torres over him anyway. So then he just becomes basically a DH, but the word hitter is part of the DH. You have to hit.
Okay. There's some other things. We've talked a lot about what's gone right. There's some other things that need to get better. We will get to that list as we continue here at 118 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. And that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of something called the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. And here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. We'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today and let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. It's Colt Keith talking about having to play the two positions. Not going to say that that's anything that's hurting him. I looked it up. Parker Meadows got 27 starts last year before he got sent down. I would say last year's team was in a position to be more patient than this year's team. I mean, is Colt Keith kind of halfway there? He's at 11 starts. Do you think he's halfway there in terms of? I mean, I want to see him turn it around. Let me be clear. And I think he can, and I would bet that he will. But you also have to be aware of this team's trying to win this year. This is a little different than it's been in the past.
It has been. And again, you've got position where at second base, Gleyber Torres comes back and takes over. So even though he started the year at first base, but clearly you've lost that because Spencer Torkelson's hit. Knock on wood, that continues to be the case. So now you're like looking around like, okay, where am I?
Right.
I don't think there's a ton of competition from guys at AAA at Toledo. There's nobody who's knocking on the door waiting to come up. Chase Young has started off when he's hit well thus far. I think he's like around 300 the early start of the season, but they started just a few days after the Tigers did. So he's the only guy right now at the AAA level that maybe has a chance to knock on that door. Otherwise, it's just situational. Hey, we lost an outfielder. We need an outfielder, which is just what happened recently. But I think Colt Keith's got, like I said, a long runway. And again, he's hitting 171. Parker Meadows was hitting 100.
Right. All right, here's more from Colt Keith yesterday when asked about his confidence. Here's what he had to say. Interesting. Like baseball, I mean, even guys that are established are constantly dealing with the mental challenges of this thing. I actually heard the broadcast. I can't remember. It was earlier this week. Just talking about how it is such a mental game because there's so much failure that, even the best are constantly struggling with it. And when you get in these slumps, you just feel useless. Like you're never going to get another hit ever again.
Right. I mean, it really is amazing what a difference 10% is.
Oh, yeah.
200 to 300. That's the difference.
Yep. 248-539-9797. All right, other things. I mean, are we worried about Kerry Carpenter here at all? Not a lot, but
I'd like to
hit 4 home runs.
Yeah, but he's got 8 hits on the year. 4 of them are the bombs. He also has a double in there. But Kerry Carpenter was a guy who mashes right-handed pitching, and now we haven't seen him really mash right-handed pitching just yet. So I'm not concerned about it because we know he's got the track record of doing it. I'm not terribly worried about Kerry Carpenter.
Okay. The Riley Green is hitting for average. He's hit some home runs. What is up with the strikeouts?
It's a lot. 19 through 12 games is a lot. 19 out of 49 at bats is a ton. That's looking at, almost a 40% strikeout rate is huge. He's got to cut that down for sure. And he's only drawn 1 walk this year as well. That's the other side of it. 19-to-1 ratio. That ain't going to cut it.
Yep.
This is an all-star. He's a great player. He'll be better.
The thing about these guys and bringing these guys up, this is the counterbalance to the Spencer Torkelson's not going to last. These guys' stat lines are things that I feel pretty confident that there will be some bounce back and that they will, if Torkelson fades, and I'm not rooting for that, but it's something that I think is in all of the back of our minds is where is Tork going to settle in? And, because he's been in a lot of ways their most valuable player so far.
He and McKinstry.
Yeah.
Which is a shock.
Yes. So when
good for Zach.
When those two settle in, are the other guys coming around so that there's no discernible drop off in the way that they're producing offense?
It's usually how baseball works. If you can get everything clicking at the same time for a period of time, you're in great shape.
Yep.
But typically, some guys doing great while others aren't so much, and then it just levels out. It switches to the other side. But I mean, we've all been pleasantly surprised with Spencer Torkelson. But Zach McKinstry is the guy maybe we should be talking about because he's hitting better than anybody else on the team right now. He is coming up with some clutch hits, whether it's a base hit or it's a home run. He has been clutch so far this season, and that's great to see because that's look, I've spoken poorly about Zach McKinstry in the past. I think he's the last guy on your roster. He's on the roster because he's versatile enough to play a bunch of positions, play third, play second base, shortstop in a pinch, play in the outfield if you have to. And okay, that's great, but didn't really bring a whole lot to the table offensively. Well, he started off, it's just 11 games for him, but he started off being one of their better players and one of the better stories out of the gate.
Feedback coming in here regarding the Mach 1.0. Mike in Detroit says, James Pierce is the pick. You can't pass on this talent like they passed on Jalen Carter.
Yeah, all they got was Jahmyr Gibbs out of it.
Yeah, look, there's more paths to success than the one that went through Jalen Carter. We talk about this all the time.
And Sam Laporta.
But there are other guys that people took chances on and failed. And so you can't say just because Jalen Carter made it, I'll take anybody with a question mark. It's ridiculous logic.
Yeah, I think the three players that we've selected.
I like Pierce. Don't get me wrong, as a player. But he's a risk, and I'm willing to acknowledge it. It has nothing to do with what they did with Jalen Carter. They have a stronger locker room now.
Your pick at Mach 1.0 is James Pierce. Mine is Derek Harmon, and Kang's is Shamar Stewart. All three players. There's reason to like all three players. Kang points out the RAS score, which the Lions definitely value. He was through the charts with the RAS score, Shamar Stewart.
Yep.
James Pierce as well is another one of those guys. And, I like Derek Harmon might be the safe pick. I don't know if that's why I gravitated there. I think the screaming need is at edge rusher, but I just feel like Harmon is such a talent that I don't think will be there at 28. If he is, you got to jump on him.
There's about 10 names on this list that I'd be ecstatic to get, to be honest with you. From an unnamed texter, I'd be ecstatic with Ibuka or Sawyer championship pedigree. In preparing for this draft, if you want championship pedigree and you don't want to reach for a defensive lineman like Sawyer at 28, you go Kenneth Grant, who's got a national championship if the championship pedigree matters to you. Emeka Ibuka, there's something about that kid that I think he's going to make it. I think he's got intangibles. I'm so impressed with him. And I'm so impressed. Like the Ohio State guy, the other Ohio State guy that I think is awesome is Travion Henderson. Hearing him talk and the way he prepares for games, that's a guy I wouldn't bet against.
Look, there are players from Ohio State, certainly. It's a national championship team, so they're guys that you have to like, even if you didn't like them because they wore the scarlet and gray. And Jack Sawyer is one of them. I always thought Jack Sawyer was kind of a bust, and then when the games are biggest, in the playoffs, he showed up immensely. He was massive in the playoffs for him. Tuimoloau, if he's there at 28, I'm probably not going to take him because I think there are better edge rushers out there. But there's your championship pedigree, and he's had a nice career at Ohio State, and they've got offensive linemen there that are good. They have the two running backs. The Judkins, the other one, is also good. So there are lots of players at Ohio State. There's defensive backs from Ohio State. Ransom is available.
None of these guys at 28.
None of them scream. I was just going to say, but none of them scream to me, I got to have them at 28. Now, maybe the offensive lineman, if you fall in love with Donovan Jackson, then you want to have him at 28. I get it. He would
probably be the most logical one at 28.
Yeah, but these other ones, it seems like they can be had in the second or third round or past that.
More of your picks coming up, 248-539-9797. But first at 131, Gator, I've had enough of this. I'm done with this. Don't need to see it ever again.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to get my way, but I've reached my tolerance and I'm done.
Okay.
We'll get to that at 131. Hey, swing into the biggest golf event of the year with FanDuel, where every putt and drive can bring you closer to victory. Because right now, all customers can get a profit boost every round of the first major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tournament matchups and so much more. And the thing about the profit boosts that are nice is that usually if you bet on a favorite, the return isn't quite there. Well, profit boost can give you that little bit of extra to make it worth it to take a favorite. FanDuel is your go-to for betting on Augusta. Tee off in a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I have reached my breaking point. I have had enough.
Yes, you have.
I am done. And I'm hoping that it's over. I don't need to hear any more about Luka.
Oh, that's what you're done with.
I don't need to hear about the trade. I don't need to hear about the homecoming. I don't need any more coverage of Luka. Got it. He went home to Dallas. Cool. I'm done. I'm done with all the Luka coverage. I'm done with Luka's on the Lakers. I'm done. Am I going to get my way? Did that storyline end? Did all the Luka obsession end? Luka obsession up being on the Lakers. Did it all end last night when he went back to Dallas? Is it over?
I got to tell you, I avoided it completely. Like I saw very little of the attention paid to it today. I saw on ESPN.com that it was their front page, and I understood why.
At
but
our
I'm
new
okay with it.
workstations, there's 3 TVs. And in the morning, I get in here and I get the TVs going.
Yeah.
And I had 2 of the 3 TVs on 1 and 2, ESPN regular and ESPN 2. And there was Luka coverage constantly on both TVs. I'm over it. Got it. He got traded. It's amazing. He's on the Lakers. He's now gone back to Dallas. No more Luka coverage. Can we get this back to just being about the NBA season and not everything Luka-centric?
No, it'll be about the Lakers once the playoffs start.
Oh, no, I'm very fearful.
Because I don't know if you knew this. He plays with LeBron.
Do you know how irritating it is that one of the greatest rip-off trades of all time goes to one of the organizations that is like has the born with the silver spoon in their mouth, Lakers? It is so irritating. And the fact that the more I hear about it, the more irritated I'm getting. I'm turning into anti-Luka guy, and it's not Luka's fault. It's just I'm done.
The coverage.
I am done with the Luka storyline. Can we just let something else take the headlines? And I know what they're doing. And I am doing what thousands of you out there do every day on Ticket Text. Complain about what we're talking about.
Yeah, but so Doug, this is par for the course for you because like you hated the Matthew Stafford coming back to Detroit storyline. You just wanted to talk about football, and I get that.
Yep.
But you can't avoid this stuff. I mean, this was literally his first time back in Dallas, so it was going to be a big deal. Clearly, ESPN is a partner with the NBA anyway, so they love this stuff. If you followed the NBA at all the last 5, 10, 15 years, part of the NBA is the drama. They love the soap opera aspect of the NBA. The fact that every team has a superstar or two, and then there's drama involved, they love that. There's always something beyond the court with the ratings and the NBA. So as far as the homecoming, yeah, you're done with that part. But if somehow, some way the Mavericks play the Lakers in the playoffs, get ready to throw up then, Doug. Because the ESPN is not going to avoid that.
No, they're probably not.
They're dreaming for that somehow to happen. Right now,
not.
the Mavs are in a playoffs or a play-in spot. I mean, a lot of things would have to happen. Lakers are the 3rd seed.
I mean, maybe I'm seeing a future headline like the Pistons upset the Knicks in Game 1, but the first 45 minutes of SportsCenter is dedicated to Luka having 17. In a 25-point Laker win.
Yeah, that probably would happen.
Yeah, and I'm seeing this future right around the corner, and so the broadcast, the concept of broadcasting, right? You're trying to appeal to the largest number of people with whatever you are discussing, and whatever you are showing, and so I'm sure their feedback is that they're getting massive numbers in Los Angeles the more they talk about Luka, and that's a big market. And I'm just done. I don't want to hear about it anymore.
Well, you're gonna get plenty of it because the Western Conference is going to be compelling.
The whole concept of that trade, though, it's like now.
The trade was ridiculous.
The trade's ridiculous, and it's a data point that skews the scale where. I mean, I think every other GM and every other sport now is going to suffer because one absurd trade was made where some team went out and got And they went out and got one of the best players in the league for virtually nothing, and it just tipped the scale so far over the top that now people want to send Marco Casper for Connor McDavid.
I think that in the offseason, the NBA needs to launch an investigation. Seriously, into what happened with this trade, because it was ridiculous. If you have arguably the best player in the league and all of a sudden you want to trade him, you want to move him, it would behoove you to let the rest of the league know so that you can get the best offer in return for your franchise. Getting Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and some draft capital back, that's so weak it's beyond belief. And the fact you did it in the dead of night, nobody can know about it. No other teams could counter. Either shows that A, you're completely incompetent as a general manager for a franchise, or two, that there's some collusion going on in the NBA to allow this to happen. Now, the problem is, if you're going to have the NBA investigate, having the NBA investigate themselves may not be the best thing.
But the thing about it is I'm looking at this story and I'm going, the whole time, I've been waiting for the other shoe to drop. The moment. The finding out that Luka had like Deshaun Watson type stuff on his record. Right. A terrible example, but you know what I mean?
What you're saying, yeah.
I've been waiting to hear.
Oh, they had to get rid of him.
Yeah, he had to get rid of him. And now, I mean, the Lakers probably aren't going to win a playoff series, right? Or maybe they will.
Well, now with the firing of the coach and the GM in Denver,
yeah,
and everybody's wondering, okay, what's going to happen with Jokic? Is he going to stick around there, or does he want to force a trade? If he forces a trade, look what he goes for, because that's a comp. Luka and the Joker are the same type player, right? So if Jokic gets traded, I'm dying to see what that return would be.
What will the Lakers give up?
This is going to crush you, Doug. There are already like people putting mock trades together for Jokic to join the Lakers.
I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are.
Because they need more star power over there.
Yeah. Yep.
It's funny, they had the odds came out regarding a possible trade, and the Pistons were like second to last to possibly land Jokic. I thought, really? That far down? And then the same thing came out with TJ Watt. That TJ Watt is a possibility.
Oh, yeah.
To be moved, because he tweeted out him in his Steelers uniform with a peace sign up in the air. People think, oh, he wants out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I don't know if he does or doesn't, but I found this to be interesting. TJ Watt's next team, if not the Steelers, the Patriots are the top to land him at 3-1, followed by Seattle at 4-1, Philadelphia at 5-1, the Lions second to last at 75-1.
Wow. Well, I'll just say this: I get it. But can we conclude the story and just move on and talk about the season? I don't think I'm going to get my way. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We get to more of your first-round picks, and in fact, we'll tally them up and tell you who the people want more than anybody else at 28. It is Carson Anderson Mach 1.0 coming to a conclusion at 150 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you trust CGC for top quality Connecticut water systems. Now trust them with your plumbing too. April showers bring flooded basements. Keep yours dry with CGC water treatment and plumbing. Right now, save 10% on a new Zoller sump pump. Need backflow testing? CGC's got you covered. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember, if you are not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call your authorized independent Connecticut dealer today at 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Go ahead. Tell the people what tweet you want to see.
I want to see a tweet from the Red Wings that says that they've recalled Sebastian Cossa and Nate Danielson from Grand Rapids. We got a handful, not even a handful of games left.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and maybe it happens after tonight. If they get eliminated tonight, if they don't win tonight's game, then they're officially out of the playoff race, right?
Yep.
Even though emotionally I've already disconnected myself and said that they're done. So if that's the case, I expect them very shortly to do something like that. And it would be until Grand Rapids starts their playoff season, because they've already clinched a playoff spot, and then you just return them there. But I think to get that's the only way that I would have interest in the rest of the season.
Yeah.
I'll still watch because that's what I do, and I've got a problem with that, I guess. But it would raise interest levels of Red Wing fans if you're able to see something worth seeing, like a Sebastian Cossa start, or seeing the first round pick from a couple years ago get a chance to crack the lineup.
See what happens. Just see what happens, right?
Yeah. Because I've seen enough of some players that are out there. You don't need to keep playing them.
Yep.
Particularly if the season's done. What's the point?
Completely get it. Okay. So we are bringing the Carson Anderson Mach 1.0 to a conclusion. We will have the results here in a minute. Regarding Colt Keith, from an unnamed texter, Colt Keith hits for little power and plays horrid defense. He'll be sent to Toledo as soon as Torres or Vierling return from the IL. I think he gets 20 to 24 games, maybe even closer to 20 than 24. I think he's about halfway there. He's played, I think he's got 11 starts so far, but he'll get less than Parker Meadows got last year.
Well, the thing is with Torres coming back, then you got to kick somebody off the roster, right? Somebody's got to go.
Yep.
And this is an infielder they have.
If
it doesn't solve any problem in the outfield.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to use Hicklin all that much. So,
they haven't yet, but at the same time,
it's
not an outfielder that's coming back.
Not an outfielder, but if you're not using Hicklin anyway,
fair enough. So then, when the texter's right though, when Vierling comes back, now Vierling's just getting ready to start baseball activities here. It still could be a few weeks away.
Yeah. How long's Margot? How long's he out? Anyway. So Colt Keith was supposed to play first base. He completely forgot how to play second and field routine ground balls. Stop with the excuses. Can't hit either. That's from Brian. I don't know why people.
He can hit. Yeah. He's off to a slow start.
Yeah, and
he's walking a ton. His on base percentage is quite good, actually.
Was he a better second baseman last year than this?
Yes.
So is it possible that all the stuff he's put in, all the work he's put in at first base has hurt him?
It's possible.
I don't know why that's quote unquote an excuse. What is the definition of an excuse at sports? Isn't that when you bring up something that should have nothing to do with it? And I think a guy who's been repping at first all off season and all spring with very little, he played a little bit of second in spring training, right? I don't know. Yes, Brian, you call it an excuse. Colt Keith's position with this team has been completely upended for 1 year of Gleyber Torres because he'll be gone in 2026. Is it really worth it? It's really worth it if you win. The goal this year is to win. My level of concern is 7.5. It's that high because, one, our 40-man roster makes it difficult to find because on our 40-man roster, it makes it difficult to find a position for him to play. It's from Jason Arroyo. Yeah, it is a concern. It is a concern. Yes, the people that heard me yell, it was about the CBS Sports Minute. Because people on the stream,
so ironic.
People on the stream just heard me yell. I just did a story. I just did a topic. I'm kind of over the whole Luka thing. I got it. Yeah, he returned home. Okay, great. Didn't need 45 straight minutes of coverage on it today, but okay, yeah. Can we please stop talking about Luka on the Lakers? I'm not going to get my way. They're going to keep talking about it. Then we go to one of those CBS Sports Minute things, and it's all about Luka. And so did my mic accidentally get turned on to hear me yell? Yes, that accidentally happened.
Accidentally, huh?
Accidentally happened. So those of you, Evan came in, he was monitoring the stream, said, did you just yell? Yes, I just yelled.
We thought maybe Gator did something to you.
No, No, it's about the CBS Sports Minute, which, by the way, I'm not sure people on the stream were hearing.
No, they weren't. They
weren't.
did not.
It
It was
Which
just
makes
a
it
random
even better.
scream
Just,
from
out of
you.
nowhere, and here comes Doug yelling.
Well, now you know why I yelled. Okay. We have reached the 0 hour. Gator from Carson Anderson, Mach 1.0. Are you ready, my friend?
I am ready. I'm
right.
dying to hear what the people have said.
Well, it's really similar to what we said. Tied for second with 17% of the vote. James Pierce, edge rusher from Tennessee. Derek Harmon, defensive tackle from Oregon. And in first place with 25% of the vote, Shamar Stewart, edge rusher, Texas A&M. He is the people's choice in Carson Anderson 1.0.
People like King better than us.
This has been established in a lot of ways. We've seen it. We're very happy that Kang is part of the show.
Yeah, all three players are really, really interesting. The other interesting thing of that, at least to me, those three players comprise roughly 50% of the vote.
More than that, yes. But I mean, we had it surrounded what the most coveted players at 28 are, and everybody that got votes today isn't going to be there. But the point is, some of these guys will, and none of these are a stretch.
Yeah, and obviously, like you said, Doug, not all these guys are going to be there at 28. But if they get within range, the Lions could move up for any of our guys that we mentioned today. Whether it's Pierce, Harmon, or Stewart. I think the interesting thing is all three of us picked a defensive lineman. I think this draft, this first round, is going to be crazy for defensive linemen, and I'm curious how many actually go. I mean, there's rumors that there might be 20 guys on the defensive line that go in the first round, and maybe that includes a couple of the outside linebackers that could play the edge. But it's really deep in that that front four, and I think the Lions. I think you guys agree with this. I think the Lions are can get one of those top guys, and they might be top guys as like a top 10 pick, but there's going to be talent there at that position. Late in the draft, late in the first round.
Lots of talent to be had. A number of different positions. It's I feel pretty confident the Lions are going to get a really good player at 28.
The 4.5 sacks thing in 3 years doesn't scare you. I
No,
know,
not for me.
I know pressures is a big deal and RAS score is a big deal. Production's not there.
I can see why that could be alarming to some people, for sure. I mean, you'd rather have a guy be productive his entire career, whatever level it is.
Yep.
I get that. But I think at this point in level, like pro, translating to the pro level, it's different. Now, taking you back a little bit, remember Ziggy Ansah?
Yep.
All right. He had the size and everything at BYU. He had actually just started playing football very late in his, amateur career, right?
Yep.
But he was like the 5th overall pick, and he actually was a decent pick. I think people kind of forget the fact that he was, when healthy, was a pretty good player.
Took him a couple years, and then he had a couple very productive years, and then he was done.
Yes, it definitely translated, though. The problem was he couldn't stay healthy after that, and then his career was done. I kind of see the same thing with Stewart, but I think he's got even bigger upside. I think he's got – the problem is the floor might be that he's never going to pile up any sacks, right? I mean, that's not good. I think
that
Harmon,
would be a big problem.
Harmon, your guy's probably got the highest floor. I think at worst he's a run stopper. And
I think if he's there at 28, I think Derek Harmon is a very safe pick.
Yes. I think the ceiling for a guy like Stewart, though, is, I know this is crazy, but because I think Myles Garrett type, like that's the prototypical body size. I mean, his scores, his numbers are very similar to Garrett. Problem is his production level wasn't there. Garrett had that in college.
Yeah.
Well, if it makes people feel any better, and I know that these things are looked at, and when you invariably talk about these things, you'll get some response saying, there's no way he's there, guy. He's going to be there, guys. Mel Kiper's got Shamar Stewart in his final mock going 29th to Washington. And Detroit has the 28th pick.
Who do you have the Lions taking?
Kiper had the Lions taking Donovan Ezaraku. So, thank you so much.
The direct opposite, the polar opposite when it comes to production.
Oh, yeah, he's got a ton of it.
Ezaraku had a ton of sacks.
Yep. But we'll hang on to this and probably do one more of these before the draft rolls around. But again, we appreciate all your votes. Little surprised Ezaraku didn't get more love in this thing, to be honest with you, because I feel like there have been a lot of mocks where he's gone to Detroit, and I think it'd be a fine pick. But he didn't get many votes. So.
Well, because we're talking, we open up the pool to people that probably aren't going to be. Obviously, people aren't going to be there.
Some of these guys aren't going to
And maybe it becomes more obvious if we do a 2.0. Okay, we've seen another 15 mocks, and these guys are nowhere near the 20 range. They're gone by pick 20. Let's take them out.
I mean, but if let's say the Lions love him, let's not forget that last year in Mel's final mock, Taron Arnold was 15 to Indianapolis when he was still on the board at 24. Lions moved up a few spots and took him. So,
that's right.
Yep. Here's Rico Beard. Hello,
There's
sir.
Doug Karsh. You okay?
I'm doing good.
You sure?
Oh, you heard the yell.
Yeah, we all heard. Yeah.
So the yell was centered around, I just did I mentioned that I'm done with the Luka story. I'm sick of Luka this, Luka that. Oh, Luka's a Laker. Luka's still a Laker. This just in.
Luka came back to
yeah.
Dallas.
Yeah, and I'm like, it's over now, right? We don't have to hear about Luka anymore. Now he's gone back to Dallas, which is a pipe dream. And then we go to commercial break, and the first thing that plays is a CBS Sports Minute about Luka. And that's why I'm like, I don't know how I accidentally touched this button in front of me, but I did. And
we all looked up to see what was going on in here.
Well, people that are watching on the stream or listening on the stream, that comes through loud and clear because the Sports Minute isn't.
Right.
So
you just hear Doug yelling.
Why is he yelling?
That's why.
Now you know.
Like I said, I haven't heard that since the whole Patrick Ewing argument.
No, don't even start.
So what's coming up on the show today?
We're gonna have some fun with the Masters.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
We're gonna have some fun with the Masters.
I'm intrigued.
What's the local Augusta? Where's that? And then sports
Ooh,
wise
like
and golf wise, what's that Augusta for you?
Interesting with two guys that don't play golf. It should be interesting.
I'm intrigued to hear.
You got Evan.
Yeah, you do have Evan.
We're a team, man. We're a team. When one is short, the other lifts us up. That's how we see things. It's like you and Kang pulling the hockey cards.
Dude, that was great.
Still waiting to get on that pod, but it's not like I don't collect anything.
Follow the link that we tweeted out today if you want to see the hockey card break.
Yeah, and then a rule that the Masters have that everybody should adopt.
Okay. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Welcome in. I can't possibly do the calm Nance thing. I love hearing him. How is everybody? We have a jam-packed show. This is our Masters kickoff special. Whoa, but you don't golf. Who has to golf to enjoy the Masters? Not me. This is some of the best television of the year. It's relaxing, it's serene, and it's... Hi, Jim. So we've got some fun for you today. And Evan Jenkins will join us because Evan is a golf maniac. Also, I'd like to shout out David Hull for being dressed as Kevin Hart, who was dressed as Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson for Halloween. A skin-tight black turtleneck, fanny pack, and jeans today. It's quite a scene, David.
Yeah, I called him Steve Blobs because I thought he was the black Steve Jobs.
If you smell... Uh-oh. All right, so look. Here's how I wanted to start today. Evan and I did the whole Masters mega pod, but I want to appeal to not only golf fans, but sports fans too. So there's duality to this topic. And I'm curious, what is the Augusta of the state of Michigan? Like, what is the singular best course in this golf-rich state? And I don't care about cost, inclusivity, exclusivity. I've always wondered is like when guys pay a ton of money to play golf, aren't you in essence paying to get your ass kicked? Like if you go to some of the best courses, they are the most arduous to navigate. Mm-hmm. You're paying for someone to punch you in the face and throw you in a lake. But I want to know because look, you can't play Augusta. You can't. I don't know. You got to be knighted or invited or both maybe.
And know somebody.
Yes, that too. So I wanted to ask the question of what is the singular best course you've played? But also, like, what would be the Augusta National of our great state? But for the non-golfers, what is the Augusta National of the sports world? Like, what is the place you have to go and see and experience? Because let's be clear, if you've been lucky enough through the lottery to go to a practice round or go to a day at the Masters, you're not playing, you're experiencing it. No different than, Rico or me or you going to places like Lambeau Field, Fenway Park, Wrigley Field, whatever it may be. I would welcome sports fans on that one. So there's duality. Mm-hmm. So I am genuinely interested because Augusta has a poll on sports fans, golf fans that is just, it's almost alone. I don't know that any other place has it.
Yeah.
Not like that.
No, it is the...
Look at this scene. Why can't we do a show like that set? Look how uppity that set is on ESPN. Will you look at these people?
We can.
Look at these potted plants.
Mike, we got 4 chairs. We can do that right here.
This is why I love the Masters. Look how pompous that is.
Mike, this is almost as good as the NHL Network setup.
Yeah, you mean 3 guys wearing sweatshirts with 2 replica jerseys hanging on coat hangers?
Hey, Kenny. Go grab the egg chairs. We can sit them in here.
Look at that set. So, I want to hear from the people.
Mike, the thing about Augusta is it is at the top of the food chain. You're right. It is the place that every golfer wants to go because not being a golfer, but back in my former life when I worked at Fox 2 and we would have to cover different events. You said, why do people want to play certain courses? It's the prestige of saying you played there.
How about just going there?
No, not even there. I'm just saying locally.
Yeah.
I played on this course, and it's almost like have you ever played this course? No, I have.
Well, that's okay. Admission. That's what I kind of dig about golf people.
Yes.
It's nonstop. Oh, you haven't played Pinehurst? Oh, I have. Oh, you only played the North Course. I played the South and the Loop. Look at the stash on this cat.
Whoa, he looks like the dude from the Office.
Okay. Listen, sorry, I got distracted. So here's my 248-539-9797. For the golf people, what is the Augusta National of our state? Period. I need to know. And if you just want to look, what is the best course you've played? For the non-golfers, it's simple.
That's the one-uppance, man. You haven't played that. You haven't played that one? Oh, I played that one a few years ago.
You didn't get the invite. And for the non-golfers, it's very simple. Augusta is experiential. So what is the Augusta of the sports world? Like, I'll give you an example, okay? Is the Kentucky Derby silly in a lot of ways? Of course it is. But is it an experience? Is it a bucket list item? Is it something I've been lucky enough to do multiple times? Yeah, and I'm telling you, it's a scene.
You've talked me into it. One of these days, I'm not even going to tell you. I'm just going to roll up on you.
Okay.
I'm going to let Big G know I'm coming, but I'm not going to tell you.
Well, you better make sure I'm there. I haven't been there in 7 years now. But my point is, it's you can't go to Churchill on any other day because it won't be that. It is that singular event, that singular day, that singular experience. That's what Augusta represents. Yeah. It's the experience, because the amount of people that have played or will ever play is so minuscule. Evan has been putting his name in the lottery for 15 years.
Yes.
Hasn't gotten drawn. I have one friend. He got the practice round, and it was a thrill of a lifetime for him. It's the experience. I'm sorry. Can we get potted plants like the Augusta National thing in this studio?
Shh. Somebody may be listening, and we may actually get some.
Quiet, please. But I want to hear from the people. And if you're not a golfer, it's no problem. That's why I've left it very open to the Augusta of sports. So let me ask you this. You're the Big Ten guy.
Yeah.
What's the Augusta of the Big Ten?
Oh, of the Big Ten.
Either football or basketball.
Probably for basketball, I haven't been there yet, but Indiana.
You haven't been to Assembly Hall.
I have not been
to
Assembly Hall.
That shocks me.
You know what? I was going to go, and it was like an ice storm, and I was just like, it's not worth me killing myself.
Noted.
But for football, probably Ohio Stadium.
The shoe is scary.
Yeah.
You got to walk through the little church entrance, too, with the stained glass and the little Sistine Chapel. Look.
And then I got to experience one with you. Didn't know years later I'd be working with you, and it may not hold the same weight as it does now.
Rose Bowl.
But it was the Rose Bowl. And everybody kept saying, oh, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. You're going to love it.
But you can't go any other day than that day.
Right.
You can't show up at UCLA, Arizona
and
get the same thing.
Right. It's like, hey, there's 10 people here for a game.
So I wanted to make sure we're open-ended about it. But for our golf people, hey, congratulations. Your 4 days are here. What is the Augusta of our great state? I've pulled a list, and I'm fascinated because people in the state of Michigan, for a winter state, boy, do we love our golf. Like, that's part of my reason I won't start playing. How do you stay good when you can't play? Hey, honey, I'm going to the bubble toe. No, I'm all set. I'm good.
And your true bucket list, Mike, is when you can take a one-day trip to Hussey Stadium. That's a bucket list.
I mean, it looked pretty cool on TV.
Fly out, fly back, no luggage.
But again, what is the Augusta of the world of sports? I just submitted something that is unique and special and once a year. Like, I think very few venues hold that weight just showing up any day of the year. I do think, now again, would Lambeau Field qualify? Like, for our Lions fans, you've traveled, you've done takeovers. Lambeau's pretty cool. Lambeau's a throwback.
Yeah, but the thing about Lambeau, it looks like it's only fun if it's cold, but I don't want to sit out there in the cold.
It's not only fun if it's cold.
December.
Right, but
That's
the
it.
frozen tundra. It's like, I don't know if I want to sit out there when it's cold, but it looks really cool.
So let me throw the number out. We've got everybody involved, 248-539-9797. We can also tell you the official selection of this show is Colin Morikawa. We'll see how that goes. Rico, little curiosity. We'll get to the callers, get some ticket texts, and we'll see what's in David's fanny pack at 3 o'clock.
You're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models. There's only one place to go, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that will fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the April Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Blazer LT, $299 a month for 24 months. Walk in with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet, and you'll get more details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, remember you get a dozen eggs for a couple of bucks? Nothing costs what it used to. That does include the cost of keeping your home comfortable. So if your furnace or AC isn't doing its job, get it done right and get it done by the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They have got you covered. They have Generac and Honeywell generators in stock. And this month, you buy a generator, you're going to get half off the installation of a furnace or AC, plus an extended 10-year parts warranty on that generator. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the people. Masters, our Masters special. And we've started with an easy one. What is the Augusta of the great state of Michigan? We have so many golf courses, and so many of you are so passionate. I didn't grow up with the sport, and I'm sorry. I'm too old to do things I'd be bad at. The point is, what is the Augusta of this state? And for the non-golfers, the Augusta of the world of sports, a place that clearly you just are there to experience. For me, I got to experience LSU recently. Death Valley is just another planet. That to me, that's an Augusta of college football. I know for you, you brought up Assembly Hall, you bring up the shoe. Just
and you know what? Husky Stadium is pretty nice,
especially when you don't pack any bags. Unbelievable that was a real story. We go to the people, and we go to Craig, 97.1. Craig, what's going on, pal?
How are you guys?
Yeah.
So I am a golfer, and for me, it was Arcadia Bluffs in northern Michigan. I went a couple years ago for my brother-in-law's bachelor party.
Okay.
Just the whole experience. You got to book it 8 months in advance. The free swag that they were giving when you got there. You felt. I'm not gonna say I'm poor, but I felt rich. I felt like I was somebody. The clubhouse was amazing. The restaurant inside, the views of Lake Michigan and the hills.
So which course did you play, the Bluffs or the South? They're both top 10 in the state. Okay, that's number 3 according to Golf Digest.
Yes, I played a couple other ones. I got a friend that works at Forest Dunes, so I play there quite often in the summer. But still, just the experience of Arcadia was something.
The pictures look absolutely incredible. And I told the story yesterday, Craig. I said, look, I'm not a golfer, but I was on a bachelor party years ago, Nashville area, and the guys wanted to play golf. I go, don't worry about me. I'll drive the cart, hand out cocktails, and relax. The scenery is so beautiful.
You're on that same stage as me. I'll drive that cart anywhere.
But I'm with Craig. I don't have to play. I'll give you the money necessary, and I will just enjoy nature. It looks gorgeous. Do you have a Augusta of the world of sports, Craig?
I do. My experience was a little skewed. I would say, like you, Mike, Churchill Downs. Unfortunately, the year that I went was the wettest Kentucky Derby ever.
What, the year Orb won?
2018.
Oh, okay. Yeah, about 12, 13 years ago, the year Orb won. Oh, my dear God. It was a monsoon.
Yeah, so the first half of the day was amazing, just being there. And again, I'm not poor, but you buy your suit, you buy your hat, the whole atmosphere being there, and then just when the heavens opened up and it rained. I mean, walking out through the tunnel at the end of the night, and you're walking through 5-6 inches of muck and water. It was
not ideal. Not ideal.
Just the experience and being there. It's a Super Bowl style event for once a year, and
No, I'm with you.
Amazing.
And it's Craig, I appreciate it, man. And I like the fact he had both. But Churchill Derby Day, it's an Augusta experience. You either want it or you don't. And if you don't, that's okay. Would I go to Augusta if invited? Of course I would. But I don't lust after it. I'm not a golfer. I would walk around and go, wow, this
much
is
to you.
No, and I'd probably just give up the ticket for I have friends who would divorce their wives to go. Right. I think I'd rather let them go. And then they would just owe me.
Right. I mean, I know.
That's how that would work.
You know what? I'm going to pull this pin and run. But yes, the Kentucky Derby, I know what it means to you. I would gift you the tickets and say, Mike, you will appreciate this more than I will. You go ahead and you go.
I think you'd like it more than you realize. You'd have fun.
No, I would like it. Yeah. I would have fun, but I know it's your passion.
Oh, it's the best. Let's go to Mac, 97.1. Mac, what's going on, buddy?
Pretty good. How are you guys today?
Good.
I would choose for the golf in Michigan, Arcadia Bluffs on the west side of the state, right on Lake Michigan.
Okay.
A little Pebble Beach.
So same deal. So Bluffs course or the South course?
Probably the Bluffs course.
Okay, same one as Craig, our first caller. All right, what is the Augusta of the world of sports?
This one might not be as popular, but Fenway Park.
It's magical. I mean, it looks like a garage from the outside, but once you're there and you're inside, it is one of the last kind of old school parks that we have left. No, Mac, it's a great place. It is. Yeah. And I hate the Red Sox.
I went when I was 13 and saw Nico Goodrum give up a inside the park home run, and despite being tired.
I didn't have Nico Goodrum on my bingo card. Thank you for that.
But no, Fenway Park was one we brought up.
Do we have any Nook Logan memories? But yeah, no, Fenway is awesome. Look, now here, this is controversial too. I've loved Wrigley Field in the past. I haven't been there since they modernized it. That is a hot topic for a lot of people. Right. They think they've ruined it. You've taken away the charm. I don't know. Yankee Stadium, forget about it. There is absolutely no reason to go. When you say Yankee Stadium, it had to be the original. This new thing, it may as well be a doctor's office. Yeah, not for me.
Thought about Dodger Stadium.
Haven't been. Looks pretty.
Either. But yeah, it just sounds like a pain in the butt to get there with traffic.
Yeah. Signed Los Angeles. It's awful. Go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, bud?
Hey, I was fortunate to be there this past Tuesday at the practice
wow.
round.
Okay.
And beyond iconic or palaces, whatever you want to say, it's amazing how they treat you there. I've never been treated as well anywhere, where they're just so happy to have you there, how they move you through. You should have seen the people buying merchandise. They were buying bags of merchandise. And then as far as the food goes, they get you through the food line. They have the food's fantastic. It's very inexpensive.
So basically it's the opposite of Spartan Stadium.
It's the opposite of anywhere, where, like if you take the Lions, and, I love the Lions, but the Lions are just, hey, you're going to pay it and you're going to enjoy paying it. Yeah. And So, and as far as the course itself, you can't even see this on TV. You can't, I'm watching it now. I can't even see what I saw on Tuesday, how difficult it is. And, the elevation is unbelievable. How much they have to hit into elevation, and the length that they have to hit too. But as far as anything around here, I'm not the kind of golfer that goes to Arcadia Bluffs, but as far as anything around here, I don't know. I don't know what I could compare it to.
Paul, I appreciate the fact you've been to Augusta, and again, on television, it looks remarkable. I can't imagine what it's like live. It has to look like one of those things, like if you've ever been up to like Traverse City and you see the dunes, it looks fake. Like you're there, but you're like, that can't be real. That's kind of what I imagine Augusta's like.
And everything is done perfectly. And, they're showing the sandwiches and stuff. Egg salad sandwich, $1.50. Pimento cheese sandwich, $1.50. Beer was $6. But as far as you can go sit behind the practice range, watch them hit on the tee. It's just a fantastic experience. And I don't know how my son was in the lottery. It was the first time he tried, and he got them.
Oh,
and
dear.
There's people that, so it's just hard to figure out how to do it.
Yeah,
he probably should have played the real lottery after that.
Yeah, there's no rhyme or reason. By the way, what's interesting? So the merch. Do you realize the only time of year you can buy Masters stuff is during the Masters? The rest of the year at Augusta, they only sell Augusta Golf Club stuff, but they won't sell it to you at the Masters. So if you want the actual Augusta National stuff,
you got to either get there before or after, or hang
show
around.
up next week.
Yeah. But it's just one of those, look, man.
No, but golf is a prestige sport. I mean,
see, when I say that, people get mad at me.
No, it is. I mean, you heard, hey, I was there for the practice round, and that impresses other golfers. It's like,
that impressed me.
Right, but it just always amazes me. Like, like golfers, it's like, hey, how can I one up you? I played here. I played there.
Oh, you're not using the new Pro V1s? Oh, that's a shame.
I shook Tiger Woods' hand.
No, okay. Yeah, well, he looked at me. No, okay, take it. Take it easy. 248-539-9797. We'll get some ticket text. More of the calls. Evan Jenkins will join us as well. I want to know Evan's opinion on the state. He's played damn near every course. If you like pizza, we got you covered. Hungry Howie's. You're going to be watching that specific tournament we're just talking about this weekend. Dial up Hungry Howie's. Get yourself a pizza, including a free one. You heard me right. You go to hungryhowies.com. You sign up for the emails. You make any $10 order, and that's before taxes and fees. And you get a free medium 2-topping pizza. Whatever flavored crust you want, whatever toppings you want, they got you. Dough made in-house daily. Real mozzarella, not whatever Wisconsin space cheese is. It's Hungry Howie's. Line up for the golf this weekend. Dial up a pie, get a free one. Only online, only at hungryhowies.com. All right, Masters, I want to offer one quick correction because I'll tell you.
We need Jimmy Powers.
Oh, no, I haven't seen Jimmy move that fast ever. Maybe since Rico dropped an F-bomb on the air.
Well, I love his last story.
No, we're not telling that one. I didn't explain it right. Just quickly. The AGNC gear is members only. I didn't explain it right, so that's on me, and I'd like to apologize. Now, who cares? David, ticket text quickly, and then I want to go right back to the people. What is the Augusta of the state of Michigan? What is the Augusta National of the world of sports? A place you just have to experience to believe as we kick off the match.
Yeah, because real quick, I had a personal text. Wimbledon would be on that.
Wimbledon.
I'm sorry, Wimbledon. That's why I'm not invited.
Gray Walls at Marquette County Club. Beautiful scenery. One of the top-rated courses in Michigan. I liked it before, or better than the Orchards, they say. Someone says The Bear by Jack Nicholas is about 3 hours north. Same course from the American Wedding. That is from Aaron. Ones that are outside of golf that say that is their Augusta. Someone says, as a possum stew eater, cigarette jacket wearer, the Daytona 500. It's a lot of fun. The whole Speed Week experience. That is from Max. Now, that one, I know you all would look at me like I'm crazy, but that's on my list to go to. I cannot stand NASCAR, but that event, Daytona 500, I want to experience it for some reason. It looks great on TV. The pageantry, everything they do before it.
Would you be in the crowd or in the infield?
I would be in the crowd.
I think you have to be in the infield to get the full experience.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be with those people, though, in the infield. I'm sorry.
Why? You're sitting next to one.
Another golf one says Roscommon, Michigan. It's 18 holes, but it's really 36 because they reverse it every day. So you may play one, but that becomes 18 the next day, and it plays differently. That's interesting.
Okay.
I don't know, man. Golfers. Another one here says The Dream and the Nightmare. It is in Standish. In the Standish area, there are absolutely fabulous golf courses.
And that's what they're called?
Yes. Correct.
The Dream and the Nightmare.
Sounds like I don't want to do that. And then one non-golf says, very different from Augusta. It would be WrestleMania. Yes. Want to do that.
No. All right, let's go to the people.
You're not a big WrestleMania fan?
Really?
Probably wouldn't. You know what? If I would have known how historic it was going to be my senior year of high school, I would have gone to the one at the Silver Dome. I didn't know it was going to be that historic, and be talked about for decades.
Yeah, that was Hulk and Andre, right? Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, this was the dumbest match ever. And it became, this iconic match.
Ross, 97.1. What's up, Ross? How you doing, buddy?
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Afternoon to you. Hold, please. There you go. Welcome.
There we go. Similar to the previous gentleman, I'm fortunate I've been to Augusta 5 times. I'm fortunate with my line of work. I get free tickets every year.
Oh,
so
wow.
I work in the golf industry, so it's a perk of the industry, I guess I would say. But it truly is an experience, to boil it down in one word, that they have mastered every bit of the member experience, the guest experience, the caddy experience, every touch point on that property. It is a master class in marketing. So it's a unique place. But here in Michigan, I actually have 2 courses that I think that are the Augusta National in Michigan. One is Crystal Downs. Very similar and kind of a tie-in with Augusta. Same exact architect, Dr. Alistair McKenzie.
You have named the #1 course in the state of Michigan, according to Golf Digest. Look at you.
And
Ross knows his stuff.
It is worth it in spades, but it is also a step back in time. There are 2 places that you can take a phone call, in the bag room and in your vehicle, and that's it.
How long does it take to get there?
I'd call it about a 4-hour drive.
Yeah,
It's about 20 minutes north of Arcadia Bluffs. So
it's got to be absolutely gorgeous in the fall. Up there, that's got to be gorgeous.
Hey, Ross, Ross, I got a quick question for you since you've been to the Masters so many times. What is the deal with the whole sandwiches thing in the menu?
Well, they're going to charge you $180 for a quarter zip, so they'll give you a little pimento for $1.50. It equalizes.
Okay.
Part of it is just the old school ambiance of it. Is they look at those are the traditions down there. So actually, the golf course I work at, we have a chef go down there every year and work it, and it's just part of the traditions of that place. The pimento cheese sandwiches, the mint juleps, all the specialty drinks and everything is touch points with that. It's been traditions from back the founder with Bobby Jones, and those have stayed true to this day. So
I'll tell you the tradition they got to get rid of, Ross, and I don't want to be offensive because I know you're a golf lifer and you work it, but they got to get rid of hey, let's bring out decrepit Sam Snead and he's going to kill somebody with his driver. Or like Jack, when they brought out Jack Nicklaus, I'm going, I can't watch this. This guy may die during the backswing.
Yeah, hey, you're not offending me in the least bit.
Okay,
Not in the least bit.
It's a little tough to watch. Like, hey, here's Grandpa Joe. And you're like, does he know he's here? Yeah. What was the guy he almost killed somebody with the drive? Like they got Grandpa Simpson out there. Was it Sam Snead? And he tees off and the ball just goes dead left and like damn near killed a teacher.
Right, but that teacher can say, I got hit by Sam.
That is the most golf guy thing of all. I got a skull fracture from Jose Maria Olazabal. I mean, that is the most golf guy thing ever.
Look, you can see the TW mark. It's still there.
That tradition.
What a name you just pulled out, Mike. I love it.
Well, Bernhard Longer. I don't know. We got a lot of them. Let's go to Johnny, 97.1. Johnny, what's up, bud?
Mr. Valenti, how you doing?
Good, pal.
So I'm pulling my best Kenny Cott right now. I'm about 2 bourbons deep, and I just finished off a joint from last night,
All right. Good start for your master.
Got the day off. I shot 50 games of pool last night right here at my own house. I call it basement golf,
There you go. Now the Masters of
Because
today.
I can't play golf anymore. Yeah, I had an IED and a bullet almost ripped my arm off, and then now my arm doesn't turn, so I can't play golf. But I love the game. I watch it all the time with my pops, right? So I don't have like a Michigan golf course, but my Augusta would definitely be the Indianapolis 500 Memorial Day.
All right, take me through this because that event fascinates me. How big the venue is. They fill it every year. It's hard for outsiders to conceptualize it. What is it like?
Correct. It is unbelievable, man. I've had the same tickets for 38 years, man. Forget the Daytona 500. The Indy's where it's at. Roger Penske owns the racetrack, right? Okay. He is the man. It is the largest one-day spectator event in the world. 300,000+ people. The week before is just it's much like the Kentucky Derby, man. It's rowdy and crazy, and again, you talk about the pageantry. To hear, 350,000 people dead silent while they play the national anthem and taps, and they do a really good job for Memorial Day, honoring all the vets and stuff. Man, it's crazy, man. It'll give you chills, and there'll be some tears coming out your eyes, man. It's unbelievable for that many people to get together.
Is that why you say Indy over Daytona?
Absolutely, man, and it's a way better product too. I mean, those IndyCar drivers, 225 plus for 500 miles. It's incredible, man. And you don't see that speed on TV,
No, and that's why, Johnny, I appreciate it greatly because that's what I can't conceptualize. Like the Kentucky Derby's been the most people I've ever been around, and then you're like, oh yeah, well here's 2.2x of that. It's hard to conceptualize that many people.
It is, and even though, auto racing has, ebbed and flowed, and Rico's right, NASCAR, I can't do nothing with it, but growing up in the Motor City, I mean, it was all cars and racing. I mean, that's what, that's what we were raised on, and it's incredible, man. My dad's dad and his brothers started going when they came home from World War II, and then my dad and his brothers kept on the tradition when they all died, and here I am now, man. I got my old Army buddies showing up the past 2 years. It's crazy. My old captain and lieutenant and platoon sergeant, they're there. It's unbelievable, man.
That's awesome, man.
Great
Seriously.
time in the world, man.
Yeah, and that's the traditions are the best part of any sport. It's awesome. I love that.
And enjoy that off day.
Hey, you know what? I think Kenny's already got his address. Kenny's excited.
He's headed over there right after.
That's right. Kenny's bringing the sandwiches.
Yeah, I couldn't see you at an event like that because I
Not
know
for me.
that's you with crowds because there's so much going on. It's almost hard to focus on one specific thing unless you're a veteran of this.
I'll give you an example. Hold on, Kenny first. Yes, Kenneth.
I was just saying, whenever somebody says they were pulling at Kenny, I was like, oh no, where's this going?
The guy had a couple of cocktails. He's got the day off.
Right.
You're the king of the leftover joint. What's the problem?
I am not the king of the leftover joints.
He's fresh joints. What? No, but like just being at, and it's not even close, but like being at MIS, it's like, man, there is so much going on right now.
That's the problem with events. Like, okay, the one thing, like you brought up the Derby. The issue with the Derby is if you're there for the actual horse racing and you want to lock in and bet seriously, it's impossible. There's too many people. Can't get anywhere.
Yeah, you'd never want to go to an event.
You say you end up sounding like Howard Dean by the fourth race.
I've seen you. Don't do it.
We can't take him to Michigan.
Mike gets very uncomfortable.
Get out of my way. Well, the problem is everybody's blasted off their ass. It's The Walking Dead. That's what you know. What the Derby is by about 5 p.m. The Walking Dead.
I know.
Walkers. You can't get anywhere. People's compasses are off. No spatial awareness, and you just want.
And everybody wants to be your buddy.
Hey.
It's like now you're getting closer to the race, and you're like, I want to focus here.
David, trust me.
I like the Greyhound. I just get out of the way.
Hey, David, trust me. There's been many events we've gone to. I thought about just slapping a label on Mike's back saying, "This is Mike Valeni. Please talk to him."
No. The Derby is. All right, listen. We got your pick for the best dealer in town, Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members lease a 25 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $199 a month, 24 months. A 25 Sierra Elevation, $298 a month, and employee pricing for everyone. Both are 24-month low-mileage leases, only $999 down. Schedule that certified service at Moran. They hook you up with a free loaner. They just take care of you the right way. MoranExpress.com, and make sure your vehicle is everything you want it to be by getting that certified service. So search inventory, make your pick, MoranExpress.com, or in-store on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. All right, we'll check in on the world of football. The NFL draft not far away. We only do one of these a week. Hopefully Rico can control his lust for one player. It is time for Mock Draft Mania.
That's right. It is Mock Draft Mania, so I'll go through 1, 2, 3 real quick because it seems to be the same these days. It is number 1, the Titans go with Cam Ward. Number 2, the Cleveland Browns go with Travis Hunter. And number 3, the Giants go with Abdul Carter.
No. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't reach for a guy who's a borderline first-round pick. Take the best player in the draft. Abdul Carter's a freak show.
Giants need a quarterback. And there's one from Colorado that would fit perfectly in that system.
Borderline first-round pick at 3. What could go wrong?
It's a borderline team. So
no, we blow regardless. You take the best player.
Which means they will screw this up.
Yeah, I know that.
And they will take
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, let me give you where your guy goes, Rico. Number 9. At 9, the New Orleans Saints select Shedeur Sanders.
I'm starting to see that more and more. Saints, kind of a team, really, they don't know. They don't have much direction, always over the cap, but they're going to need a quarterback. So they figure, you know what, if we take Shedeur, we can sell tickets and see what happens. Because I don't see them winning anything anytime soon.
Smaller media market. It's better for him.
Now, will Dad allow that is the biggest question.
I don't really give a damn about him. I'm just telling you, it's not good for Shedeur to go to a place like New York.
No.
Kid's got a big mouth. He'll get eaten alive.
You know what, Mike? On that, I do agree. Because I promise you, he will say something stupid.
100%.
If not day 1, day 2.
And they're so unforgiving. You think I'm bad? Go ahead.
At number 11, just for you, Rico, the San Francisco 49ers select out of Michigan, cornerback Will Johnson.
You would love it.
I would. It's not a priority for them, though. That's the only thing. I like Will Johnson, him going there, but they need big people, whether it's an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. That's their biggest priority, not a corner.
At number 12, the Dallas Cowboys select Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina.
Oh, I sound like Rico's one drop where he does the whatever that is. That's me with Omarion Hampton. That's me. From the opening night of the season at Minnesota all the way through. I'd argue he is the most difficult running back to get your hands on in all of college football. Genty, you can get your hands on. He'll just run you over.
Not your boy Scatterboo?
No, you can get your hands on him. You may not bring him down. This kid is, you can't tackle him in a phone booth. I love Omarion Hampton. Love.
At number 21, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon out of Oregon.
He's on. Can't you just say Michigan State to give us one win?
Derek Harmon out of Michigan State.
You know what? One word for Derek Harmon.
Spartan.
Disruptor.
Yeah.
He's a disruptive player. You can move him around a little bit. He's just a damn, like if the Lions took him, wouldn't be mad in the least. You can move him around, and he's a disruptor.
Bro, if he's there with the Lions pick, don't be on the clock that long. Don't overthink it. Just draft him.
At number 23, the Green Bay Packers select Mikael Williams, who has been all over the board in mock drafts.
He's hard to figure out. We've talked to Kenny about it. He was day-to-day, week-to-week, all year for Georgia. When he's right, he's good. When he's not, he simply doesn't play. And the Packers did, wait for it, less than the Lions in the pass rush market. So I guess.
You know what the funny thing about this, all the mock drafts, I honestly, this is going to be the one year where you're going to find out nobody knew anything. Outside the top 3 picks, Mike, right, you guy that goes number 4, oh, he goes 29th.
You know what? Are we building a profile for Green Bay Packers draftees? Hey,
Georgia?
I'm gonna draft a guy who barely played, has no production, but he's an athletic freakazoid.
Yeah.
Isn't that just what they draft?
It is.
I think so. At number 26, the Los Angeles Rams select quarterback out of Ole Miss, Jackson Dart.
Okay, here's my problem. Your quarterback is 1 million years old and you're trying to win a Super Bowl. The player you draft at 26 has to start for you to help you win. I like the player. I don't like that placement.
Unless this is pretty much going to be it and you're going to try to trade Stafford.
They just signed
They
him.
just signed him.
I'm saying, but you're going to try to move.
And he's
on.
basically there for one more year, so you have to go all in to win.
Right. I'm saying this year, and then after that, maybe you try to find somebody who, rather than draft a quarterback, why don't you take on Stafford's salary?
Good luck on that. I wish you luck with that sales pitch.
No. I'm trying to figure out why you would draft a quarterback.
You know what? Whose mock draft is this?
This is Mel Kiper.
Oh, he's an idiot. The hairspray got into his brain and screwed him up.
I'm just trying to
There you
make
go.
sense of it.
Hey,
That's all.
consider the source.
Okay.
Yeah.
The guy looks like Count Dracula. Todd.
At 28.
Drop down.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper?
Oh, the Bill Polian rant.
At 28, the Detroit Lions draft an outside linebacker from Boston College, Donovan Ezaraku.
If it would fit the RAS score. He's athletic. He's twitchy. He's a pass rusher. Look, here's the best part. I'm with Rico on this. I'm done with any mock draft predicting anything that the Lions are doing. None of these. Brad Holmes going to do what Brad Holmes does. I wouldn't be shocked he takes a guard, a center, a kicker. I don't know. He's going to do what he does.
Mm-hmm.
But sure, for the sake of conversation, would anybody be mad about this?
No.
Absolutely not. He's a pure edge.
I think that there would be an upgrade in their linebackers. You would have somebody that can really, you could bring, like you say, you could bring off the edge, sideline to sideline. I'm all for this. But, David, really the question is, will the Lions trade up or trade back? Because something tells me they're not going to trade in that spot. I mean, they're not going to pick in that spot.
If you believe that there's only 18 guys with first-round picks, he'll do what he did 2 years ago. He'll move up. He's going to get a guy with a first-round grade.
Maybe he'll draft another running back.
I don't even care anymore. I would have more fun with the fans defending that than anything else.
You don't know anything.
At number 32, the defending Super Bowl champ, Philadelphia Eagles select James Pierce.
And because Howie Roseman has a blood oath with Satan, James Pierce will turn into a Hall of Famer. I quit.
Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Right. You go to the Eagles, it just works. Again, he had a terrible character report. He's a physical freak. You go to Philly, it's a strong locker room, strong leadership. You don't listen. Big Dom DeLisandro stuffs you in a locker.
This is how we do things here. We play on every down. We don't kind of half do it. And, yeah, he goes to the Eagles, David. He'll be the Defensive Rookie of the Year.
And so this is a 2-round mock, and there's only 3.
I like this.
There's only 3 guys that I really want to mention here in the second round, which is at 34, the New York Giants select quarterback Jalen Milroe.
I actually like that for your team, Mike.
Whoa. I would do a golf clap in honor of the Masters. That's great. You didn't panic and do something stupid at number 3. You took the best player in the draft. And now you grab Milroe. He sits for a year. He has to learn how to play football, but from an upside perspective. Is there a better athlete at the position? No. You would have to teach him how to do the job. But you're taking a risk in the second round. That's what I want. I want.
Would say, just be fully committed that he's your quarterback. Don't try to turn him into some weird slash position.
No, I'm with you.
He's a quarterback.
Abdul Carter or Mason Graham at 3. You give me Milroe in the second round.
That's a good pick
plus.
for you.
Number 36.
Shador's there, but
oh God.
Number 36, the Jags take wide receiver Emeka Ibuka. But most importantly for you, Rico, because you've talked about big guys for your team at 43, and of course we don't know what happens. At 43 in this mock, they have Kenneth Grant going to the Niners.
Yeah, now that's
if that happens. Yeah,
I mean he'd have teammates there. Like I said, I like Will Johnson. It's just not a position of need. But, yeah, if you can get Grant.
If you can pair it up with that.
If you can get Grant in the second round, you need – and once again, I don't care where you play college. I don't, except for if you can't make kicks. Then I care where you play college.
And on that note, that is your mock draft.
3 o'clock. Good to have you. Masters, day one. We had a little fun in hour number one with the Augusta of sports, but also best course in the state. I want to see if we could come to an agreement. The Masters has rules, and I mean lots of rules. But there's one rule they have that I can't figure out why we don't have it for all sports. And it is the following. You go to Augusta, your cell phone is getting checked in. You cannot have your cell phone. No, you can't have it in your pocket. If you want to take pictures, you have to have a camera. The cell phone is gone when you're on the grounds. You're there to experience Augusta. You're there to watch sports. I want to do something Rico normally does. Normally I bemoan and he hearkens. I'm going to hearken. I want to hearken back to Game 5 of the NBA Finals.
Harken away.
I hearken back to Game 5 of the Finals when I was lucky enough to go and watch Celtics win Banner 18. And the guy right in front of the group I was with, I'm pretty sure he saw 38 seconds of the game. You're at Game 5 of the NBA Finals in really nice seats, and you're buried in your phone. He's busy filming everything, then editing his photos, doing selfies, which makes no sense because the court is in front of you, not behind you.
Right.
So the people that were with me were starting to get agitated. They don't want to be a part of your selfie. Essentially, everyone in the row behind this guy wanted to punch him in the larynx. So you think about it, or hearken, ban cell phones. Also, remember when LeBron broke the record for most points? Everyone in the crowd is holding up a phone, right? Juxtapose that to when Michael Jordan broke the record. Not a phone in sight, everyone locked in on the moment. Here's my question. What would you say, like you go to a baseball game, a Lions game, a Red Wing, why can't we go without our phone for 2.5 hours? Just watch the game. Ban phones. Do what Augusta's doing. Everything, when Augusta bans the phones, it makes everything more important. You're in the moment. You're there.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. No. Mike, I'm totally with you. The pushback will be, well, I'm bored because attention spans are so short now that it's like, oh, well, what am I supposed to do? Especially like at a baseball game.
You're putting your phone away for 8 hours at Augusta. You can't put it away for 2.5?
No, because Augusta is so prestigious. You got there. You went through so much to get there. You'll do whatever they say because you want to go. You want to be able to go back. Whereas a game, you know what? If the team is bad, you're going to be giving away tickets. So I'll do whatever I want to do. Augusta is, yes, whatever. No phones? Fine. If Augusta said, you know what? You had to put your clothes on backwards. Everybody would put the clothes on backwards just to go to Augusta.
Shout out Crisscross.
Mac Daddy and Daddy Mac.
Are they still with us?
One is not.
I hate to see it. All right, David, your thoughts. I'm dead serious when I say this. When I'm at events, I can't stand. It's no different, man, when people are at dinner and you see a husband and a wife or a boyfriend and a girlfriend, and they are at the same dinner table, both face buried in their phone. Then what'd you go to dinner for? What was the point? Does Augusta have it right? 248. I'm dead serious when I say this. I wish, like the Tigers, could just ban cell phones. You're here to watch baseball? Watch baseball.
Hey, Mike, first-time caller, long-time listener. Yes, I totally agree with you. They have it right. As a matter of fact, we should extend it not only from sporting events, dinners, because the people who have to take a photo of their dinner and everything that they're eating, yeah, you should have your phone burned with the just
Rico feels real strongly, apparently.
Just drop it right there in the souffle.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Concerts as well. The concert person drives. How you felt about the guy with the Celtics and how I felt about the concert.
It's Game 5 of the NBA Finals. What are you doing?
Like this is an iconic concert. Like, when are you ever going to watch this video ever again? It's going to sound horrible, and you're like, hey, newsflash, instead of watching this concert through your phone, look, it's right there in front of you. just watch the show.
Yes.
If you want to take a picture to say, hey, I was at this concert, fine. Take your picture. Now put your phone down. I'll allow that.
How would we now look? I know you got to check your phone in at Augusta. It'd be a little bit different at a game. Couldn't you just kill cell phone signals?
You can. They like to say you can't, but you
can.
People, no, we don't have a. Yeah, because you go, sir, like, I can't get a signal. And the second you walk outside, signals back. I mean, I know there's some comedians that will make you check in your phone.
Look, I'm just asking because of all the rules with Augusta National. The idea that you have to check your phone in, you can't have it in your pocket. You're here as a patron. You're here to enjoy the event. So do that. But, I just bring up sports because it has gotten so annoying to me that even people at games, and I'm watching on TV, and they're in $10,000 seats playing on their phone, courtside at a Laker game. And you're going, you know what? Do me a favor. Get the hell out of here. Honestly, I'm right there. Can't we just adopt what Augusta's doing for 2.5 hours?
See, you're exactly right. And it kind of came up with the guy who called earlier, who said he was at the practice round. And he says, there are so many things that are going on around you, and that's at any event. If you're looking at your cell phone, you can't see the things that are going on around you that you can't capture on that cell phone. So many things. Rico, you brought up concerts. I'm an audio guy. I love to see audio techs doing their thing at a concert along with it, enjoying the event. I can't see that stuff if I'm on my phone. I can't see, oh, you know what? Oh, they needed a correction there on the mic, and I can see them moving and doing things along with the actual event and concert. I love that stuff, but I can't do it if I'm on my phone and taking pictures and selfies. And no, you're right, burn the phone.
Because it's more important to some people to show that you were there than to actually enjoy the show. It's kind of, we talked about the prestige of golfer. Like, yeah, I was at this concert. I was at this game. Well, what do you remember from the game? I was there. Remember anything?
The idea of people videoing the penultimate moment, you're at the game, but you've decided to watch it on TV. You're watching it through your phone.
Mike,
it makes no sense.
I couldn't imagine, being at the game for trouble with the snap, and you watch it live, and there was so much going on. I'm like, okay, at no point was I thinking, I need to get my phone out. I need to record this. No, I was just caught up in that moment, but you don't. Yeah.
248-539-9797. Does Augusta National have it right? Does the Masters have it right? Cell phones should be annexed from sporting events. You're here to watch the game. Watch the game. You're a parent. You got your kid there. What do you need your phone for? You want to take a picture? Bring a camera. I actually, of all the ways I make fun of golf, or even some of the Masters traditions with, you can't say certain words. Look, the thing they have right, the people that are there to watch what's going on. I like the no cell phone thing because you know how many times, Kenny, this will appeal to you. How many times you got people that are at these hockey games, they're on the glass, they're row 2, row 3. They're on their phones. I'm watching the game. You didn't even see the puck just fly by where you're sitting. You're on your phone.
Yeah, and as a kid, I guess those are always the seats that I would pine for is could you imagine sitting on the glass? I can't summon the vitriol that you all seem to have about this because I just don't care one way or the other, but I could see why that would upset me.
You're on your phone, aren't you?
No, I'm watching.
You're a phone slut, aren't you?
He's a phone guy.
Are you
yelling shoot the puck?
Let me know.
You're a phone guy.
Let me know when you're all finished piling on. I'll wait.
Okay, done. Got it out of our system.
Okay, I'm not the guy on the phone. I'll be
Okay,
on my phone during intermissions or commercial breaks, but once the puck drops, I'm locked in.
Okay, so you're not Costa.
No, I'm not. Costa, I guarantee you, is what you're yelling at me thinking I am.
1,000%.
That has to be
Because
Costa.
trust me, I know where Costa's at because he's shown the world.
And then I know because Rico tells me, and I'm like, how many times do I have to tell you Jim wasn't hugged enough as a child? That's how this behavior begins.
I'm going to take that hot potato and just pass it right on over to the guy that's not here.
Oh, hey, guys, great night at the Red Wing game.
Yeah.
Who asked? Nobody asked.
Enjoy that Frozen 4. Because it's everywhere.
Are you serious?
How would I know? So I'm not out of here. He's putting it out there to the public.
I quit. 248-539-9797. All right, biggest golf event of the year, FanDuel. Listen, it's fun to bet golf. Evans Primo Selection at a price. Colin Morikawa plus 1,600. FanDuel's got more betting markets than anyone. You can also get profit boosts for the first major of the year. FanDuel.com/ticket. You download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and get in on the action. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything, and we are happy to take your calls if you've got your version of Augusta in the world of sports. It just, again, the Masters, the experience, people wait 10, 20, some people wait a lifetime to win that lottery and get around. We talked about it in hour one. And for Rico and I, obviously, we're not golf guys. I can appreciate what it is, but I think it's fun to talk about what is the Augusta of football or baseball, basketball, whatever it is. We just brought up something, and I have a feeling I've run into something here. I have a feeling why people are afraid to call your phone guy. You're going to the game, and you're putzing around on your little phone. That's why you don't like Augusta's rule. See, people like us, I'm tired of seeing people on their phones everywhere all the time. I mean, you're at a game. Forget about the restaurant thing, right? I was just breaking balls. But if you're at a game, I don't understand why you're there to play on your phone. I brought up my experience at Game 5 of the finals, and I'm just like, I can't believe what I'm watching. So the Masters, they take your phone away. You can't even have it on you. I kind of dig it. Imagine what it would be like to be at a baseball game where everyone was forced to watch the game, to pay attention to the nuances of baseball, the beauty of the sport, even hockey. Think about people like Cookies who have season tickets. They go to a Wings game only to play on their phone and tell people they're at the Wings game. Hockey moves so fast, and there are so many small details that if you're not paying attention, you miss everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Probably the only compromise I would have if you said you're going to take it to a baseball game. Only because there's so many moments in between action.
Why can't you just enjoy the murmur of the park?
I know.
I don't know. You know, what about all the things Kenny eats at the game on his toilet scale? I'm just saying, no,
if there was a compromise, okay, fine. We'll give you baseball. But I'm with you. I've never been big phone
Look how many
guy.
football games you go to. How the hell are you playing on your phone at a football game? You want to explain that to me?
I don't get it. But trust me, there's all types of people.
If it's okay to ban them at Augusta, if it's okay to ban them at certain concerts where they do not allow you to take video or photography, a lot of stand-up shows, they'll ban your cell phone. Why can't we get it banned at a sport? Why?
Trust me. Because it's the opposite, Mike, where one of the fans' biggest complaints, we need better Wi-Fi in here so I can be on my phone. So stadiums now have to, partner with phone companies or places just so they can have better Wi-Fi in the stadium for the fan experience. They tell you, hey, put your picture up on the board, hashtag this, and we may put you up on the Jumbotron. So
have MSU invite that. Here's my picture right here.
NCAA
Right here.
tournament in Cleveland. They were like,
here's my picture.
At the NCAA in Cleveland, hey, hashtag March Madness, and we'll put you up on the screen.
No. All right. David, ticket text. We'll go to the callers.
Completely agree with no phones. Put them away. I was on a work trip a couple years back, and a coworker kept telling me to stop reaching for my food so he can take pictures. When we went golfing the next day, he kept stopping to take pictures of the plants. Took everything in me not to grab his phone and throw it away.
Good heavens.
Where's your phone? It's in the water.
Go find it.
I'll pay for it later, but yeah.
Like, isn't the whole point of golfing to get away from your phone?
Thank you.
To get away from everything? So why are you at a game? You're at a game to get away from everything. You want to be in the heart of the action. You want to be at the center of whatever's going on that day. And look, I understand. Look, and we're going to get to it a little later. I think the fans got screwed over the last couple of days. It's not the Tigers' fault. I'm saying when you're playing the Yankees and it's the dead of winter, basically, no fans got to enjoy dominating the Yankees. The point is there's going to be plenty of days this summer. You're at that game. The weather's beautiful. You want to get away from your phone. The hell is the point? Augusta's got it right.
Yeah, someone says, there's 8 million stoppages in play and TV timeouts. So should I just sit there and wait for play to resume?
Oh, you mean talk to the people you're at the game with? Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Maybe you should mute them.
Went to Dave Chappelle at LCA. Cell phones were locked in a bag at the door.
Love it.
Bags open at the exit after the show. Complete peace.
I love it.
Like I said, there's certain comedians where they tell you, leave it in your car because you're not going to get it in here. So, yes, they'll lock it away.
Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. Anth, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, I agree completely. They got it right. And just to give you a quick story, we had just this past Super Bowl, we had a Super Bowl party, and one of my buddies wanted to bring his son. We normally don't do that, but his son was like 22 years old. We watching the Super Bowl, he on his phone.
Oh, dear.
I'll just tell you this. When we got done with him, he didn't even want to take his eyes off the TV to get snacks.
What the hell did you do?
He didn't want to touch the phone no more. And his dad just sat there laughing.
I was about to say, be careful, Anthony. The feds is listening.
Yeah, just hold on now. Why do I imagine the kid got thrown in a garbage can like a cartoon or something?
It got waterboarded.
Yeah, I can't stand it, Mike. I can't. And I'm a 68 baby, so maybe we just old men get off my grass. I don't know.
But I mean, Anthony, look at the story I just told you. You're at Game 5 of the finals, and Boston is a passionate basketball town. This isn't the wine and cheese crowd. The guy in front of us at that game, I don't even know if he knew who was playing. That's an embarrassment. Get rid of the damn phone.
How much tickets cost?
Oh,
right.
please.
How much tickets cost? That's insane.
Exactly. Anthony, like the other night, the Celtics were playing the Knicks in New York. Hey, you say whatever you want about the Knicks. Tickets at MSG, you need a HELOC. People in the front row playing on their phone. I mean, it's like, first of all, why are...
Now, the funny thing is guy on phone doesn't even realize everybody else is sat down. And you're still standing there, and it's like, why are you standing? Because, I haven't been paying attention to the game.
Let's go to Kenny, 97.1. Kenny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. The Masters has it right. Chappelle has it right. You guys have it right. No phones. Totally agree with that. Had a few examples. Been at different sporting events with people like right in front of me trying to take pictures during a game. Things like that. It's just totally annoying, man. I agree. Chappelle has it right too. Check him in.
Well, and that's the whole thing. Like, okay, fine. If baseball's the exception, explain. Like the Pistons play an entertaining brand of basketball. You're at LCA. That's an event. Mm-hmm. You can't put the phone down for 2 hours?
No, I don't get it. If you want to take a picture beforehand, before everything starts, fine. Do your posting on whatever social media you're on. Go ahead and do that. But during the game, I want to watch the game. I don't want to see people's phones out.
And again, the Masters.
I might sound like the old guy too. I was born in 1966. Get off my grass, but
no. But hold on, Kenny. I think that I hate that argument. I know you're not making it. I hate the idea that if we have common sense, we're bad.
Right. Totally. I think it's common sense too. I mean, you're there for a game. Why do you even have your phone? I went on vacation to Cancun with my wife a couple of weeks ago for a week. Guess what? The best thing about it was putting away my phone for a week.
It's the best. Right. I would pay to not have to use this stupid thing on a daily basis. I'm with you.
I love it. I mean, I'm on my phone enough at work. I don't need it on vacation, and I don't need it at games.
Nope, I'm with you. Go ahead. You were about to say something, please.
No, because I would even say, fine. You know what? You get one photo and 10 seconds of video, and then that's it. If the ushers catch you, you're going to be asked to leave. If that's the compromise, but just get it out the way and enjoy it. Because, like you said, maybe talk to the people you came to the game with or somebody that you don't know.
And I'm telling you, I know you won't understand. I know he won't understand. And I know Kevin Hart, dressed as Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson over there, will not understand. Fine. Just hear me out. That's why I love the track. It's a social scene. You're usually there with a group. No one's on their phone. Now, iPad, past performances, yes, but that's a part of being at the event to figure out what bets we're going to make. And then the race happens. Ain't nobody on their damn phone. Really? And you do it all over again. It's great. Dude, I go hours without looking at my phone at the track.
So what do the horses talk about?
Okay. God, I would love to take a chair to your spine. You know what? That's a great place to stop. Here's Rico for things. F this. We'll get to the callers in a minute. I try to be sincere.
No,
that's what happens.
No, you were.
Hit him.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN, and if you call them right now for a limited time, purchase the full lawn program and get free grub control, but you got to mention my name. Tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. And with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, they come out to your house. You'll have your own specialist that will custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. They've been doing this for a while, folks. They're a locally owned company for 35 years, so they know what they're doing. They offer pest control services as well, and there's a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now and get Natural Way Lawn out to your house and get started. Why? Because it's about to get warm soon. Crabgrass will be popping up. They can spray for that right now. They'll put a treatment down because by the time you see crabgrass, it's too late to fix it. So the first application is the most important one. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
quick note, if you are heading to Pistons tonight, Pistons Knicks, one problem. Looks like the Knicks are resting at least 3 of their starting 5. So, again, not a problem if you're just there to have fun. Hope the Pistons win. Great. But if you're going to use this as some kind of playoff preview, that's been taken from you. Like last night, Celtics played the Magic. The Celtics went with the bold strategy of, we're sitting our entire starting 5. It's just this. I'm not going to go here because I know we got to get to the calls. This is why the NBA is a wholly unserious league.
Right.
People pay hard-earned money. Knicks and Pistons should be marquee. It should be exciting. It could be a playoff preview. And the Knicks are going, F it.
No, I was going to say, this won't be a barometer of what the playoffs will look like. If you beat them, say, hey, we could take them. It's going to be a little different. And I still think maybe the Knicks are trying to play the Bucks. So maybe an easier series for them.
We'll get to the people. We go to DJ 97.1. DJ, what's going on, bud? How you doing?
Fellas, we're good, man. What up, though? Y'all all right?
Yeah. Fantastic. What's going on outside of this weather? Good God.
Oh, absolutely. So
you going to the Pistons game tonight?
No. I haven't been to one. I mean, I think they're an up-and-coming team, but I haven't really fully fallen in love with them yet.
I actually thought they were raising your jersey to the rafters. Okay.
I wish. So, look, man, here's the thing. I'm torn on this one because, like, I understand it. Like, I could probably speak for you guys, too. Like, you guys are real sports fan. Like, I'm a sports guy. I'm a real sports fan. You understand? So when I go to a game, I get immersed in the game at a football game or a basketball game. But sometimes I'll turn to the phone guy because I want to get that moment. You get what I'm saying? Like last year at the San Francisco game, I really wanted to get that moment when Jahmyr Gibbs hit that touchdown. I pulled my phone out because I seen it coming, and I wanted the memory. I knew it was coming, and I just wanted that memory to have in my archive to look back at, number one. And then number two, there's times, man, where even now today they'll post a video of Jordan dunking on the Pistons back in '88 at the Silverdome, and the view and the perspective from somebody's phone that was at the game doesn't do justice. You know what I'm saying? Like the TV doesn't do justice to where you see that. So I be wanting that moment. So I'm torn on this.
Well, no, but DJ, that's why I said you could take a photo or 10 seconds of video. And it sounds like you took 10 seconds of video and put your phone away. Fine, because they're never going to be like no phones there. But we're talking about just constant guy who has basically 30 minutes, or an hour's worth of footage on their phone. It's like, why weren't you just watching the game?
Right. And see, in that instance right there, I think that goes to the second part of what I was saying. That's the person who's not a real sports guy like we are, because if you're a real sports dude at these football games and basketball, at a certain point, your fan competitiveness kicks in and you ain't thinking about your phone. Because you really are looking at the defensive line fight or the guys one-on-one. Like, I'm looking at the game inside the game. So the people who are not fans and they're there for the event or to go on social media and say, look at me, well, that's them. So I don't even count them. They just be annoying a little bit.
From what Rico told me, that's exactly what you do. He just said you're better looking Jim Costa. You're a big social media guy. Come on.
Hey, my man. Hey, Mike, I post moments. Like I gave you I gave you a hell of a shout out last year when me and you had that whole Kyrie Irving back and forth because I was there at Game 7 in Boston and I posted that moment. I didn't post the whole game because I'm into the game.
No, and that's
the moment, absolutely.
And that's the thing. I think that's what I like. I almost wonder, are we going full circle where people have been overstimulated, they're just addicted to their phones now. The Masters is a true throwback. Augusta takes your phone. It's like the Dave Chappelle show. You don't get the option. You could take pictures, but you're going to need this thing called a camera. It's just different. I like that. The phone thing drives me nuts.
No, I'm with you, but if not, you get called grandpa and, oh, my goodness.
Yeah, but you know what?
Times have changed,
but
and they're not like that.
That's the equivalent of you don't know puck guy when you have the audacity to criticize Yzerman. Kenny Cott being told, well, you don't know puck.
I still thought that was the funniest thing ever.
That's ridiculous.
But you know what, Kenny? I felt like I wanted to stick up for you, but, Kenny, you can handle yourself. I'm thinking to myself, Yeah, Kenny's the last person that you want to say you don't know puck guy.
Yeah, you want to have an argument. That's fine with me. I'm also wondering, is the idea of like they don't want phones going off in someone's backswing part of this? Because that's probably part of it.
Well, see that I disagree with that in tennis. All right, they don't.
See, I was going to say that about tennis. I was like, is that
They
why
don't
do
ask
they ban
for
tennis
quiet
phones?
please when the quarterback's got a 3rd and 9 with 1:38 to go in the game. I think the golfers should have to deal with heckling.
Well,
I think it'd be tremendous.
Like the one, was
That's
it the
the
waste
open.
management one
Yeah,
where
waste
everybody's
management. Yeah,
Yes,
getting rowdy?
Scottsdale.
They
Yeah.
encourage you to be an idiot. Yes.
Yeah, now that I support.
Yeah. Because that's at that point, that's real pressure. Because imagine if every quarterback and just quiet.
The tennis one kills me. Quiet, please. It's like, oh my Lord.
Quiet, please. Jared Goff needs quiet.
What a blast to be at. Quiet, please. We've got a 4th and 3. Could you imagine? Let's go to our man Dean out in Milford. Dino, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good, Dean.
Everything that you guys are saying is nothing but a dream because you're comparing the regular man sport to some of the most bougiest things out there. You just brought up golf, tennis, horse racing. Like, what are we doing?
We brought up Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle at LCA. Come on.
Yeah, that's because Dave's smart and he doesn't want all of his acts all over the internet before he gives them.
Yes, I love it. And you're there to enjoy, I don't know if you call it an art form, whatever you consider stand-up. Dean, I'm just making a point. It's a fun throwback. I know it won't happen.
It's money, Mike. It's money. People on their phones in the stadium makes them money.
How? I want to understand.
It's free advertisement.
Oh, the social media stuff and the whole, hey,
yeah,
look at me.
You're at the game. Look at this photo. Look at me. Look at the game.
Let me ask you this.
During all of those sporting events up on the Megatron, they have those scanning things now.
Now, are you phone guy at the game?
No, I have zero interest in that. I get to the game early enough so I can take all the photos needed with my children.
There you
and
go.
then we sit down, we shut up, and we watch the game.
See, I like Dean. So at least on surface, you agree with me. I'm not arguing with you. You're right. It's a pipe dream. I know.
Yeah.
But
we don't get nice things. We don't get what we're allowed to have or what we want to have. It's society.
No, I know. Or a winning college football program. I know. Trust me.
There's that.
There is that small detail.
I just go ahead and blame Rico for everything because he ruined NCAA with money, and I think that he's doing it here.
I stand with Dean and Milford. Top of the day to you.
But what do the horses have to say about it?
Nothing. That's why they're my favorite athletes.
All right. Yeah, fine. I've ruined this as well.
Well, listen, it beats the NBA where players get their feelings hurt and we got to blow out the whole front office. NBA is an effing parody at this point. It's not even a real sport. Oh, I have an idea. We trade our franchise player. Now let's try to cash in on promotional deals when he comes back to town. One problem. They're his sponsors. The Mavericks tried to cash in. And Luka's people went, no. Yeah. NBA is not a serious league.
No.
Sign Mike Malone. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people. We got to get to a blitz. Scotty Scheffler's Champions Dinner. Kenny on the flushometer, and we grade out what would happen in an upside-down universe where Kenny Cott was awarded the green jacket and is planning his Champions Dinner. Something tells me possum is on the menu. All right, Northville Lumber, the largest Trex decking outfit in the country. Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, all the time, and I got the lowest prices. So okay, that was unfair. So whether you're a deck builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have what you need when you need it at the price you want. Call Northville Lumber today or stop by and see their showroom. Take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. Yes, we will talk more Masters in a bit, but yesterday 2 days ago and yesterday, something strange happened with the Yankees in town, and I wanted to present a list to you guys. You guys can tell me if you remember these or power rank it. It is the strangest sports injuries ever, and I'll explain why this is relevant. David, music, please. Yep, this fits. All right, so the reason is Cody Bellinger of the Yankees allegedly caught bad wings. And you know what that means.
Oh, boy.
He couldn't play against the Tigers in a couple of these games. Now, unless you're James Houston, then you do play. So let's just move from bad wings. Well, I mean, Rico, come on. The man was wearing white pants, and there's no Gatorade that looks like that.
Right.
So I wanted to go down an ESPN list. They have compiled this of the strangest sports injuries. You guys can rate them. Tell me which one above all. So Aaron Gordon was the NBA power forward. Right. He played with the Nuggets. Christmas of 23. I don't think it was very merry. He was bit by a dog on his shooting hand and face, requiring 21 stitches. I love dogs. I grew up with dogs my whole life. But because we're on the road so much, my dad's taking care of him. I can't train him how I need him to be, but I feel good. Yikes.
Wow.
Here's an idea. Don't get a mean dog or an aggressive breed and then not be around to give the dog the attention and training it needs. Might be a bad idea.
Go for the Labradoodle.
He missed a week. Now the next one. I will never forget this injury because I was in the car driving home, I believe it was for Christmas, 2001, listening to the game on radio. While playing for the Arizona Cardinals, Bill Gramatica, remember Martin Gramatica? Bill Gramatica was
exactly where you're going with this one.
was a kicker for the Cardinals. They were at the Giants. He kicks a field goal to go up 3-0 in the first quarter. One problem. He jumped up to do one of those stupid celebrations, and he blew his ACL out, writhing in pain. I couldn't tell you right now what I'm going to do, he said about his celebrations a few months later, but it's not going to be jumping around. Yes. He pulled a Stephen Tulloch. Remember against the Dolphins?
Yeah.
He tried to jump up.
Oh, no. Was that the discount double check?
I think he jumped before the double check. One problem. His anterior cruciate ligament didn't get the memo, and he blew that out.
I got one I hope makes this list.
All right. Save it for the end.
I will.
The next one. Jaguars kicker Chris Hansen. You remember this one? So, Jack Del Rio, not only he of the Reebok sports suit, but Jack Del Rio had a motivational tactic with the Jags. It was a big, stump of wood. You'll appreciate this one. This one didn't cost him $82 million. He told him to keep chopping. Oh boy. Jaguars punter Chris Hansen accidentally gored himself wielding the axe. He missed the remainder of the 2003 season as a result.
Oh boy. Keep chopping.
Sammy Sosa hit 35 home runs for the Sox in 2004. But the moment people remember, he strained his back and ended up on the DL sneezing too hard.
Yeah. Never quite bought into that one, but okay. I remember it.
The next one, and you got to go back now. This is almost 20 years ago. This is one of my favorites. Clint Barmas. Anybody remember this one? Colorado Rocky. Barmas was hitting .330 during a breakout 05 campaign for the Rocks when the unthinkable happened. He fell down a flight of stairs and broke his collarbone while carrying a package of deer meat given to him by teammate Todd Helton. He would miss 3 months, essentially hit nothing, and his average dropped, and he finished at hitting .289. Deer meat, staircase, broken bones. Yeah. The next one. Have I gotten any of yours yet?
No.
Okay, because I have two.
I like this.
All right. The next one is a tennis player. I don't remember this, but I'll just bring it up because it has shades of a guy who was a Lion who hurt himself in something crazy. Mikhail Yuzny. In the 2008 Miami Masters tournament, Yuzny hit a return into the net. He responded in a very rational manner, smashing his forehead 3 times with his racket, drawing blood, and still ended up winning the match with a giant bandage on his head.
We may be touched. Yes, this is.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go to a Detroit Tiger.
Oh.
Brandon Inge.
Not who I thought you were going to say.
2008, Detroit Tigers catcher at the time. Brandon Inge was adjusting his pillow behind his 3-year-old son's head when he pulled an oblique and ended up on the 15-day DL.
How?
David, you look apoplectic.
How do you do that?
That's why it's on the list.
Whoa.
Right. Not in the weight room, adjusting a pillow.
Let me offer you another baseball one.
Okay.
This was very famous back when SportsCenter mattered. Kendrys Morales, LA Angels, hits a walk-off grand slam winner against the Mariners in May of 2010. Reaches, you know how you hear the famous Double D call, he's into a mob scene at home. One problem. Yeah, he went into the mob scene at home and broke his leg when he landed. He would miss the remainder of the season. Kenny, I have a hockey one for you, buddy. Does the name Dustin Penner ring a bell?
Yeah.
The pancakes that former Kings forward Dustin Penner's wife makes must be delicious. He suffered back spasms while eating them in 2012.
I do remember that one.
What? Back spasms from eating pancakes.
I thought you were going to go full Nick Lidstrom. You know the one.
Yeah, slap shot that blew up his testicle.
Right.
What you don't, if you have in your bingo board on the injury report, parentheses, ruptured nut.
No, that just says lower body.
He ruptured a nut.
I'd rather eat the pancakes.
I would hope so.
I wouldn't phrase it quite like that again, Mike.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. You know what, Kenny? You're wise beyond your years.
It's too late now.
F it.
It's
All
out,
right.
it's out there.
If I say Antonio Brown, do you remember this injury? Think of feet. And not the way Rex Ryan likes
the cryo.
them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
With the Raiders. Antonio Brown used improper foot protection at a French cryotherapy clinic and developed severe frostbite in July.
Yeah, because they showed it on Hard Knocks. He couldn't put his cleats on.
All right, so Rico, you said you were thinking of one. Go ahead.
Mike, I was actually Gus Frerotte.
Redskins.
Yes.
When he smashed his head into the padding and broke his neck.
So excited that he went and headbutted the stadium.
Mine involves the Lions. Does anyone remember Jamal Charles?
Yes.
He got hit-sticked by the cart on a run with the Chiefs here. He goes out of bounds, got taken out by the football helmet cart, blew his knee out. Dead. Just like the guy Stoney was playing golf with. Lenny, dead.
And Mike, unfortunately, I have 2 New York Giants for you.
Let me hear it.
One shot himself.
Plaxico Burress, sweatpants, defending Super Bowl champions, gone.
The other was Jason Pierre-Paul.
Fireworks.
Yep. Took him out.
Yep. And then we would get yelled at because we didn't want J-Mo blowing his hands up.
Right.
What a time to be alive. Yeah, guys, I watched my guy end up looking like E.T.
J-Mo's just having fun.
Literally blew off all his fingers.
Mm-hmm.
There's also one with Reggie Bush in St. Louis where he was running, hit the sideline, and slipped on their concrete that they had on the outer part of their
boom,
tore his
gone.
ACL up.
Well, listen, in honor of Cody Bellinger missing some games and helping the Tigers win because he had the poopies, we have the craziest athlete injuries of all time to give to you. Feel free. Send suggestions in. David, thank you very much. 97. Excellent. Excellent. I'd expect nothing less from the radio professionals I work with. Okay. Now, here's what we got to be careful of. This is very serious. We are asking a question. I do not want this misconstrued that we are making a statement that it is what it is here. It's a question. Saying the words, do we have a problem about who we're going to talk about, is a question. I don't want anyone going insane. We are not Jim Costa. We are not going to be authoritative after 12 or 13 baseball games. But we want to have a question, and I can play some audio for you. Do we have a Colt Keith problem? And I asked the question for a multitude of reasons. Most importantly is he is becoming unplayable in the field. Another error yesterday that I can't say it cost them the game, because when something happens, you don't know what will play out later, but you could say it. He had an error earlier in the year that did cost. He's not good at first. He's not good at second. But here's where it's compounding. He's been terrible at the plate. Now, I want to give him credit. He's drawn 12 walks. But the problem is you're hitting 150. And I know batting average isn't everything, but I mean, you're hitting 150. You got one RBI in, 13 games. Your OPS is 600. Your OPS plus is like 80. He's been terrible. Colt Keith has been terrible. Now, the flip side is, hey, it's baseball. I don't want to overreact. And I'm not. I'm not ready to say, okay, we got to do X. But Rieger played some audio. And look, what I can't stand is like I listened to him and Bob last night. Like, people want to get mad at Jeff. Like, whoa, why'd you have to ask him that question? Because that's his effing job. When you butcher a ball in the outfield and you wait in the clubhouse, Jeff is a reporter. And you go, Colt, what happened? Like, it's not an ambush. No. It's just what it is. So I want to play this because, look, it shows you they're men, not machines. It is a borderline emotional player. But he said one thing in particular. David, is this the one about his confidence? This is important to listen to, and I just want to ask the question. David, if you would, please. Oh, boy.
Not what you want to hear.
It's scary because they need him more than ever with Glaber hurt. He's already been asked to play a new position that he's not good at. He was asked to play a new position because he's not good at the position he's playing now. He cannot play third base. His arm will fall off his body. It's a problem. Now, here's what I would say. If he becomes the Colt Keith that we saw for about 2 months last year, and he's able to be a big-time hitter, I can learn to live with him being late stages Derek Jeter. I can live with him being a butcher. But you got to hit the hell out of the baseball. Yeah. Rico, I'm asking the question. If it's not a problem now, how much longer do you go before it becomes a problem?
See, I almost think that he's on a short leash because it reminds me of, like, we've seen this last year with Torque at the plate. And it's what I've often said, like, Torque has swag. When he goes up there, he now believes in himself. That's real. Like, if there's no confidence, you can see because the person is no longer playing the game. They're just out there trying to do whatever. They're throwing crap at the wall and hoping something sticks. You probably, if you're the Tigers organization, need to step in soon and say, maybe we need to save you from yourself, get some help, get some confidence so that we can bring you back up here because they're going to need him.
You're going there already.
I mean, because Mike,
I can't.
No. I'm not, because he said it out loud, which means that he's already thinking that he's already there.
Right, but I don't want to turn him into Steve Sachs or Chuck Knobloch.
I'm not saying he's going to have the yips, but I'm saying I'm going to save you from yourself because if you're thinking that already, me just putting you out on the field, you're not playing baseball. You're out there thinking, and that's a problem.
How much, look, for me, and I'm not telling you it's science. I'm just telling you how I watch baseball. I'm giving a guy 100 at-bats. I'm going to give, or if you want to say plate appearances because this guy walks a bunch, fine. I gotta give the guy the better part of 30 games. And if at that point it's this, no power, no value at the plate, and you're butchering balls left and right in the infield, I'm gonna have to do something. But look, if you guys think I'm an idiot for waiting, or you're more panicked, or you're on Rico's side, that's fine. I'm not mad at you.
And I'm not panicked, but if you're the Tigers, if you're Scott here, you've kind of seen this before in other players. Hey, let's nip this in the bud. Son, you are a major league player. We just need you to believe that you're a major. Because when he came out and said that, I was like, ooh, that means you've been thinking this for a while, that it's now just public. You said it. I didn't. That's why I'm saying maybe we need to correct this. If not now, very soon.
I think the bigger issue is a long-term one for me, which is I'm not going to overreact to the early season stuff. It's longer term. Is this guy simply not playable in the field? Not at a high level, certainly. But if you can't be average, it does get to a point where, look, this is a team built on pitching. This is a team that allegedly values flexibility. You can play multiple positions. And I know they don't follow through with this quite often. Outside of Parker Meadows, they're not a good defensive team. So you start looking longer term and going, okay, the hits will come. Let's say the pedigree is there. We know he can hit the baseball. But if this is him in the infield, that's where longer term I start to go, oh boy, because what do we do?
Yeah, the error at second base. I mean, that was Little League. There's no other way to call it.
Dude, he forgot how many outs there were last week.
Right.
I mean, we're talking, these are stacking up now.
Right. A routine ground ball, he butchered it. And it's like, okay. That's why I'm saying maybe there's a problem there. I'm not saying it's a long-term problem, but we can't overlook the elephant in the room. Son, that was routine. And it wasn't a bad hop. You just butchered it.
See, I'm going to give him a little bit more time, maybe closer to what Mike is saying, but it has to do with the combination of when Torres returns and if Torque continues to do what he's doing. Because if those two things happen, we already know Torres is only playing second base. So when he returns, he's playing second. Torque keeps hitting. You're not putting Keith at first. Torque has to keep playing.
Well, and that's where I just begin playing Torque against righties every day, against lefties and righties. Because Keith is your left-handed split.
Correct.
I'm just playing Torque every day. You know what? He's hot. We're going to play the guy.
See, you're right. And my hope with that, when it comes to Keith, is if he can sit on the bench, if he can get in that cage and figure that part out, just one thing out, then maybe everything else will come.
Yeah.
That's why you give him time to maybe see.
No, and you know what, guys? I'm not. What you're saying,
you're not.
Works.
Oh, you don't need to be defensive. You're not crazy for saying what you're saying because certain organizations would treat it that way. I don't know that this one will, but I don't think anyone's crazy for their opinion.
But the fact that he's not hitting and he's not fielding,
yeah.
Now you're overthinking, and as with an athlete, that's your worst enemy is when you go out and you overthink.
That's what scares me. Let me tell you why I don't think Rico's crazy, and there are several reasons. It's okay to feel the way he feels. When a player tells you their confidence is at an all-time low and they're a young player, you have to rescue them from spiraling.
Yeah. I mean, Mike, you'll remember, I think it was either Nick Anderson or Dennis Scott in the NBA Finals with the Orlando Magic.
Missed all 3 free throws.
And this is guy like shooting 90%, and then he missed, and he kept missing, and all of a sudden it became mental with him.
Yeah, and if we don't have a problem now, I just ask you, okay, at what point will it be one? Or, look, we all want it to turn around. I'm asking, how much longer can it go like this before you would go, okay, we've got to do something? It's just a question. 248-539-9797. Personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Femininio dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who've been injured. David is dedicated to ensuring you get the medical care you need, put your life back together after an accident, and if you need an attorney you can actually get on the phone, well, David's got you. If you or someone you know is injured, tell them to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getpaid.com.
April is here and baseball is in full swing, and you guessed it. I need high-speed internet to watch all the games on the streaming apps. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with that great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig-speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. I can enjoy all my favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the baseball action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Xfinity lets you choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
That's Colt Keith. And again, I don't think anyone's piling on. I'm rooting for the kid. I feel bad. Look, a lot of times, and I'm guilty of it, you forget these are men, not machines. He's a kid. Not a kid, but he's a young ball player. I think baseball, it's the hardest thing to do in the world. Round ball, round bat. He ain't hitting. He's atrocious in the field. His confidence is shot. I've asked the question, do we have a problem? And if it's not now, when? Now, I've said it. For me, I'm a little more patient. I know me, right? Crazy. But with I think I've just watched enough baseball in my life. Like, I got to give him 100 plate appearances. I'm going to give a little more time. Rico's a little more aggressive about it. I don't think that makes Rico wrong or bad. How I'm the most patient one in this is insane, but this is where I am. I'm going to wait a little bit.
Mike, I probably would be in your shoes, except for the fact he came out and said that.
The confidence thing really is.
And that, to me, is admitting a problem. And that's the first step. And he said it publicly. So, you know what? We're going to expedite this, son, because it's already in your head. I want to get this out of your head. I want you to go back to just being a major league ball player and not overthinking everything and not making, errors at second where it's a routine ground ball, knowing how many outs. These are things that you should just know. And I think that I don't want him to become his own worst enemy.
Lenny, 97.1. Lenny, what's going on, buddy?
Good evening, guys. I'm glad you brought this guy up. I've been arguing with my kids and my grandkids that this guy is a cancer.
Whoa.
Okay, and I told them both, watch him in the dugout, watch him in how he approaches other players and so forth. And my son still says, okay, fine. He agrees with me that he's offish, everything else. My grandsons finally agree with me that he's a cancer. You pay attention to him, okay? He struts around like he's got that 7-year contract. There's nothing they can do to him, okay? He doesn't sit with anybody in the dugout. You hardly ever see him give high fives to anybody, okay?
Boy, I'd say, Len, I just haven't heard anybody speak this way about the kid, and I can't say that that's correct, but okay, I guess it's something I'll have to watch for closer. I stick to him as a ball player. Look, the contract, let me just be clear about this. They didn't pay him anything. A 6-year deal for $24 million, Juan Soto makes that in 3 at-bats. Like, it's not enough money for me to use the contract as a problem. But, Len, I'm not telling you your eyes are deceiving you. It's just I haven't even come close to viewing him as some bad kid or bad seed or anything. Hey, Len, let's see if other fans call up and agree with you. I'm not going there with it.
You have to pay attention, okay? It's like over the weekend, I knew some ball players before I paid attention to. They always stood by the manager. But he stands by inch, okay? If he doesn't stand by inch, he sits down, doesn't sit near a player. Pay attention to him and how he reacts with the other players.
Okay. Len, all I can tell you is, okay, will do. That just seems like a pretty aggressive take. I've never had somebody say he's a bad kid. I'm not going to be the one to start that movement. I can just tell you he can't hit or can't field right now. That's good enough for me. Yeah. This is a good clubhouse. These guys like each other. They play hard. That's not what I don't know. Hey, David, if ticket texts are coming through to telling you something different, that's fine, but I don't have
they're
that.
not.
I have nothing like that.
He's by himself.
Let's go to Bruce, 97.1. Bruce, what's up?
Hi, guys. This is Bruce Fields, former Tiger hitting coach 20 years ago, minor league hitting coordinator 10-plus years. This is what really happens. Colt Keith had pretty good success last year, enough to warrant more leeway. Usually when going into a season, teams will give people 6 weeks, which is 100-plus at-bats.
Yes.
Which is enough reps and time to rather see if they're going to keep going in the poor direction or whether they can make an adjustment and succeed.
Yeah, and that's...
We are what? How many weeks are we into the season?
Oh, God, a couple. Bruce, that's why I said 100 plate appearances. I'm with you.
Exactly.
Here's my question.
You don't rush to this.
What are you seeing with him at the plate? You know, from a diagnostic level. Do you see anything that jumps off the screen to you?
You know what? To be honest, I haven't really paid attention and watched enough games to say a significant change or adjustment he's to make. So I can't answer that. But I will say emotionally and mentally, I know he's pressing. He wants to perform. But what he's doing is he's adding pressure on himself because he's trying to get 5 hits in every one at bat. And that's a mistake made by all young players.
And Bruce, that's why I'm saying.
Mechanically, I don't know.
See, that's when he came out and said about the confidence. That's why I'm like, I was a little concerned with that. So, I mean, would that be concerning to you?
Well, you know what? The good thing for me is the good part is he's acknowledging that. He knows that. But still yet, because of how big these moments are, you're in the major leagues. Everybody wants you to perform. You want to succeed. So he's putting that added pressure on. Once he gets to a point where he just says, screw it, I'm just going to play, where he can relax and go out there and do his thing, you're going to see the guy from last year. Because as I remember, he was a good piece of the future. Would everybody agree with that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So because he's going through a 2-week, 3-week moment,
right?
You're going to make these types of decisions on a player that you thought was a piece of the future. No, you don't do that. That's why you don't rush to judgment on players. Just case in point, Torkelson. Everybody wanted to throw him under the bus. Now look at him. These things sometimes take more time than fans would like for them to take.
Yeah.
But if the guy is as good as the contract they rewarded him out of the gate, if he's as good as that, he will come through.
Yeah, and Bruce, that's the thing. He's got to start doing one of the two things. Like, he's been really, and I don't want to be like hyperbolic, he's been really bad in the field, and I know they're asking him to learn a new position. Now they've thrown him back at second. You're not fielding, you're not hitting. Exactly. That's a tough start. But see, the one thing, and Bruce, this is what we were talking about. If a guy goes through a cold streak of 10 games and it's in July, very few people notice. When it's the start of the season, the spotlight is on you. So that's where it's different.
And my thing is, Bruce, I just wonder how do you
did anyone consider the weather and all the other outside influences that can pretty much kind of impact performance?
Yes.
Does that have
that's why I'm waiting.
Of course.
That's why I'm waiting.
No, Bruce, my thing was, I just want to make sure
it's still 40 degrees out.
Bruce, I just wanted to make sure
cold.
I just wanted to make sure he got his head straight, and just because I guess it just seems mental right now that, as you said, he's trying to hit 5 hits at one at bat instead of just going up there and having fun and playing this game.
He's got to cut it loose.
Well, think about this. You think his defense is impacting his offense now?
I think it's a cycle.
Probably.
Yeah, I think it's completely circular on this.
You got to let him breathe. And one other thing about the previous caller saying he's a cancer.
I didn't understand.
Everybody processes things differently. And Colt Keith, it seems like, based on what he was saying, is he standoffish? He wants maybe he can stay, be to the side. He doesn't want people talking to him like that. If anything, their coaches talking to him. I know most teams have a team psychologist that he might be talking with and working through this. you just don't know what's going on other than what you see them playing. I guarantee you they're trying to help them through this, and it's going to take time. It's a process.
Yeah, and Bruce, appreciate the call. And again, it's what we're talking about is the audio. You hear it like they're men. They're not machines. This kid's dream is to play ball. You think he wakes up? Like we always said this. Hey, I don't have to like Javi Baez. I don't. But if you think Javi wakes up in the morning and wanted to be terrible, that's not how this works. Colt Keith's dream is on the line. You're off to a terrible start. You're pressing. You're terrible in the field. You're basically at a point where you're probably dreading the baseball getting hit at you. And, of course, it finds its way to you. And then at the plate, nothing's working. Yeah, I'd say that's a lot to handle when you're 23, 24 years old. So my whole point, show me the 100 plate appearances. If it's that bad, you're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, then I'll get in the mix. You know you have look, I lived through Chuck Knobloch and Steve Sachs.
And see,
that's a problem.
Yes. And I don't want it to get to that. And my thing is, I'm not saying he's got to be gone for the maybe just give him, a week somewhere. Let's get your mind right. Let's get you back refocused because I think you are trying too hard to do everything, and this game is no longer fun to you.
Yeah,
it's a job.
I think you play out of it for a bit, and then you give him a day off or two. Maybe give him a weekend off.
And that's what I'm. Yes.
Yeah, I hear you. By the way, fun trivia note: do you know whose mother Chuck Knobloch hit with a baseball right in the head?
I didn't know where you were going with this.
Okay, whoa, no. When Knobloch played for the Yankees, no. He couldn't throw the baseball to first.
Right.
He was like Rube Baker, the catcher in Major League 2. He couldn't throw it to second. He hit Keith Olbermann's mother in the face with a baseball in like the 8th row.
I remember that.
He couldn't throw the baseball to first, David. Chuck Knobloch went from being a gold glove caliber second baseman to a guy who could not throw the ball to first base.
Yeah.
8th row. He hit her in the face.
Yeah, this before all the nets were around the entire stadium. Yeah.
In the face. I'm like, I lived through it. Now that's a problem. Not going there with Colt yet. No. Okay, thank you. All right, biggest golf event of the year, FanDuel. They've got you covered. All customers get a profit boost every round of the first major of the year. You can boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and a whole lot more. FanDuel has more betting markets than any other sportsbook. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and get ready to go to Augusta. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. This is exciting. And we've been talking some Masters today, and part of it, in one of the Masters traditions we enjoy, outside of the cell phone ban, is the Champions Dinner. Now, Evan Jenkins is joining us. So, Scotty Scheffler won this last year, and he gets his Champions Dinner menu. So, we're going to do a hybrid model here. What are you laughing at? What's the problem?
Because I know what you're about to get to. Sorry.
Well, we're going to get to two things. One, from time to time, Kenny has the flush-o-meter, scale of 1 to 5 flushes on food items. But then, in an alternative universe, if we could all look at the man in here who is dressed like Bear Grylls, if Kenny won a green jacket and Kenny Cott was at, what was it, Butler's Cabin?
Something like that.
Whatever,
yes.
Amen Corner. Kenny's Champions Dinner and what it would be. So I'm going to... David, do we have music for such an event? Yes. Let's get into this. Kenny, everybody, the Scotty Scheffler menu, the Champions Dinner, and then we'll get to Kenny's, okay? Scotty Scheffler begins with an appetizer course. Kenny, first one up, cheeseburger sliders served Scotty style.
What's Scotty style?
I don't know.
I do know. They had French fries on them.
That's a 2-flusher for me. Pretty good. I could do without the fries. Be honest.
Oh, 5 is horrible. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
5 is bad. 5 is very bad.
A 5-flusher, Cody Bellinger.
Yep.
You can't play against the Tigers, and it's immediate problems.
If those are like all you can eat, I would probably fill up on those before the main course game.
I'm with you, Evan.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a 0 or a 1 for me. It fits.
All right, the other appetizers: firecracker shrimp, sweet Thai chili, and a sriracha mayo.
Now, are we doing literal flushes? Because this might cause more flushes, but I actually love shrimp. And
Kenny, only you and your colon can balance that out.
I'm going to say 1 flush because I love me some shrimp.
Is it bidet worthy?
Well, yeah. I mean, everything is now.
Yeah, and after you see the photo, these Bang Bang shrimp, they look phenomenal.
I love that.
Coated in something great.
Oh, Rico doesn't eat shrimp, so that would be a 5 flush for you.
No shellfish?
No, it'd be like if Karsh ate red meat. It would go right through him. Like it would happen as he's on the air.
This is colon man we're talking about here.
It would just come right back. It would be a
Right.
reversal.
Okay,
as they like to say in the food eating contest.
A Karshian reverse.
Yes, it would be a reversal.
He would be, you'd be, it's all the same. It's a mess. All right. The last appetizer, Papa Chef's meatball and ravioli bites. This is a disgrace. I don't even know what a ravioli bite is.
It's true Italian cuisine.
What is that?
That's a 5 flush. Scott Scheffler's not Italian, and I don't respect it.
Does it have ragu sauce?
Dude, that's probably you would probably love that with the chefs that are making it. It's not like
You know what? You're
Boyardee is preparing it for you.
Okay, fair. I just don't know what Papa Chef's meat. What is meatball and ravioli bites? Those are separate things.
It's kind of like those deep fried raviolis that you had us have before in Las Vegas. I bet you it's like those.
Okay, well, if it's that type of thing, all right, it's a 1 flush.
Yeah, I would probably say, I would go with a 1
Probably
flush.
a great marinara.
Kenny, is that a 3 for you?
That's a 2 flush.
Okay.
You know what, Evan? Yeah, along with that and the sliders, I may not make it to the main course.
Until you hear what the main course is.
Well, we can go to the first course.
David, you got something?
Yeah, a fanny pack. He's dressed like The Rock.
Yeah, Dwayne over here.
Hey, Dwayne, what do you got to say?
If you smell.
Guy's in a slim, tight black turtleneck. Where's the fanny pack and the puka shells?
And the chain.
All right. Hey, first course. Buckle up. Texas-style chili. Jalapenos, corn chips, cheddar cheese, the whole bit. That's a 1 for Rico.
Oh, yeah.
Ain't nothing bothering that guy's GI.
This
Go
sounds
ahead.
like a 1 flush and a 5 flush all at the same time. I'll give it a 1.
Okay.
I'm going to say 3. I don't need the jalapenos in there.
Oh, that's what
I
makes
know
That
you.
makes it. That makes it. You need jalapenos in there.
Yeah, I just made some chili the other day because it's cold out.
All right, well, you guys emptied the bag early. I've waited for the main course. wood-fired cowboy ribeye or blackened redfish?
Mike would get the redfish.
No.
I would get the red fish.
You get mac and cheese, jalapeno, cream corn, Brussels sprouts, chipotle, lime, sweet potato. I don't know. You can keep all the sides. Just give me the steak.
If I was a golfer, I would be too stuffed. I'm not even going to play.
Well, that's why I think they do it on Tuesday, not Wednesday.
They need
right
2 days
before.
to digest so they don't blow a seam in the golf pants.
Just practice round, walk it off.
You would literally need the waiter to say, I promise you, don't fill up on this.
Can I
There's
ask
more coming later.
Before we get to the flushometer and Kenny's dinner, Evan, dead serious. Where do you drop a grumpy at Augusta if you're mid-round?
Probably the finest of toilets, I would assume.
Do they have
bathrooms in that clubhouse?
No, but what if you're on the 7th hole?
On the card,
they
buddy.
have outhouses and stuff out there.
That's what I'm
really?
asking.
I didn't know. I thought you were talking about if you had to go during the dinner. It's
For the,
not like,
for the players only? The outhouses?
yeah, there's certain ones just for the players. Like you and I are not going in those.
Okay, Kenny.
This is a 5 flush for me. I'm all the way out.
On a steak,
Really?
a ribeye.
Mac and cheese?
You said
this man
I
out.
only heard the redfish part. I'm sorry. What was the first part?
Kenny's very sensitive to dairy.
The first part was steak.
ribeye.
No, then I'm one flush. Absolutely, all the
All
way.
right, last one. Warm chocolate chip skillet cookie. I did see a picture of these. Evan showed me. These things looked insane.
Bruh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it seems
You
like
know
the
what?
best dinner of all time.
Sexy chocolate.
Sexy chocolate. Okay, now in a world where Kenny Cott has donned the green jacket
and found enough roadkill,
possum stew is the
I'm
first
going to
course.
throw the flag on
All
that.
right, Kenny, your 3 appetizers as we celebrate Kenny Cott's Masters Championship.
3 appetizers. If you know anything about me, my favorite appetizer anytime I go out somewhere, not possum stew, David.
that's a 5 flush for me.
That would be a 5 flush, yes. No, we're going mozzarella sticks. Love mozzarella sticks. Everywhere I go, I get
Could
mozzarella
you imagine it rolling up to Augusta? And it's
Hell
just a
yeah.
monster?
That's the point. That's the point.
Is
You
this like
asked
some
me for my
imported
menu. You're
Italian
getting my
cheese?
menu.
Nah, Kenny's first course, Sour Patch Kids. All right, go ahead.
Barbecue chicken wings, number 2.
Hold on. When you say barbecue, do you mean the methodology or the sauce?
Yes.
So no sauce, they're dry.
No. Yes to both.
So grilled and barbecue sauce.
Yes.
All right, 3rd appetizer.
3rd appetizer, pretzel bites with queso sauce.
Great, he's turned this into Dodger Stadium. That's what this is. All
I
right.
don't know what you expected from me.
You know
Hey,
what?
you're living right up to it.
Here's the thing. He won the Masters. It's his menu.
All right,
This is my menu.
the first course, Kenny.
Not boiled shrimp, a nice Italian sub sandwich. That has to be number 1. You know my position
A
on
sub
sandwich.
sandwich is the light bite first course, huh?
Light bite first course.
Dude, if I show up to this meal, I'm leaving.
Bro,
Evan, you're lying and you know it. You would eat most of
I'm
these
at the
things.
Masters.
Doesn't matter.
Kenny's dinner doesn't come with a napkin. It comes with wet wipes.
Right, it's like, you know what? You raise the expectations for certain meals. Like you're at a wedding reception. Yeah, here you go. Here's your sub sandwich.
Evan walks into the dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, would be Thanksgiving dinner. Here's your turkey hot dog.
Kenny, main course.
Main course.
You know this is hot dogs, please be hot dogs.
It's not hot dogs.
No.
We're going with a nice carbonara.
Oh, my God.
Carbonara.
Hell yeah.
Like none of these go together.
No,
Who said
no.
they have to go together?
I'm going to tell you right now, Kenny would have to have people seated in bidets to eat this meal. All right. And Kenny, you've won the Masters. I don't know how your system is digesting any of this, so let's throw diabetes into the mix. What is the dessert?
Let's go with a nice red velvet cake. How about that?
Oh, okay. Now I'm good.
I don't even know what red velvet is.
I don't know either,
vanilla
but it's
cake that's
great.
dyed red.
It's basically a chocolate cake that's dyed red.
I love it. I make it, but I think here it would be too dry.
Are you saying
They
that-
don't know how to make it.
What?
They not like us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we doing a racial divide on red velvet made up cake?
I'm saying down there, I don't know, man.
You might want to take another
Hey,
look at
hey,
it.
Dwayne Johnson, what are you trying to say?
David, in the South, everybody can cook.
But this is Augusta, though.
And let me just tell you one
This is
thing.
Augusta. Who you think in the kitchen? Yes, they can make it.
Go watch Tiger Woods from when he won his
moist.
his 1997 Masters, David. and he said just about everybody that worked in that clubhouse was African American, and they all came out to applaud him.
Yeah.
So it's not a bunch of me's that are cooking that cake, David.
Yeah, Rico just told us. Who do you think is in the kitchen?
That's what I'm. Sir, I saw you finish your cold sub. Would you like some carbonara?
I don't want to be here right now. I
don't like that my name is attached to this segment anymore. I no longer
Kenny's
approve.
menu.
It is.
The red velvet cake. David,
I stand with Kenneth
phenomenal.
Connell.
Phenomenal cake. I'm in with that, Kenny.
Learn something new every day. Apparently, white people can't make cake. Thanks, David. Thanks a lot.
That was David. In the South, period.
We're good.
I didn't say they couldn't. I'm saying.
You know what?
He implied.
You know what? Leave it there. Adjust your fanny pack. We have a mock draft to do next. 97-1. Okay, then. I want to apologize to Brian Moran for that segue. It is Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 24. It's Moran Chevrolet. You need a truck, they got you covered. Silverado LT Crew Cab, 4x4, $298 a month, $14.95 down. Go green this spring with the 25 Blazer EV Doug Karsh edition, $271 a month, 0 down. Both low mileage, both 24 months. The best part, everybody gets employee pricing. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. Search the inventory and make your pick at moranexpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, we'll check in on the world of football. The NFL draft not far away. We only do one of these a week. Hopefully Rico can control his lust for one player. It is time for Mock Draft Mania.
That's right. It is mock draft mania. So I'll go through 1, 2, 3 real quick because it seems to be the same these days. It is number 1, the Titans go with Cam Ward. Number 2, the Cleveland Browns go with Travis Hunter. And number 3, the Giants go with Abdul Carter.
No. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't reach for a guy who's a borderline first-round pick. Take the best player in the draft. Abdul Carter's a freak show.
Giants need a quarterback. And there's one from Colorado that would fit perfectly in that system.
Borderline first-round pick at 3. What could go wrong?
It's a borderline team. So
no, we blow regardless. You take the best player.
Which means they will screw this up.
Yeah, I know that.
And they will take
thank you. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, let me give you where your guy goes, Rico. Number 9. At 9, the New Orleans Saints select Shedeur Sanders.
I'm starting to see that more and more. Saints, kind of a team, really, they don't know. They don't have much direction, always over the cap, but they're going to need a quarterback. So they figure, you know what, if we take Shedeur, we can sell tickets and see what happens. Because I don't see them winning anything anytime soon.
Smaller media market. It's better for him.
Now, will Dad allow that is the biggest question.
I don't really give a damn about him. I'm just telling you, it's not good for Shedeur to go to a place like New York.
No.
Kid's got a big mouth. He'll get eaten alive.
You know what, Mike? On that, I do agree. Because I promise you, he will say something stupid.
100%.
If not day 1, day 2.
And they're so unforgiving. You think I'm bad? Go ahead.
At number 11, just for you, Rico, the San Francisco 49ers select out of Michigan, cornerback Will Johnson.
You would love it.
I would. It's not a priority for them, though. That's the only thing. I like Will Johnson, him going there, but they need big people, whether it's an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. That's their biggest priority, not a corner.
At number 12, the Dallas Cowboys select Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina.
Oh, I sound like Rico's one drop where he does the whatever that is. That's me with Omarion Hampton. That's me. From the opening night of the season at Minnesota all the way through. I'd argue he is the most difficult running back to get your hands on in all of college football. Genty, you can get your hands on. He'll just run you over.
Not your boy Scatterboo?
No, you can get your hands on him. You may not bring him down. This kid is, you can't tackle him in a phone booth. I love Omarion Hampton. Love.
At number 21, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon out of Oregon.
He's on. Can't you just say Michigan State to give us one win?
Derek Harmon out of Michigan State.
You know what? One word for Derek Harmon.
Spartan.
Disruptor.
Yeah.
He's a disruptive player. You can move him around a little bit. He's just a damn, like if the Lions took him, wouldn't be mad in the least. You can move him around, and he's a disruptor.
Bro, if he's there with the Lions pick, don't be on the clock that long. Don't overthink it. Just draft him.
At number 23, the Green Bay Packers select Mikael Williams, who has been all over the board in mock drafts.
He's hard to figure out. We've talked to Kenny about it. He was day-to-day, week-to-week, all year for Georgia. When he's right, he's good. When he's not, he simply doesn't play. And the Packers did, wait for it, less than the Lions in the pass rush market. So I guess.
You know what the funny thing about this, all the mock drafts, I honestly, this is going to be the 1 year where you're going to find out nobody knew anything. Outside the top 3 picks, Mike, right, you guy that goes number 4, he goes 29th.
You know what? Are we building a profile for Green Bay Packers draftees? Hey,
Georgia?
I'm gonna draft a guy who barely played, has no production, but he's an athletic freakazoid.
Yeah.
Isn't that just what they draft?
It is.
I think so. At number 26, the Los Angeles Rams select quarterback out of Ole Miss, Jackson Dart.
Okay, here's my problem. Your quarterback is 1 million years old and you're trying to win a Super Bowl. The player you draft at 26 has to start for you to help you win. I like the player. I don't like that placement.
Unless this is pretty much going to be it and you're going to try to trade Stafford.
They just signed him.
I'm saying, but you're going to try to move.
And he's basically there for 1 more year, so you have to go all in to win.
Right. I'm saying this year, and then after that, maybe you try to find somebody who, rather than draft a quarterback, why don't you take on Stafford's salary?
Good luck on that. I wish you luck with that sales pitch.
No. I'm trying to figure out why you would draft a quarterback.
You know what? Whose mock draft is this?
This is Mel Kiper.
Oh, he's an idiot. The hairspray got into his brain and screwed him up.
I'm just trying to make sense of it.
They
That's all.
don't. Consider the source.
Okay.
Yeah.
The guy looks like Count Dracula.
Todd.
At 28.
Drop down.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper?
Oh, the Bill Polian rant.
At 28, the Detroit Lions draft an outside linebacker from Boston College, Donovan Ezaraku.
If it would fit the RAS score. He's athletic. He's twitchy. He's a pass rusher. Look, here's the best part. I'm with Rico on this. I'm done with any mock draft predicting anything that the Lions are doing. None of these. Brad Holmes going to do what Brad Holmes does. I wouldn't be shocked he takes a guard, a center, a kicker. I don't know. He's going to do what he does.
Mm-hmm.
But sure, for the sake of conversation, would anybody be mad about this?
No.
Absolutely not. He's a pure edge.
I think that there would be an upgrade in their linebackers. You would have somebody that can really, you could bring, like you say, you could bring off the edge, sideline to sideline. I'm all for this. But, David, really the question is, will the Lions trade up or trade back? Because something tells me they're not going to trade in that spot. I mean, they're not going to pick in that spot.
If you believe that there's only 18 guys with first-round picks, he'll do what he did 2 years ago. He'll move up. He's going to get a guy with a first-round grade.
Maybe he'll draft another running back.
I don't even care anymore. I would have more fun with the fans defending that than anything else.
You don't know anything.
At number 32, the defending Super Bowl champ, Philadelphia Eagles select James Pierce.
And because Howie Roseman has a blood oath with Satan, James Pierce will turn into a Hall of Famer. I quit.
Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Right. You go to the Eagles, it just works. Again, he had a terrible character report. He's a physical freak. You go to Philly, it's a strong locker room, strong leadership. You don't listen. Big Dom DeLisandro stuffs you in a locker.
This is how we do things here. We play on every down. We don't kind of half do it. And, he goes to the Eagles, David. He'll be the defensive rookie of the year.
And so this is a 2-round mock, and there's only 3.
I like this.
There's only 3 guys that I really want to mention here in the second round, which is at 34, the New York Giants select quarterback Jalen Milroe.
I actually like that for your team, Mike.
Whoa. I would do a golf clap in honor of the Masters. That's great. You didn't panic and do something stupid at number 3. You took the best player in the draft. And now you grab Milroe. He sits for a year. He has to learn how to play football, but from an upside perspective. Is there a better athlete at the position? No. You would have to teach him how to do the job. But you're taking a risk in the second round. That's what I want. I want.
Would say, just be fully committed that he's your quarterback. Don't try to turn him into some weird slash position.
No, I'm with you.
He's a quarterback.
Abdul Carter or Mason Graham at 3. You give me Milroe in the second round.
That's a good pick
plus.
for you.
Number 36.
Shador's there, but
oh God.
Number 36, the Jags take wide receiver Emeka Ibuka. But most importantly for you, Rico, because you've talked about big guys for your team at 43, and of course we don't know what happens. At 43 in this mock, they have Kenneth Grant going to the Niners.
Yeah, now that's
if that happens. Yeah,
I mean he'd have teammates there. Like I said, I like Will Johnson. It's just not a position of need. But, if you can get Grant.
If you can pair it up with that.
If you can get Grant in the second round, you need – and once again, I don't care where you play college. I don't. Except for if you can't make kicks, then I care where you play college.
And on that note, that is your mock draft.
Hello, friends? Question mark? Welcome in. It's 5 o'clock. It's great to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. We've had some fun with the Masters today. It is one of the great sporting events out there, whether you're a golfer or not. Clearly, Rico and I aren't, but I love the Masters on TV. I totally understand the bucket list nature of Augusta, and it's why we wanted to rap with you guys a little bit about this. Look, I've got one friend who was in the lottery for 15 years. He got one practice round, and he considered himself lucky. Going to Augusta is a pilgrimage. If you have the opportunity to go, you go. So we wanted to ask a question two different ways. One is for the golf-centric listener. Michigan is a top 5 golf state. It is a wonderful place for people who golf. I don't. I wish I did. I wish I learned when I'm young. I'm too old now to learn to do things I'm bad at. Bottom line, we have wonderful golf courses. What is the Augusta of this state? What is the pilgrimage you will make in this state to play this particular course? The other angle is for the rest of us. Festivus for the rest of us, which is if you don't golf, or if you do, what are the other Augustas in the sports world? A place you have to experience to understand. Earlier, I said for me, it was Death Valley. It was LSU. It is like nothing else I've ever experienced with college football. It's just, you just go and ask questions later. Or I use the Kentucky Derby, where you can only go to Churchill Downs on Oaks or Derby Day to understand it. The rest of the year, the place is so big, it's empty.
Yeah.
That is an experiential thing. That is like Augusta for me. So I wanted Rico's, Kenny's, David's, but I want yours. And guys, if you have an answer for both, bring them. But I wanted to make sure it wasn't just for our golf community. I wanted it for the rest of us, like me, who I don't even know if my hometown had a golf course. So you just,
I'm sure it did, but yeah, For me, Mike, it was when I went down to Cameron Indoor Arena to watch a Duke game, and put it this way, that student section, there's no other student. That atmosphere, it can't be duplicated. You could try. You could, the Izzo, Maze Rage, no. The Cameron Crazies, legit. Energy from start to finish. Like, you feel the game. So, yeah, that was one where.
What's the building like? I've heard it's dumpy.
It's very dumpy.
Wooden.
Mike, the best description of it, it's Callahan Hall with no upper deck.
No Titan Club?
No Titan Club. It's an old building. But it's the atmosphere because the students are on top of you, and you don't like when you're inbounding the ball and you see everybody with their fingers like waving. You could feel the breeze because they're that close to you. Yeah, it's something that I'm glad I got to experience that. So yeah, that was one where I was like, yeah, that was a pretty cool experience.
That's a hell of a good one. I have no problem with it. And basketball's tough. There aren't a lot of famous basketball. They're not.
No.
I mean, like, okay, if you said Fog Allen, I get it. You went with their Assembly Hall. Football, for me, I think there's way more. I think we've always viewed college football in a more cathedral. Baseball, certainly. Like, I've been very lucky in life. I've gotten to go to a number of places. I still think Fenway, and I hate the Red Sox, but it's a window into the past. It's really cool. I haven't been to Wrigley since they did all the bells and whistles. So I can't comment if that's wrecked. What was pretty cool, I can't BS you. Lambeau Field, another one. Hey, is that a 2-bedroom house? Yes, it is. And that's a football stadium right next door.
Yeah.
It's something out of outer space.
And like I said, for Lambeau, to me, you get the full experience when it's cold out, but I just don't want to sit in the cold.
I get it. But 248-539-9797. What is the Augusta of the state of Michigan? And also, what is that bucket list place in sports you have to go? For me, it was Death Valley for a long time. COVID took it away the first time. I was supposed to go. I think it was LSU, Alabama. But I can't wait to go back. It's just, Rico, and I know you've got a lot of family down there. It's just different. Yeah. People are built different. The game is different. The stadium, ain't nothing like it at all.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, and Rose Bowl, back when the Rose Bowl meant more than what it does
But
now.
on that day only. It's exactly what we're talking about. Like, if you go for the Rose Bowl, yes. If you go to UCLA, Arizona, no. Kenny Cott. Now, let me ask you a question. Mr. Hockey.
Yeah.
What would the bucket list in hockey be? What would the Augusta of the NHL be for you?
For me, it's the Bell Center. I really want to go to Montreal and
The
experience that.
anthem at the Bell Center is supposed to be one of the great things in sports.
Yeah. It's one. I think it's the largest indoor in Canada. I could be wrong about that, but it's Original Six. It's Montreal. It's history. It used to be the Forum.
It's Lane Hudson skating circles around Petrie.
He's going to go very fast.
Yeah, that kid. First of all, I'm convinced he could double by riding at Keeneland and playing for Montreal.
Very
He's
diminutive in stature.
Yeah.
Not
All right.
very big.
Bell Center would be
for me.
yours.
Also, I've always wanted to go to Boston.
It's excellent.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Everybody
TD Bank
that's
North
been
is
says
great.
Yep.
It's a great stadium. I like it a lot.
It's one of the road trips that I intend to take at some point in the near future.
Okay. David?
I'll mention this for Kenny.
Aztecs 83-yard field.
No, I'll mention this for Kenny just because Florida, Georgia, and Jacksonville. But the real one that I'm interested in is Texas and Oklahoma at the Cotton Bowl.
Okay.
That one, because it's not at either of their...
No, 50-50, right
Right
down the
there.
middle of the Cotton Bowl.
Yes.
Orange on one
So
side,
you get a
crimson
mixture
on the
of
other.
all of it, and I want that.
It smells of fried Twinkies and cotton candy because it's the Texas State Fair.
Right.
Experiential. There's no issue with it. And it's not, guys, please. No one is saying, well, it's not as good looking as Augusta. Okay, it's a golf course. We can't compete with that in the sports world.
Right.
You golf people, I'm envious. I am. Golf courses are some of the most beautiful places on the planet. I don't golf. I swear to God, I could picture myself later in life living on a golf course, even though I don't play. Why? It's peaceful.
Yep.
I don't know. It's pretty.
You just got to worry about people hitting golf balls off your roof. But other than that,
oh, dear.
But no, I often said the same, like living on a course.
That'd be like some Final Destination stuff. I'd get taken out by a golf ball, like walking the dog. Ping, dead. All right, we'll get
TJ swings.
yeah, exactly. 248-539-9797. David, early ticket text coming in. I know Kenny is screening his ass off over there. We'll get to the callers in a second.
You have a mixture of both golf and non-golf. Someone says Bay Harbor in Harbor Springs is really nice for golf here. Someone else says my Augusta in golf would be the Lakes of Taylor. In the sports world, though, I would say Penn State Whiteout.
Okay, now, I'm not going to slander Rico, but this is one of the things they have ruined in college football is the big noon kickoff, where Penn State has had whiteouts during the day. That's ridiculous.
Yes. For as many times as MSU has to play on Friday or weird places, Penn State should just say no more. The whiteout will happen at night because I've been there for that. They play Michigan State when a whiteout once. The beauty of it, it's going to sound ridiculous, but everybody wears white. Everybody. There's no one, oh, this is my favorite shirt and I got to wear this. It's my lucky blue. No. Everybody's in white. Sea of it.
Okay, it was about NC State's football helmets. I just, I hate all of you.
But those white jerseys they are much better. They are.
I hate, what, I'm not going to do it. I hate Penn State's uniforms and helmets. Leave me out of it. They look like the Spaceballs. It's ridiculous.
They just look like basic, like, hey, and we're going to go to Happy Valley football team.
I will say, honestly, pretty soon that's what college football is going to be. It's going to be like Penn State Nittany Lions football brought to you by Progressive and loosely affiliated with Penn State University. Like that's where we're headed. By the way, the pictures of that Harbor Springs course that that gentleman just mentioned, I don't know how that's Michigan. That looks incredible. I'm still not driving 5 hours to see it, but that's incredible. All right, we will get to all of the callers momentarily next. 97.1. All right, weather is going to warm up, I promise. It's next week, in fact. So the overlooked spring home improvement projects are getting your roof and windows inspected. Make sure they form an airtight seal around your home. And Victor's Home Solutions will take care of all of it for you. 21-point inspection. And they'll check out the windows. Make sure Mother Nature during spring rains and freeze and thaw cycle didn't make your roof brittle, didn't puncture some of these seals on your windows. Let Victor's do it, because when you get out there and catch it early, you can probably fix it with a cheap or inexpensive repair. So if it's time for a new roof or windows, Victor's has you covered. Prompt follow-up, on-time appointments, and clear communication. It's very simple. Call today before the spring rains get into your home. 734-773-1100, or you can go online anytime at victors.com. To the people. Scott's going to bat lead off in the 5 o'clock. Scotty, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, Scott. What's on your mind?
Two things. The destination course in Michigan. First of all, Bay Harbor is nice, but it's a little overrated. I don't like golf courses with houses on them. That's just the golf snob in me.
Okay.
But the Arcadia Bluffs near Manistee is the number one destination course. It's known nationwide. There's people I know from California that have come into play. They have two courses. The original course is the Bluffs course that's on Lake Michigan. The 11th hole there is probably one of the most beautiful holes you can play in the entire world.
The pictures look remarkable. Even an idiot like me who doesn't golf has known about Arcadia Bluffs for decades. It looks remarkable.
At night, there's people that come there just to watch the sunset, eat dinner, have a drink. There's as many people that go there for that, I think, as almost that do to play golf.
And it's not private. You just have to book, 8 months in advance?
A year. They open up their tee times in January, and the sheet is full by the end of the day.
Wow.
Yeah, it's at $250 a head, so $1,000 a foursome. You do the math, the place is doing okay.
So, Scotty, I want to ask you a question, and I'm not. There's no sarcasm behind this. This is what I can't figure out with golf. As beautiful as it is, like I would drive the cart. I'll hand everybody their clubs and have a good time. I'm happy to just enjoy nature. But Scotty, when you go and you pay whatever it is to play golf, and that you and your buddies, and you go out and play god awful, how is that fun? Do you just want to just snap your club in half?
Yeah, you're not a golfer, so the addiction gets you, and you just there's times you want to take a blowtorch to the course, but it's a couple good shots that you hit, and it keeps you coming back. It's the addiction. It's like nicotine or alcohol or anything else. There's something that gets in your blood. It makes you want to keep. I'm a fanatic. I'd play every day if I could. And when I retire, that is the plan. But
I love it.
There's just something that gets in the blood. And I'll say one more thing: if there's one sports destination thing I could go to, it would be Army Navy football.
Yeah, and look, Scotty, I don't know if you'll ever do it, but don't sleep on West Point. If you just go to an Army home game, I got a chance to do that before COVID. It's a magical place. I mean, you want to talk about scenic? You're on the banks of the Hudson. There's missile installations in those hills, and everything looks like a castle. It's Scott. It's a remarkable place. It's worth it.
Yeah.
Annapolis is pretty cool too. I've been on campus there.
Yeah, so you've been to Navy and I've been to Army.
Yeah.
The difference is Scott and I respect the way they play. You don't.
Oh.
Yeah, Scotty, this guy's a communist over here. It's disgusting.
It's not in the 3-2 football game.
Yeah, listen, they hit the over.
They did. Once. Congratulations.
Nope, wrong one. Wrong one. It was supposed to be.
That's patriotic.
Let's go.
The other one's patriotic. There we go.
Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, pal?
Afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Good. Hey, what's on your mind?
All right. Both are not golf related. They're baseball. One is the Little League World Series in Williamsport. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. You got to go.
What makes it special?
It's in the middle of nowhere. It's a little small town. I mean, and the prices are really cheap. It's free to get in. The concessions are cheap. My son plays Little League, so that's the goal. Hopefully one day, but it's just awesome. Sliding down the hill.
I was about to say that mud hill.
With my daughter.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, totally worth it. It's cheap. It's only 5 hours from here about, so it's not that bad at all. Highly recommend it.
Okay, what was the other?
And the other is the Field of Dreams in Iowa. I was fortunate enough to go to the MLB game there with my son. Got to walk the field, watch, some other people play baseball on that field. My son got to play, third base during just a pickup game during it. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it right now, man. It's absolutely walking through the corn. 10 out of 10.
You'll laugh, Brian. That was one of the coolest baseball games I ever watched. Yankees, White Sox. That Field of Dreams. I know every other hit was a home run. I didn't care. It was one of the coolest things. Visually, you're like, wow, they actually pulled this off. They did this.
They came in the introductions. They came walking out of the corner.
Yeah, it was awesome. Now, what do they charge you? What do they charge you to go to the Field of Dreams?
It was actually free to go to the game. You had to win a raffle as an Iowa resident. But you could just go there. And once again, it's in the middle of nowhere. You got to stay, not that, pretty close. It's a small town. Like it reminds you of like a little mining town almost in Iowa. Like there's nothing out there, but it gets taken over by MLB.
That part isn't a good sales pitch, but yes, once you get there, the state of Iowa, we should just give it away. It's just a wasteland. It's just awful.
Been there once.
Yeah, and
Iowa football game.
And haven't gone back.
Man,
what games you go to? What does can I rewind this?
Okay.
What disaster at Kinnick did you attend?
State was undefeated. Cousins was the
38-0. Got it.
Right. And right. First quarter, I think they were down 24-0. I'm like, we drove all the way out here for this. It was a 2-day driving trip because we broke it up.
Yeah. You enjoy that? Enjoy
Never
all of
went back. I mean, we should go to Nebraska. You mean a place that's 6 hours further than this? Nah.
No.
I'm good.
We're going to go to Dirk, 97.1. What's up, Dirk?
Hey, guys. The Augusta National was built by a guy by the name of Alistair McKenzie.
Yes.
And the other he built a golf course in Michigan called Crystal Downs. And although I agree with Scotty, Arcadia Bluffs is spectacular. It's public. I've had the privilege of playing Crystal Downs a couple of times up in Frankfurt.
Yep.
And it's gorgeous.
So
it is just spectacular.
Take us through it. This was voted the number 1 course in the state by Golf Digest. Here's my question. Is this a club? Is it public? How do you book it? How much does it cost? The whole bit. Take me through it.
It's very private, exclusive, 300 members. It doesn't get much play. Funny story, I showed up with a friend one time. We went to the clubhouse and said, yeah, we got a tee time at 10. And the guy says, no, you don't. And we said, what do you mean you know we don't? And he says, well, we don't take tee times. And I'm thinking, how do we not have tee times? But our host had told us to meet him there at 10, but it's that exclusive.
Wow.
It's spectacular. The course was designed by plows with horses. And
I'm in. I'm in.
It's gorgeous.
Listen, Dirk, this is what I love about the golf thing, like Augusta National with the Masters. Think about what you just said. 300 members. Nobody knows how the hell you become a member. It's like a secret society. Yeah. Oh, no, we don't do tee times. If our host says he's ready to go, you hop in the cart and go. Dirk, I tell you, the golf thing is a mystical lifestyle to me.
I think Ben Crenshaw said that if he died and went to heaven, he was asked what golf course would you play, and I think he was the one that said Crystal Downs.
Again, and people look it up. The pictures it's remarkable. Dirk, appreciate it.
See, I would want you to join the club so then I can say Founders Day to you.
Man, look, just come to the track with me. That's all. Listen, I'll take you to – I'm not going to offend the golf people, but there are plenty of beautiful racetracks in America. I could take you to some nice places. It ain't going to look like Crystal Downs, but, I mean, Keeneland ain't half bad in the fall. Saratoga's beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some of the photos. If I go, I want to sit in the Big G chair.
Oh, the chair of despair?
Yes.
With all the losing tickets
I will have to take a photo in the chair.
Could you take a horse and carriage to the horse track?
No.
Can you?
No. Evan, you know what? Can you do me a favor and go back to your workstation, please?
I'm so sorry for letting him talk. I'm so sorry.
Before I physically strike you, just please back to your workstation. Let's go to Gary. My God, I hate everything. You know what? I'm not being honest.
Does anybody want to talk red velvet cake now?
Yeah, exactly. Go to Gary, 97.1. Gary, how you doing, pal?
Good, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. 2 things to start. One, Michael, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You and our dear friend Terry introduced me to the Big Green Egg.
Well, I'm glad we could get you into smoking meats and enjoying true barbecue. Congratulations.
And that tells you, brother, how long I've been listening without calling in.
I appreciate it. Well, I'm glad this is what got you here. This is good. So what's the Augusta of sports in your world?
Well, number 2, Frank. Evan's baby girl is really a cute little girl, and his father-in-law is a very dear friend of mine. So
okay, you started out. Alone. I was scared when you started, but now it makes sense. Okay, we're good. All right, everything's okay.
All right, for me, as a youngster, the old Olympia was a place to go and place to be during hockey season. I am a Youper, hence the connection to hockey.
So here's my question.
Leads me to this.
When you were going, did you avoid the Dead Things era, or was that your prime?
Oh, no. I was pre-Dead Wings.
Got it.
As a kid, I was pre-Dead Wings, yes. In fact, I saw Elvis Presley in the old Olympia Stadium. That tells you how old I am.
Wow.
Yes.
But the
1971.
What made it special for you?
I guess it's the old barn. It was just a place to be. In the upper level, it was like looking down a rabbit hole, but the action was right there. The sound system, the sound was reverberating around the rafters. It was just a place to be. It was an amazing old place.
And Gary, and appreciate it. Gary, what's really interesting too is you used the phrase the old barns, whether it was Maple Leaf Gardens whether it was the old Boston Garden, the Olympia, Chicago Stadium, even, and please, I'm not saying it's on this level, but for the Islanders, they had one of the oldest last vestiges. The Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum was the place to dump. Absolutely. Did it get loud where the roof would shake? Absolutely. Those are all gone. They're all gone. Hockey kind of held on longer than any other sport when you really think about it.
No, they did. I will say this, going back to Cameron, it's a dump. But they won't destroy it because it gives them the advantage, and that's why. Coach K was like, if you destroy this, I'm quitting. Now,
it's a special dump.
It is.
Not like a dump like Spartan Stadium. That's just a dump.
There we go.
Cameron is a special dump.
Can't have conversations with you.
Here's Rick.
Present Center's nice.
It's beautiful. I've done to you what Evan did to me.
Right. You're proud of yourself?
No. I feel great shame.
You should.
Do the read.
With Xfinity, you can take the power of your home internet almost anywhere. Do more of what you love in places where you go the most with your internet and mobile together. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi. No matter whether you're at the coffee shop, in line at the grocery store, at the game, you'll love how fast you can stream the game or with Xfinity Internet and mobile together. Now through April 17th, get a 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together, just $30 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how you can get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Yesterday, 2 days ago and yesterday, something strange happened with the Yankees in town, and I wanted to present a list to you guys. You guys can tell me if you remember these or power rank it. It is the strangest sports injuries ever, and I'll explain why this is relevant. David, music, please. Yep, this fits. All right, so the reason is Cody Bellinger of the Yankees allegedly caught bad wings. And you know what that means.
Oh, boy.
He couldn't play against the Tigers in a couple of these games. Now, unless you're James Houston, then you do play. So let's just move from bad wings. Well, I mean, Rico, come on. The man was wearing white pants, and there's no Gatorade that looks like that.
Right.
So I wanted to go down an ESPN list. They have compiled this of the strangest sports injuries. You guys can rate them. Tell me which one above all. So Aaron Gordon was the NBA power forward. Right. He played with the Nuggets. Christmas of 23. I don't think it was very merry. He was bit by a dog on his shooting hand and face, requiring 21 stitches. I love dogs. I grew up with dogs my whole life. But because we're on the road so much, my dad's taking care of them. I can't train him how I need him to be, but I feel good. Yikes.
Wow.
Here's an idea. Don't get a mean dog or an aggressive breed and then not be around to give the dog the attention and training it needs. Might be a bad idea.
Go for the Labradoodle.
He missed a week. Now, the next one. I will never forget this injury because I was in the car driving home, I believe it was for Christmas, 2001, listening to the game on radio. While playing for the Arizona Cardinals, Bill Gramatica. Remember Martin Gramatica? Bill Gramatica was
exactly where you're going with this one.
was a kicker for the Cardinals. They were at the Giants. He kicks a field goal to go up 3-0 in the first quarter. One problem. He jumped up to do one of those stupid celebrations, and he blew his ACL out, writhing in pain. I couldn't tell you right now what I'm going to do, he said about his celebrations a few months later, but it's not going to be jumping around. Yes. He pulled a Stephen Tulloch. Remember against the Dolphins?
Yeah.
He tried to jump up.
Oh, no. Was that the discount double check?
I think he jumped before the double check. One problem. His anterior cruciate ligament didn't get the memo, and he blew that out.
I got one I hope makes this list.
All right. Save it for the end.
I will.
The next one. Jaguars kicker Chris Hansen. You remember this one? So, Jack Del Rio, not only he of the Reebok sports suit, but Jack Del Rio had a motivational tactic with the Jags. It was a big, stump of wood. You'll appreciate this one. This one didn't cost him $82 million. He told him to keep chopping. Oh boy. Jaguars punter Chris Hansen accidentally gored himself wielding the axe. He missed the remainder of the 03 season as a result.
Oh boy. Keep chopping.
Sammy Sosa hit 35 home runs for the Sox in 2004. But the moment people remember, he strained his back and ended up on the DL sneezing too hard.
Yeah. Never quite bought into that one, but okay. I remember it.
The next one, and you got to go back now. This is almost 20 years ago. This is one of my favorites. Clint Barmas. Anybody remember this one? Colorado Rocky. Barmas was hitting .330 during a breakout 05 campaign for the Rocks when the unthinkable happened. He fell down a flight of stairs and broke his collarbone while carrying a package of deer meat given to him by teammate Todd Helton. He would miss 3 months, essentially hit nothing, and his average dropped, and he finished at hitting .289. Deer meat, staircase, broken bones. Yeah. The next one. Have I gotten any of yours yet?
No.
Okay, because I have two.
I like this.
All right. The next one is a tennis player. I don't remember this, but I'll just bring it up because it has shades of a guy who was a Lion who hurt himself in something crazy. Mikhail Yuzny. In the 08 Miami Masters tournament, Yuzny hit a return into the net. He responded in a very rational manner. smashing his forehead 3 times with his racket, drawing blood, and still ended up winning the match with a giant bandage on his head.
We may be touched. Yes, this is.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go to a Detroit Tiger. Brandon Inge.
Not who I thought you were going to say.
2008, Detroit Tigers catcher at the time. Brandon Inge was adjusting his pillow behind his 3-year-old son's head when he pulled an oblique and ended up on the 15-day DL.
How?
David, you look apoplectic.
How do you do that?
That's why it's on the list.
Whoa.
Right. Not in the weight room, adjusting a pillow.
Let me offer you another baseball one.
Okay.
This was very famous back when SportsCenter mattered. Kendrys Morales, LA Angels, hits a walk-off grand slam winner against the Mariners in May of 2010. Reaches, you know how you hear the famous Double D call, he's into a mob scene at home. One problem. Yeah, he went into the mob scene at home and broke his leg when he landed. He would miss the remainder of the season. Kenny, I have a hockey one for you, buddy. Does the name Dustin Penner ring a bell?
Yeah.
The pancakes that former Kings forward Dustin Penner's wife makes must be delicious. He suffered back spasms while eating them in 2012.
I do remember that one.
What?
Back spasms from eating pancakes.
I thought you were going to go full Nick Lidstrom. You know the one.
Yeah, slap shot that blew up his testicle.
Right.
What you don't, if you have in your bingo board on the injury report, parentheses, ruptured nut.
No, that just says lower body.
He ruptured a nut.
I'd rather eat the pancakes.
Well, I would hope so.
I wouldn't phrase it quite like that again, Mike.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. You know what, Kenny? You're wise beyond your years.
It's too late now.
F it.
It's
All
out,
right.
it's out there.
If I say Antonio Brown, do you remember this injury? Think of feet, and not the way Rex Ryan likes
the cryo.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
With the Raiders. Antonio Brown used improper foot protection at a French cryotherapy clinic and developed severe frostbite in July.
Yeah, because they showed it on Hard Knocks. He couldn't put his cleats on.
All right, so Rico, you said you were thinking of one. Go ahead.
Mike, I was actually Gus Frerotte.
Redskins.
Yes.
When he smashed his head into the padding and like broke his neck.
So excited that he went and headbutted the stadium.
Mine involves the Lions. Does anyone remember Jamal Charles?
Yes.
He got hit-sticked by the cart on a run with the Chiefs here. He goes out of bounds, got taken out by the football helmet cart, blew his knee out. Dead. Just like the guy Stoney was playing golf with. Lenny, dead.
And Mike, unfortunately, I have 2 New York Giants for you.
Let me hear it.
One shot himself.
Plaxico Burress, sweatpants, defending Super Bowl champions, gone.
The other was Jason Pierre-Paul.
Fireworks.
Yep. Took him out.
Yep. And then we would get yelled at because we didn't want J-Mo blowing his hands up.
Right.
What a time to be alive. Yeah, guys, I watched my guy end up looking like E.T.
J-Mo's just having fun.
Literally blew off all his fingers.
Mm-hmm. There's also one with Reggie Bush in St. Louis where he was running, hit the sideline, and slipped on their concrete that they had on the outer part of their
boom,
tore his
gone.
ACL up.
Well, listen, in honor of Cody Bellinger missing some games and helping the Tigers win because he had the poopies, we have the craziest athlete injuries of all time to give to you. Feel free. Send suggestions in. David, thank you very much. 97. And we also have a major golf tournament this weekend. I can't say the name of it, but bottom line, if you like pizza, well, you're in luck. Hungry Howie's going to hook it up for the big tournament this weekend. You can get a free pizza from Hungry Howie's. All you need to do, it's fairly simple. You go to hungryhowies.com. You sign up for emails. You make any $10 order, and you get a free medium 2-topping pizza. Whatever flavored crust, whatever 2 toppings, no restrictions. In-house made dough, real Mott's instead of robot Wisconsin cheese, whatever the hell that stuff is. Limited time offer, though. So get your weekend in order. You're going to be on the couch watching golf? Make Hungry Howie's a part of it. Get your free pizza while you can, only online and only at hungryhowies.com. All right, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Tomorrow, we're going to have a conversation about today. What does that mean? Why the hell do we play baseball in this weather? I have what I think is the simplest of solutions so that you, the fan, you don't miss out on kicking the Yankees' ass. I feel terrible, Reed. Tiger fans did not get to enjoy the one time the Yankees are in Detroit and they beat their ass. And damn near probably should have beat them yesterday.
Yeah, because I was like, wait, the game's been moved?
No, but it's also, even if they were at night, no one can go. It's 30 degrees.
Well, that's why.
I have the solution,
I'm like,
and it
what?
won't take money out of the owner's pockets.
Is it raining? No.
We'll talk about it. I also may have a little Masters follow-up for tomorrow. But David, or should I say Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in the black turtleneck and fanny pack. David, please, with ticket text, and we'll get to Reegs down at LCA. By the way, if you're going down to the game, Pistons should win, will win. Knicks are sitting at least 3 starters. That came out this afternoon. So it's Knicks light.
So this is not a microcosm of the upcoming pending series.
No, it's a bummer because you don't mind having a showdown, being able to watch it. But it's like last night, the Celtics sat all 5 starters. Right. All 5. NBA's not a serious product. It's not a serious product.
They're locked in the 2 spot?
Celtics?
Yeah.
But again, this is the problem I have. I understand it. I don't have to like it. Mm-hmm. The players make so much money. Right. It is a business, and I understand. But my God, people pay money to go to these games. Like Piston fans tonight are owed, in my opinion, the New York Knicks to play. Mm-hmm. It's just not how the world works. Go ahead, David. What do you got, buddy?
So someone went through every sport and gave us their Fenway for that one. So NFL says Lambeau Field. Major League Baseball would be Fenway. NHL would be Bell Center. NBA, Madison Square Garden. College football, Death Valley for LSU, Bama, or Tuscaloosa for the Iron Bowl. Big Ten specific, he says Camp Randall for Jump Around. College basketball will be Cameron Indoor.
You know, it's another good stadium to go to for football. Notre Dame. That stadium is nice. I mean, the campus, everything about it is just class.
And it's a weird thing because everyone rolls up and they're like, hey, hi diddly do, neighbor. Welcome to Notre Dame. And you're like, wait, what?
Welcome to Notre Dame. How can I help you?
You can get away from me. That's probably a good start.
Mike, I thought they were trolling me the first time because I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, you just, and they're looking at me like, what's wrong with this guy? We're just trying to be nice. And hey, you go over here to
That's back when college football was real.
Right.
We played them every year. I hate that Michigan doesn't play them. You're making me sad. I'm 4-0 at that place, by the way.
You know what? And the same, here's the funny thing. Same happened to me real quick. When the first time I went to the Horseshoe, and they were so nice because it was state. They were like, oh, I was like, wait, I thought you guys didn't like, we just don't like the other team from Michigan. Because I'm like, oh, come by our tailgate. Like, I'm not eating any of this food. No. Right.
You didn't want to end up like Cody Bellinger.
But no, they were super nice.
I'll read one more regarding golf. They say the best golf course in Michigan is Hiawatha Sportsman's Club course in Nobbin Way in the UP.
Isn't that what Aaron Rodgers does? Like the tree bark, and he bleeps himself, and he has like visions, and
Hiawatha.
Got it.
This is Hiawatha.
It's called not signing with the Steelers.
You know what, David? I'm going to allow it because Rico is really he's not wrong yet. So I'll leave it alone. Reegs, I hear you in the background, buddy. How are you?
Good. You guys have no interest doing a little ayahuasca? You go, you get yourself a shaman, you go in the sweat box, and you trip crazily? No interest in that?
No, but I want to thank you for your Colt Keith audio because we used it for a couple of segments. And I thought you were interested.
Fields called you guys.
Yes, and
Former hitting coach.
You were interesting last night with it. It inspired me to go, all right, I can give that a segment. So I'm still waiting 100 at bats, but yes.
Yeah, it's got to be mental. Like, is it the yips? Like, you guys were talking about Chuck Knobloch, and I remember that, not being able to throw it back over to first. And Woj and I were trying to figure it out. Like
no.
That's – you don't think every time a ball goes to him, it goes either off his glove or if he does field it, he throws it errantly. It's wild what he's going through. I feel bad for the kid.
I think it's asking a guy who was already a bad defensive player, learn a new position,
to switch,
only take reps there, then get thrown back over to the old position he gets no reps at, and he's struggling at the plate. So it's
Yes,
just
he's
this-
walking, but
it's
that's about
just
it.
it's all circular. Like it's just a vicious cycle for the kid.
Yeah, no, listen, I agree. I felt bad for him because we had to wait like 30 minutes yesterday, and he came out, and he was teary-eyed. There was no question. Like, it's wearing on him for sure. And Ryan Kreidler was standing right next to him, almost like supporting him and making sure we didn't ask, like, jerky questions. It's pretty interesting.
I'll leave that part alone. All right, what do you got coming up next?
Okay. All right, so I actually want to play the same cut that you guys played, and I have a totally different question for the people. It involves the lowest confidence you have in somebody in Detroit sports right now, because that's what Colt Keith said he has, the lowest confidence he's ever had. And then I have a question that I don't know there's a correct answer to, but I was thinking about errors, right? I was thinking about, like, misplays and just awful decisions. We do this for everything else in Detroit sports, like the biggest moment and the best player and the worst player. Do we have a most punitive error? Like, do we have one error more than any other
Yes.
error that has cost us more? Who?
Yes.
Is it like pitching to Big Papi?
Drafting Darko.
Oh, okay.
Or is that not? Does that not qualify
No,
as an error?
that's a decision. No, I think that's fair.
that's an error.
I think that's fair. Like, I was thinking not using Kenny Rogers in Game 5 against the Cardinals.
Anything involving Red Wings pro scouting. Error. Error message.
Well, you know what,
Oh,
Rieger?
today's the funeral, boys.
Rieger, mine is Rasheed Wallace. There you go.
Well, that was an error for Rasheed?
Oh, Big Shot Bob.
Yes.
I was like, wait.
Oh,
you didn't like the acquisition?
No,
I understand.
That might be the best. That
All
might
right.
be the best. No,
Riggs-
that might be the best.
Riggs is next. We will talk to you guys tomorrow at 2. 97.1.